Hello, everybody. Welcome to Cup number 2 of the 3rd season of The War Within. My name is Aya. I am here with Zico, Venruki, and Supatees. We'll be joined by D-Machine just a little bit later. Things are heating up here in the AWC. By the end of this weekend, teams will be more than halfway through their chances to get points to get into that coveted top 3 position to get into the grand finals by mid-November or be sent to the gauntlet. We'll get into that just a little bit later, but I want to catch up with you guys first. Ven, what have you been up to this weekend?
I've been talking about it nonstop. I'm sure you guys are almost sick of it at this point, but Legion Remix. I've been spam playing Legion Remix. You can see I've unlocked the beautiful set.
Wow.
I'm jealous.
As weapon, and not only the beautiful weapon enchant. So yeah, some cool stuff.
Oh.
It's a great way to re-experience Legion, level up a character, get some new and old transmogs, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Are you on Tyke?
Yeah.
Is that why you have to have all of the little like things above your letters in your name?
Yeah, someone took my name, but you know.
You know, yeah. Somebody thought of Alberta, dude. That's the nature of it on Tichondrius. But yeah, I mean, Legion Remix definitely been a lot of fun for a lot of people. So go check that out if you haven't already. If you want to feel like a god, get some cool transmog. In the meantime, but let's talk about AWC today. We got a lot going on, and these teams are going through a lot as well. They have a bit of a journey that they have to get through to get to the grand finals, like I said a little bit earlier, for that mid-November gauntlet, as well as the finals on November 15th and 16th. We've already had Cup 1, currently in Cup number 2, and it's that top 4 spot that these teams want to get to for that $200,000 prize pool. And these games are really going to start to make or break the teams and their position in the standings for their respective regions. Here's a calendar, also a little of an overlook of where we are and where we'll be November 14th through the 16th. Make sure you're tuning in for that if you want to see exactly what is going to go down in the North American and European finals. But something else that has been going on this week as well, Zico, we've got that turbo boost that came out. We've got also some changes to some specs.
Yep. Turbo Boost is live now. It's the perfect time to get back into the game. You can go push your keys. You're going to have, more power to your character. You're going to be stronger. You can even upgrade it a little bit as well. And then also we had some class tuning happen. We can see here, Hunters got a little bit of a nerf. Ret got pretty large nerfs. Arcane Mage got a small nerf as well to Lay Drinker. Neutral kind of to Discipline and Resto Druid. Mistweaver got buffed. Outlaw Rogue got a buff to their coin as well. Discipline Priest got a little bit of a neutral kind of to Discipline and Resto Druid. Mistweaver got buffed. Outlaw Rogue got a buff to their coin as well. Discipline Priest got a little bit of a Atonement Healing buff. It's like 1%, but yeah, pretty neutral, I would say. Hunter got their aim shot nerfed, as well as Black Arrow buff to Rapid Fire, but I think players are going to potentially swap around their builds maybe to work around that for a little bit. With the Turbo Boost, all item levels has been increased as well, so that has given everyone basically a little bit more stats, a little bit more stamina. So we'll see how that shapes up the weekend.
Yeah, we're seeing that. We also saw like a little bit of a hint of some of those changes, I think, also in the open bracket. Van, you were watching those. You were co-streaming the open bracket on Wednesday. What are some of the things that you noticed in those games?
Well, yeah, it's been really fun to see how the players adapt to these changes. So one, for example, is like Retribution Paladins. They're actually going to be mixing it in and bringing in the Templar specialization as well. So McWeedy had a very good run in this lower bracket. He's going to be bringing in some large hammers. Saw some healer swaps. You can see that massive explosion of damage. So Rets are going to be super lethal. So we can see it showcased here once again here on this Dragon. Poor Nethi. It's getting deleted by the Ret Paladin.
But also,
yeah, in addition to that, we have Mistweaver Monks getting a little bit of a buff, which is good for buff Mistweaver. Banks' prayers have been answered, but the question is it going to be enough? There's a Soothing Mist and Enveloping Mist buff. Banks actually been playing a lot more Rushing Wind Kick, so this is a build he really popularized, getting in there, doing some additional damage. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Once again, they had a great lower bracket run. They've made it into the top 8, so we'll get to see the Mistweaver Monk showcased and see how far Bank can take it. And then, of course, Outlaw Rogues are another one that got some buffs and is basically mostly through the Fatebound coin has been buffed. So they're going to have a little bit more burst in that regard. I think we're going to see a lot of Outlaw Rogues today and tomorrow showcased. And that is a good thing for YOLO Inc., who actually had a really good run. They ended up losing this match to Echo, but they looked incredibly good while losing. So I think this is a team that has a lot of potential, playing not only this Rogue Warlock Priest, but also bringing in Gelu. We saw Gelu played in that lower bracket, looking phenomenal on that Fire Mage. That's a specialization he's really good at. So we'll see. I have high hopes for YOLO Inc. this week.
Yeah, I do as well. Looking forward to seeing how all of those teams play out. Let's first take a look at the standings and where we ended up after last week and those open bracket games on Wednesday as well. Like I did mention, teams are trying to get into that top 3. And if they don't make it into the top 3, that 4th through 8th spot are going to have to battle it out in the gauntlet for that 4th and final position to make it into the grand final. So looking like a bit of a bloodbath right now, especially considering that because of how similar the bracket is compared to from this week to last week, it's going to be really difficult for these teams to break out into a higher spot unless they make an incredibly deep run this week as well as the next. But we'll certainly keep everybody updated with the standings and where they currently are. But let's take a look at the bracket now. Of course, top 8, that is the number of teams that made it out of the open bracket into today's games. Super Tees.
You mentioned pretty similar. We're having deja vu here. It's a Groundhog Day. This bracket is exactly the same as it was outlined last week, which I've got no complaints about it. I feel like it was an amazing tournament, and it doesn't mean it's going to have the same outcome. I'm debating whether or not I should just take all my predictions from last week and just do the opposite because I was so wrong, or if I just stay the same. If it's going to be, I don't know what to do right now. I'm kind of at
Double
a loss
down
for it in this regard. But this was a fantastic bracket the last time we saw it play out, and I'm sure that it just means it's going to be even better. The teams had a week to get even better. There are some changes that are going to help some of the teams that might have been on the losing side of some of these matchups from last week. That Echo versus DOBOB series is always a highlight. These are the main rivals, I think, right now for Europe. Under Pressure has big names on it, but we haven't seen them, I think, at their full potential. So now with the week gone by, I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table. And then, of course, in the lower bracket, we have all of the newcomers and newly fused teams together that are going to be battling it out to make it as far as possible.
Most definitely. If we take all of these games that we're seeing here in the EU region, Zico, if you had to make your matchup of the day, who is it today?
I'm going with the same thing as last week. I'm looking at that Under Pressure Streamer Zone GG matchup. I think that, the Echo versus DOBOB is interesting. Of course, it's always a banger, but Streamer Zone versus Under Pressure. Last week, we saw Streamer Zone and kind of Big Mix debut with Swapsy and with this roster. And they honestly exceeded all expectations. I wasn't sure how far they were going to go, but they went all the way to the grand finals, even taking games of Echo. Under Pressure now, on paper, is a solid team. They're a contender. They got Lontar. They got massive players here. Houston, MVQ, Jamie. These are all top-notch players. But last weekend, I think, compared to what roster they have, they kind of fell flat. So I think that this is a team that hasn't yet lived up to their potential. And I think they could be a potential contender in EU. So for me, it's going to be interesting to see, is Streamer Zone actually a top-tier contender here? Because last season, it was mostly about Echo and DOBOB. Now, if Streamer Zone can join that, and if even Under Pressure can also join that, we might have 4 different teams that could rival that number 1 spot in Europe, which is really exciting because previously it's been kind of top-heavy with Echo taking most of the wins and, DOBOB potentially being their main competitor. So I'm super excited for this matchup to see what the teams have actually been working on this past week.
Yeah, could not agree more. Let's take a closer look now at the actual individual rosters for these European teams. Super Tees, you want to make any note of any teams you're going to be looking out for this weekend?
Venruki already mentioned it, but the team on the right here, YOLO Inc., I think that they're up-and-comers. Gelu Baba, who is an esteemed arena professional, has picked up a new roster and brought in some members from the ladder, so Nask on Rogue, Mazakine on Priest, and Langnir on Warlock, and I was very impressed with their play, particularly against Echo in the open bracket. They are one of the few teams that actually took a game off of Echo, and were actually showing maybe signs of potential to actually be able to beat them at some point in the near future. So they are a team to look out for. They've got very strong meta compositions, and just because this is the first time we're seeing their names on broadcast does not mean that their capabilities don't match there. So they are a fantastic team. I'm excited to see what they can get done. I'm curious to see what happens with CLEAVEPILLED, if they can adapt with the Ret Paladin changes. It was mentioned before, we've seen switches over to Templar Ret Paladin, and then Bank Mistweaver's probably pretty happy with getting buffed. So this rematch between those teams, Buff Mistweaver and CLEAVEPILLED, is one that I think is going to have some interesting results depending on who can make it through.
Oof, you mentioned all that. It's making it really tough for these predictions. It was just as hard last week as well. Let's take a look at the predictions here amongst the caster desk. We've also got the guest spot and the coin and chat in the mix for the prediction leaderboard, and I do believe that we have that ready to go. Then always at the top. I'm going to skip him. I'm down at the bottom. Very unfortunate. But Zico, Supa, you can maybe take over Ven.
It depends if he changes his prediction mid-series again. But
what? When was that?
That's exactly what you did too. So just
Wait,
I did
what?
not. Okay, I did not. Nah, that's slander.
Wait, you guys are allowed to change your predictions mid-series?
No. You know what? We're not even gonna get into that. But Van right now is looking very strong. You've had a great season, Van. But we're coming for you. Last weekend I was kind of at the bottom, but we're getting there now. One thing that kind of bothers me and kind of worries me a little bit about this prediction leaderboard is the fact that Faithbound coin did get buffed in game. Could that be a buff to the actual coin in the predictions as well? We'll have to see.
Ooh, that's a good point. Is the coin a rogue player? That's the question. We'll have to see.
If a rogue is flipping it, then yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, let's talk about this first up series. We've got Buff Mistweaver versus CLEAVEPILLED, and then like you guys have already mentioned, Venruki, both teams could give any of these teams a run for their money for sure. So who do we feel like is going to come out on top? What do we feel like this series is going to go? Just what's going on with these two teams?
It's really hard to say because last week I would have thought Buff Mistweaver was going to win, like bringing in the Devastation Evoker against, the cleave compositions that CLEAVEPILLED has. I thought it would be good, but they managed to weather the storm. They ended up bringing in the Warrior for Ret Warrior, and it looked really strong. So I'm curious to see what CLEAVEPILLED leads with this week. I would expect once again to see the Colossus Arms Warrior. And we'll see. Luckily for these teams and all the teams, they to kind of run it back. So for Buff Mistweaver, they get a second chance at redemption. We'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, we certainly will. Looks like chat is in favor of CLEAVEPILLED, 72%. So given that, Ven, and everything that you just said, what is your prediction for this series?
I went with CLEAVEPILLED. I think I'm believing in the Ret Dream again. Even though they're having to switch over to Templar, the Colossus Warrior to me looked really good. I was super impressed using abilities like Duel to slow down the damage, and I think they're going to have a good week once again.
All right. As you said, you're going to do the opposite of all your predictions last week. Are you doing that for this series?
No, I didn't do it. I'm saying the same with this one. It's the
coward.
same as last week. And I was wrong already. This is not cowardice. This is bravery. I'm making the same prediction that was wrong. This is very brave of me to make as a prediction. I feel like Bank's team probably got a lot more experience within the last week in order to combat this composition as far as positioning, because I feel like strategically, like Venruki outlined, I feel like they have a comp that can win this. So I think with adaptations on their part that they can likely pull off a win, but it's still going to be close.
Okay, Zico?
I went with CLEAVEPILLED originally, but at the very last minute, I decided I'm going to change. I'm going to go with Buff Mistweaver. I feel like Mistweaver's got a little bit of a buff. I think Mistweavers and Banks especially is just on top of their game. Red's got a little bit of nerfs, so I think the meta, last weekend wasn't that good for Buff Mistweaver, but I think this weekend it's going to look better. Plus, they have the experience from last weekend to maybe right some of their wrongs. Plus, if I do the opposite of Venruki, I have a chance to catch him on the leaderboard, so easy clap.
Or fall behind indefinitely.
Or fall behind,
Yeah. Could go wrong.
Go big or go
you're not
home.
going to catch up by copying me, so it's good.
Oh, you sound very sure
well,
about this.
We'll see.
Look, he just did it. He just did the face. Oh.
Production's going to
man.
overlay the picture of his face over his face.
Yeah, we're not even going to notice. Okay. Well, I'm doing something. I'm doing something for the bit. I'm going to do the exact. I pulled up Radar here. I've got the bracket from last weekend's games, and I'm going to put in exactly what happened last week for as long as I can. and we're just gonna see how it goes. We're gonna see how it goes.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I think so too. So I am 2-3 in favor of CLEAVEPILLED. That's how it went last week. Obviously, there's a lot of things that we already discussed that are going on. You got the turbo boost, you got the buffs, so it could be very, very different. And I could colossally fail here. Here we will have to see. I'm at the bottom though, so I can only go up in the predictions. I think
you might be getting a blue shell power up, and you can just take Minruki out with it.
Is that a Mario reference?
It's a Mario. A blue shell.
I never played.
You're in the last place. You get the best item, and it just targets first place. You're going right after.
How it works?
That is how it works.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the power. Amazing. All right. Well, interesting. We're a little bit split here for the first series of the day. But I mean, I feel like that goes like, again, Zico, just like how evenly matched all these teams are. Obviously, it's only week number 2, but it, especially in the offline games, it really kind of did seem like anyone could be coming out on top at any moment.
Absolutely. And I mean, like even now, just like doing my predictions, I'm like 2 seconds ago, I'm thinking, it's got to be CLEAVEPILLED. But now I'm like, no, it's got to be Buff Mistweaver. And look at the chat as well. 53% in favor of Buff Mistweaver. You know, it's like it's so back and forth. And yeah, last week I did go with Buff Mistweaver as well. Banks, I swear, if you let me down this time, bro, I'm not ice blocking in your shoulder.
If I'm wrong on this one, I'm doing the opposite of last week. If I get it wrong, I'm just auto putting the opposite.
You just switch it, yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, game number 1 should be starting here very shortly. It is also in the lower bracket, and like I stressed in the beginning of the day, these teams are trying to get as many points as possible. Getting into that top 3 spot or that 4th through 8th for the gauntlet is going to be very tough given the level of competition that we're currently seeing, especially in this region. It's game number 1 to Grand Arena. It's an elimination round as well, so loser of this one unfortunately knocked out of the tournament early on. It is Buff Mistweaver versus CLEAVEPILLED.
Goodness, just a high mountain Tauren warrior. I mean, what could be better than this? This is just amazing. CLEAVEPILLED coming in with the Ret warrior. Let's see what they can get done here. I'm really hoping that Warriors is once again playing duel. I think he actually switched over to Slayer, so actually changing up his build despite winning last week. See what they can do, trying to connect to his target. Cassidy under fire right away, and a lot of this game comes down to training down Cassidy to put out damage, making swaps on Smite. We'll see if CLEAVEPILLED can continue that strategy. That can make it a setup here on Bank. Might just drop him in the opener. This damage is devastating. Pain Suppression trades Ultimate Penitence as well. They managed to survive, but a great push by CLEAVEPILLED.
Yeah, Bank Mistweaver playing a little bit of a different version of the Mistweaver right now on that Discipline Priest, rocking that Void Weaver. And definitely, I think he's going to regret this big time. No, nice Cyclone there, though, coming out onto McWeedy right on the push. But they still get the second charge of the Pain Suppression. They still got the ulti Penny as well from Bank. He's got the powered barrier, but that's pretty much it. And he's going to have to drop the powered barrier as well. He's got nothing left. That's it. That's his last cooldown. Now it's just time to go for those Void Blasts and try to get some counter pressure. But things are not looking good for my prediction, for Banks. And CLEAVEPILLED are looking super solid right now, but finally some pressure coming out onto Oles. You get the Emerald Communions. Cassidy comes in with the Cyclone. Good pressure onto McWeedy. They need to find the counter pressure here. Can they get the Recyclone? They get it onto Oles. McWeedy gets Cyclone on very low HP. Cassidy trying to take this game into his own claws here on the Feral Druid. They're pushing for the bubble. Can they get it? Looks like Oles is out of CC. They do get the bubble, but here comes CLEAVEPILLED. Bank is in big trouble then.
Yeah, a lot of danger right now. They need to be able to connect. These Cyclones from Cassidy are absolutely incredible. Bank getting low on health. He has the Void Shift, so one last cooldown. He can trade his health for someone else's. Beautiful, intimidating shout coming in, slowing down Smite and Cassidy. Cyclone gets cast out onto McWeedy. Bank surviving, doing a good job navigating the situation so far, but this is not an easy spot to be in. Void Blast lands, a full hammer of justice, and Bank might not make it out of this one. Oh, beautiful off heals there by Smite and Cassidy, buying Bank just enough time to survive, still having the Void Shift, though. Everyone's rotting down. I don't know if he's going to be able to live. Trades his health on Smite, but still is just going to drop. And CLEAVEPILLED taking, not easy game 1, but fairly convincing. Like, I feel like this is a strategy they'll be able to replicate. I feel like Buff Mistweaver might need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, absolutely. I think locking in the Void Weaver into a cleave, that's kind of one of the weaknesses of the Void Weaver. If you're just getting tunneled the entire game, it's really hard to get those Mind Blasts out, and it's really hard to be effective and actually get good pressure out and survive. And CLEAVEPILLED definitely taking kind of full control over this game. They had such a fantastic opener. It all started with a kick on the first Ultimate Penitence coming out from Bank, and then he dropped solo, and then he had to cast the Pain Suppression and recast his ulti Penny as well. So he had to use a lot of cooldowns in that opener. Had to basically use 2 back-to-back pain suppressions. Yeah, at this point, even though he had the Void Shift, it just didn't heal him that much. With the power of CLEAVEPILLED, just absolutely full sending the damage here. Recklessness with Avatar and everything. Just not much you can do at that point other than trade a cooldown. I liked what Cassidy was doing in the game, though. I like what Smite was doing. Like here, for example, got a nice sleepwalk there onto Warriors. Got good peels onto McWeedy. And they're actually able to keep Banks alive for a decent amount of time with those peels. But as soon as everyone can connect, it's pretty much good night for this bank.
Well, one thing we didn't really call out during the cast that I think is important to mention is Vorus is actually playing Fury. So Fury is, we don't see it often, but I think it's actually quite strong, especially in a matchup like this where you can kind of sit on one target the entire game. Provides quite a bit of damage. He's going to have high mobility to actually stay on his target. And every single time he's able to land that champion spear, Bank is kind of pinned. And they're able to get out some damage rolling, especially if he can do it after the fade when he doesn't have it available. He's going to be stuck there. So I'm wondering what CLEAVEPILLED decides to do. Was this just something that they kind of anticipated? So they locked in the Fury Warrior to train the Priest. Are they going to be confident in the Fury Warrior? Or let's say if Bank goes back to the Mistweaver Monk. Yeah, I think winning this game number 1 for CLEAVEPILLED is going to be really important.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like, no matter where I was going with my prediction, I was thinking 3-2. So I think this is a series that definitely could go all the way. But yeah, the Discipline Priest, I don't know if buff Mistweavers wanted to actually just maybe surprise CLEAVEPILLED, and then they kind of called the bluff with that Fury pick, or what exactly was the plan. I guess we'll find out now on Asha mains. But it's interesting. It is a little bit ironic because your name is buff Mistweaver. Mistweaver gets buffed and you play Discipline Priest. So, yeah, I don't know about that. We'll see. He's got to go back to the Mistweaver. I think Bank was just, keeping it in his pocket, keeping it in the bank for now.
He just wants to do damage. The thing is, like, he just wants to do damage. Bank is known for being like one of the highest and best damage dealing Mistweaver monks. So he thought he could log on the Voidweaver, but unfortunately, I think that's actually a really bad matchup for Voidweaver. I feel like if you don't have like a rogue and a warlock peeling for you, like that's where we're seeing most of the success from Voidweaver come in, is when you're playing like with a Destro warlock, where if you're being trained down, the entire enemy team is dead to the Destro warlock. So that's why I feel like that's a match make it in heaven. And I don't know if Smite's going to be able to have that same kind of opportunity, because the thing about the Devastation Evoker is it does really high damage, but it doesn't really care if it's being attacked very much. You know what I mean? If you're being attacked on a Devastation Evoker, you're going to be doing really high damage. If you're free, you're going to be doing basically the same amount of damage. Whereas for a Destro Warlock, if you're left open, you're doing the most absurd damage imaginable. So you can't really train down a Voidweaver the same in that situation. I think that's one of the unfortunate things about the composition buff Mistweaver's running, and why I don't think Voidweaver will work out for them in this series. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like the theory behind, when Wizard Cleaves are meta. Like when Lock Mage is good. If you go on the Mage, you leave the Lock open. If you go on the Lock, you leave the Mage open. And it's kind of the same. But yeah, it didn't seem to work out too well. Even though Cassidy on the Feral Druid does provide some good peels, I would still, rather have an Outlaw Rogue on my team. But anyway, game number 2 is live. Bank already going in for some CC, but actually gets caught up by a Sleepwalk. Ola's making a nice play there. Cassidy actually gets rescued away from the fight for a second. Trying to pause the damage. Bank caught up in a Hammer of Justice now. Huge damage onto Cassidy. Cassidy forced to trade out his Trinket and his Bear Form, his Renewal as well. Has to play defensive with Incarnation, but here comes the counter pressure. Big Deep Breath from Smite. Big Disintegrates being lobbed away here into the Cleave. And let's see if they can actually force something. Fire Breath coming out. Bank not able to find any real pressure here in this position. He's actually just playing the ranged Mistweaver here, so going to be playing a very defensive approach as opposed to the Fistweaver that we usually see him play.
See what he can do. Hammer of Justice lands. I think this is going to be a much more calm and controlled game by CLEAVEPILLED, but still a little bit scary. And the way they won this matchup last week was just going after Smite and stuns and then training down Cassidy as kind of the consistent target that they can hit. That created a lot of pressure. In the meantime, though, CLEAVEPILLED is all under fire. There's a lot of work that has to be done here by Olza, training out the Emerald Communion to stay in the fight. Also regain a little bit of that precious mana. But this game so far, I think is going well for the side of buff Mistweaver. Just need to hold on. Life Cocoon here trades onto Cassidy. It's a massive absorb shield. the same time, everyone from CLEAVEPILLED is just being absolutely devastated by Smite and Cassidy. This damage is unreal.
Smite is doing 2.6 million DPS right now. Just absolutely firing away with these lasers onto McWeedy. Cassidy caught up in a fear for a second there. Ola's coming in, looking for some crowd control of his own. Nice juke on the kick there by Cassidy. He goes for the Cyclone. He gets it onto Ola's. This could be big. Nice leg sweep there from Banks. McWeedy's isolated. They actually Cyclone him low, leaving up the Warrior a little bit. Cleaving Ola's as well. Cassidy landing the kick onto Ola's. Ola's might just go down. Lay on hands coming through there to Ola's. But is it going to be enough defense? It looks like it. Already no Emerald Communion. Already no lay on hands. This game number 2 is looking a lot better for Buff Mistweavers.
Oh, definitely. They can't really slow down the damage the same way they did on the Colossus Arms Warrior last week, so you're really feeling that pressure. McWeedy and Warrior still getting low once again. Olza, this could be a triple kill. Rewind gets traded out, and now it's Cassidy potentially on the back foot. Massive heals, but Olza is running out of mana. He's running out of time. Really doesn't have many cooldowns left to work with. McWeedy, of course, can trade out the Blessing of Spell Warding if he needs it. So some defensive cooldowns are available. Smite's under fire. They're not out of it yet. CLEAVEPILLED still has some answers. You can't count them out at this point of the game. And Rage Regeneration rotating back up here for Vorus. So he's got some defense. We'll see what they can do. Big damage here on Smite once again. Will, if he's taking trades for Bank, he will just use the Life Cocoon. But this is great pressure for CLEAVEPILLED. They just have to hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, Olus has basically no mana left at this point, so they just need to hold down the gas pedal a little bit longer on the side of Buff Mistweaver, and this is potentially going to be the game. Olus looking for the sleepwalk onto Banks. They find it. This is their moment. They're going after Smite. Do they have any damage? Warriors not able to connect. Nice knock there coming out from Smite. Look at him just kiting around the pillar while his healer is in that crowd control. Hammer of Justice, though, the crowd control is still going. There, they connect. There's the spear. Smite is just pinned behind the pillar. Does he have anything? No time stop, no nothing. Oh my God, almost going down there behind the pillar, but Bank manages to come there behind the pillar and save him. That was a really, really good push for CLEAVEPILLED, though, showing signs of life.
Yeah, definitely not out of it yet. Bank getting a little bit low. Vorus still, with no Rage Regeneration, is feeling the pain. Smite's having a really difficult time getting away, though. It's not enough. I mean, he used the rescue to escape, but Vorus and McWeedy, if they can stay on target, could easily fall. It's just a risky game to play. Of course, Olza does have sliver of mana, and that Emerald Communion is rotating back up. That's very important. He's just going to use it immediately to play catch-up, get some mana in the tank, and allow his team to continue to make a push. But they've just been so far on the back foot. But this game can change in a moment's notice. The Fury Warrior as well as the Retribution Paladin have a ton of burst damage, and they still have the Divine Shield and the Blessing of Spell Warding. So even though it's looking dicey, McWeedy can go immune. As long as they trade the cooldowns, we'll use the Divine Shield, and of course still does have that Magic Bop, and now it's actually going to be Smite taking the brunt of the pressure.
Dragon Rage Incarn active here for Buff Mistweaver. They're looking to close out the match. Olas is feeling so much pressure. The Magic Bop gets traded out. Sleepwalk onto Bank. Smite now looking for his next target. It's going to be McWeedy. McWeedy looking for the Hodge, though, onto Bank. Smite's caught up in some trouble here. He uses the time stop, but he gets caught up in a storm ball. He might just go down. Do they have the Life Cocoon? They don't have anything to trade for Smite. He's going to be raw healing Olas at the same time, though, taking so much damage there from Cassidy. Cassidy trying to close it out, but Olas holding on. Now get caught up in a full main stun. Nice defense there on that stun from McWeedy, but still a lot of trouble. Might pin down one final stand from the Arms Warrior, but McWeedy might just fall right now. The laser beams are zapping away. McWeedy trying to stay alive. He's trying to play. What can he do here to actually get away from this pressure? It doesn't look like it. They land one stun. Can they turn it around? Smite is so low. Bank has almost no mana left as well. Ola's coming out of that Cyclone. It's not going to be enough. McWeedy and CLEAVEPILLED will fall. Buff Mistweaver taking this 1-1 now.
Are you kidding me? I mean, that's actually insane. Buff Mistweaver, close call after close call, but I will say for the majority of the game, it felt like they did have the pressure. Both Smite and Cassidy were able to put out devastating amounts of damage. However, like moments like this, it was a close call. Like moments like this, that was a little too close for comfort. Getting stuck behind the pillar, getting stunned into a spear. That's not the spot you really want to be in. McWeedy barely holding on. Olza doing what he can, literally pulling off miracles here with no mana, trying to just throw in Disintegrates to recover some mana, and inevitably just runs out of gas. The full Cyclone is enough to close out the game, but that was close. And I feel like Vorus will get off Fury. Like, I think if we see this matchup again, the only difference, we'll see Vorus go to the Colossus Arms Warrior. It seems to me it's a little bit burstier and also a little bit tankier than the Fury Warrior. And overall, he's able to just do a lot more damage and kind of keep his team in the fight. So I would expect to see that change going into the next game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even with the arms war, this game was actually really close. It looked like Buff Mistweaver were in the driver's seat basically the entire time. But towards the end, there was a lot of shaky moments, like this one right here, where Smite got stunned and then pinned behind the pillar, far away from the rest of his team. That was a really, really brutal moment. But he managed to survive that one. And they managed to kind of run the clock down. But it was close. Oles did so much healing, 1 billion healing in this game before he finally went
1 billion. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think we're going all the way. I think this is going to be a Game 5 series. I think we're going to see Hook Point come through. And when that happens, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Buff Mistweaver.
Yeah, they get to just keep going to the small maps, right? Ruins of Lordaeron. Yep, so maybe not Hook Point, but they got Ruins of Lordaeron. Now, a Buff Mistweaver, they respond. They say, you know what, we're going... They can't... Basically, I feel like they can't play the Voidweaver. I don't think that's going to work for them. So, no more Voidweaver in the series. CLEAVEPILLED. My big question is, are they bringing in the Arms Warrior once again, or are they feeling confident with the Fury? It looks like they like the matchup. They just want it on the smaller map. So, let's see what they can do. If they can stay on target a little bit easier. And yeah, it is going to be Ruins.
Yeah, Ruins is going to be very deadly. But I feel like at the same time, in a swing match, if you are Buff Mistweaver, this is not too bad of a map for you. There's still like decent amount of room to kind of run around. And for Smite, he's also going to be able to deal a lot of damage. Like, sure, he's going to be taking a lot of damage from this cleave, but once their cooldowns kind of fade, and he's got his Dragon Rage up, and he's got his Deep Breath, and he's got his damage, he's going to be able to potentially just hit all 3 members. And I think that's a really big thing for Buff Mistweaver, is just triple cleaving. Like, if Cassidy can get bleeds on all 3 members, and they can kind of triple cleave, and then land some low Cyclones like we saw in that last game, I think that's going to be key here for Buff Mistweaver to actually take the swing match. And if they do, I think that's going to be really, really big for the rest of the series. Because like you mentioned, I think we're going all the way to our Game 5 here. I think both of these teams definitely have what it takes to win.
I would agree with that. I just want to see big hammers. I want to see McWeedy. I want to see some big Templar hammers, because, I mean, if those things crit and all the modifiers line up, it could be explosive. He's actually going back to Herald of the Sun, so switching up his specialization, opting to just play that more consistent damage build to see how that works out for him. Dragon Rage gets popped immediately. Smite getting super aggressive. Avor is just going to fear it up. Intimidating Shout defensive, and they're going to make swaps on the healer. Bank's in trouble. He trades out all the revival. Is it going to be enough? Bank super low on health. I really like that all-in strategy from this Cleave team. They go for the tip the scales fire breath. But Bank honestly plays it pretty calm, cool, and collected. Just the revival, the restoral to stay alive, and gets away with really minimal damage.
Yeah, I really like that. Just fear Smite on his cooldowns, go after the healer. And if they can make a couple of more swaps like that, that could definitely be what takes this game into CLEAVEPILLED's favor. But now they're CCing Bank. They're going after Cassidy a little bit. Cassidy dropping low. Nice maim stun onto Warriors. Cassidy playing a little bit of defense here. Ola is looking for the Sleepwalk. Gets interrupted by the Deep Breath. Smite looking to lob out some damage. Nice Cyclone here onto McWeedy, down to 50% HP. Oleza getting absolutely blasted there in the backline as well. Now they're going back onto Smite on the side of CLEAVEPILLED. Here comes the Shockwave stun. Nice disarm, though, onto Warriors. Oleza still sitting through that Cyclone. McWeedy could be in trouble, and they get the re-follow up. It doesn't look like it. Cassidy looking for a Cyclone onto the Warrior now. Cassidy is playing phenomenally right now. He's cycloned up the entire team, making sure that there's always one player not playing the game on the side of CLEAVEPILLED. Bank now sitting through a Sleepwalk. But look at that beautiful Cyclone. And he cycloned McWeedy's Trinket as well. Cassidy is just MVP right now. Oh my god, McWeedy almost going down. Had to use his lay on hands there due to the Cyclones coming out from Cassidy.
Yeah, Vor is on target. He gets rake stunned into a full Cyclone. Cassidy with full control of the match, slowing down the game and just allowing his team to stay in it. Smite going for a big deep breath, hitting multiple members. Big disintegrates coming in, but the hammer slows him down. And now Smite is in trouble to sleepwalk on Bank. What is he going to do? He uses the Blazing Barrier in order to survive. Smite will stay in the fight. The CLEAVEPILLED once again. They're just going to be going after Smite, trying to limit these disintegrate casts. Vor is putting out a ton of damage. Mana, once again, in favor of buff Mistweaver Monk, though. So good control of the match, a good mana lead, but can never count CLEAVEPILLED out of this match. Smite is still under fire, but McWeedy might have to trade out the Divine Shield. Smite pops the Dragon Rage. There's a lot of offensive cooldowns being paired with the Incarnation. So buff Mistweaver, their damage is sky high at this moment, but Boris just does not care. He is just chopping them up.
God!
Smite goes down to 10% health, and that's going to be the Will's Forsaken Life Cocoon. I can't believe what the Sphere Warrior is able to do.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see, though. During your Incarnation, during your... Oh, my God, McWeedy almost going down there. Had to use his bubble. He's actually playing the Repentance as well, so looking for some cheeky Repentances there, but Smite dropping to half HP. Has to keep fighting here. The cleave is absolutely unrelenting. Smite, good positioning here, just going back and forth. Bank stuck in a Hammer of Justice, though. They don't have anything. There's the Repentance. Bank,
Nice.
What are you going to do? He's got a trinket for it, but doesn't look like he wants to trade it just yet. Beautiful defensive Cyclone coming out once again from Cassidy. Cassidy has been the man of the match right now on the side of buff Mistweaver. If they can keep up the pressure a little bit longer, I think they can take down McWeedy. Doesn't have too mmany more cooldowns to work with. And Smite at the same time, getting absolutely blasted. And he will go down. Bank stuck in that sleepwalk. Had to trade out his Will of the Forsaken earlier. And I assume he didn't have his trinket here. That was actually a really... I didn't see when he used that Will of the Forsaken because I looked about 30 seconds ago or a minute ago, and he didn't have it, or he had it still. But yeah, nice CC chain from CLEAVEPILLED.
And now they're up 2-1, doing this nice all-in strategy at the beginning of the game. Ulza, I mean, I think he was kind of the man of the hour there at the end of that match. He manages to land the full Quell, so he interrupts Bank and then gets the full Sleepwalk out of that. So it's a really extended period of time where Bank really doesn't have that much healing out on Smite, and they're able to get the win. But it was a close call after close call. You can see McWeedy there just traded out his Lay on Hands. This is, I think, where they make that final push. You can see Banky gets interrupted by the Evoker into a Sleepwalk. And I think the Sleepwalk, I don't think Bank really sat the Sleepwalk. I think he just died pretty much in the interrupt, and it was like half a second of Sleepwalk when he ended up falling over. So it really was the interrupt that put him over the edge.
Yeah, that's a shame because I think he had the Restoral at the end there. So this definitely was looking like buff Mistweaver was going to take this one. But yeah, that healer outplay from Oleza. And he made some fantastic plays last weekend too. Oleza had a beautiful couple of knocks in that last weekend as well. I think it was against Under Pressure. And yeah, you can see, yeah, that was the interrupt into the Sleepwalk. And like you mentioned, it was just 1 second of Sleepwalk. It was mostly the interrupt doing all of the work there. So unfortunate, but that is one of the weaknesses of the ranged Mistweaver, right? You do have those moments where you actually have to cast, and you're susceptible to being interrupted. And when that happens, you know, especially against CLEAVEPILLED, you can just get absolutely one-shot.
I play a lot of Mistweaver Monk, like a lot of Mistweaver Monk, and one of my least favorite things in the game to fight is an Evoker. Like when I fight a Prez Evoker who's really good at interrupting and sleepwalking, it's super annoying to deal with because, yeah, you're just having to worry about an extra crowd control on you the entire game. I also like the fact that McWeedy was actually playing the Repentance because it kind of soaks up interrupts. Even if he's not landing them, if he's, you know, forcing Smite, Cassidy, and Bank to worry about it the entire game, it just opens up more windows of opportunity for Ulza. So I want to continue to see that line of play. Vor is actually going back to the Arms Warrior, so trying to slow it down. And that's the main thing, is like the Arms Warrior, what we saw last week was Vorez playing the Duel. So Duel is basically he can mark a target, and that target does 50% less damage to anybody except him. So if Smite wants to get aggressive on a McWeedy, dueled, 50% less damage. It's very effective. The nice thing about Colossus Arms Warrior is you are one of the most durable specializations in the game. You have a lot of passive damage reduction, so going after the Warrior is it's awkward, right? It's like you want to go after the Warrior because he's just dueling all your damage on everyone else, but if you go after the Warrior, he's not really taking that much damage. So I think CLEAVEPILLED, I do like this answer for them on this big map.
Yeah, let's see if the big map can carry it. Here in Domain, definitely going to be a nice one here. But I honestly don't think it looked that bad for buff Mistweaver in that last game. Now, the question is, how many games can Cassidy perform to that level? Because I think Cassidy was playing so well in that last game. constantly hitting the double stuns with the Incarnation, constantly getting Cyclones. Basically, the entire first half of that game, there was a player in Cyclone always. It was the healer, they get pressure on McWeedy, then they Cyclone McWeedy low, they go after the healer, and they Cyclone the Warrior to reduce the pressure that he's bringing. Cassidy was just fake casting a lot of interrupts and getting a lot of value out of his Cyclone. And I think that's what it's going to take. If Buff Mistweaver can win this game right here and bring us to a game 5, it would be a very, very nice start to the weekend. And we'll see if they can make that happen. Right now, the gates are open. Oleza caught up in a stun. They're going after Cassidy here. Smite is going to be popping his Dragon Rage immediately. Doesn't want to get feared on it like he did last game. He's actually going to be the target this time around, taking a Stormbolt to the face, but Cassidy's there, backing him up with a nice stun onto McWeedy. Oleza getting a nice sleepwalk there onto Bank. Cassidy dropping quite low, had to trade out his Trinket and Barkskin already. Still has the renewal though, so he shouldn't be in too much danger, but he does get interrupted there. Nice quell on that Cyclone. You don't want Cassidy to kind of roam freely with those Cyclones like he did in that last game.
Yep, Smite under fire is going to hover away, continue to channel out the Disintegrates. Wolsey getting low. Big triple stun here by Smite. It's a lot of damage. McWeedy is just continuing to push the pace. Going to pop that Shield of Vengeance and stay on target. He's not too worried about it. Here, still going after Smite. Hammer of Justice lands. Smite! That's going to be the time stop there. I think they overlapped it with the Revival, so I don't think he actually got the Revival heal in that moment. I could be wrong, but I didn't see his health really go up there, and if that did happen, that's super unfortunate. Looks like they will recover, though, either way. CLEAVEPILLED still lead the series 2-1, but their health is just so unstable, and McWeedy is forced to trade out the lay on hands. It's a beautiful push here by Cassidy, and Vorus might just go down. Oh, no! An absolute nightmare. Oh, is that what's going on?
Yeah, I think Warriors just stopped moving, so this is pretty brutal here for CLEAVEPILLED. And yeah, I mean, they're just going to... If you're playing against a DC'd player, you always go on the guy who DC'd because he can't use his defensives. A lot of time, teams, they like to go on the healer. They like to go on the other players. And that buys a lot of time for Warriors to get back into it in this moment. But Buff Mistweaver, they're not going to make that mistake. And sadly, the players are encouraged to just play it out if there is a disconnect. We don't do a remake unless it happens before the gates are open. Once the gates have opened, cooldowns have been traded, mana has been used, one team has the advantage. It's kind of impossible to replicate the game. So it's very, very unfortunate here for CLEAVEPILLED. But yeah, Buff Mistweaver are going to just take a quick one there.
I will say, like, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, I mean, that's the map pick for Buff Mistweaver. Like, you would expect them to almost win that game just based off the matchup. So at least we're going to a small map. You know, if Warriors comes back, we're going to be going to a small map, which is nice. We'll play Dalaran Sewers or something like that. So we'll see what they end up doing in the blind pick. But we all kind of thought this game was going to go to a game 5. Unfortunately, the disconnect did happen. But yeah, such is life.
Yeah,
they could bring it back.
Well, I guess at least it happened. Yeah, like you said, on Buff Mistweaver's map pick, and not in that last game.
Not in game 5, yeah.
Yeah, and also not in game 5. So I guess that's something. But yeah, I'm assuming now there's going to be a little bit of a delay here for CLEAVEPILLED as they try to get their player back on. So yeah, I can maybe expect a little bit of a delay before we see that next map pick being played. But so far, this is actually exactly what happened last weekend. I mean, minus the DC, right? It went to game 5 as well, I think, last week in this series.
According to Aya's prediction, I think that is a correct statement. So back and forth between these two teams. The only thing I don't like about what happened is we don't really know. Do we like the Arms Warrior more? Like, they got no information. It's like they swapped off Slayer to Arms and didn't really get a chance to prove it one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Like, the duel, it sounds powerful, but at the same time, I feel like that extends the match. And I think that they need to actually close out the match because I think that in a longer game, it's always going to go in favor of Buff Mistweaver. They just seem to have kind of the overall damage over CLEAVEPILLED. They just seem to be doing a lot more damage, hitting 3 different targets where CLEAVEPILLED is more concentrated on trying to burst down that one target. So sure, it can help you survive those cooldown windows, but at the same time, I feel like most of their wins are coming off of, like an interrupt into a sleepwalk or a sleepwalk repentance, a hammer of justice, that kind of jazz. So I think for CLEAVEPILLED, it's more about setups in this matchup and less so about just trying to extend it.
Yeah, and I feel like even just looking at details during the games, it can be really deceiving, especially during the Fury Warrior games, because the one thing about Fury Warrior, which is really interesting, it's one of the only specializations in the game that basically does no pad. So you're looking at it, it looks like the damage is low, but it's doing all single target damage. Whoever it is on is taking a significant amount of damage. So, you know, that's why sometimes like details can be very deceiving when just looking at it, and you have to look at the end of the, you know. I always like to look when I'm looking at like damage done at who did the most damage to their main target, you know, because I do think cleave damage is important and overall damage is important, but if you're mostly focusing one target, whoever did the most to their main target is normally a good indicator of, you know, who's winning the game. So we'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, details can be deceiving. That's the moral of the story.
Moral of the story. Well, hopefully that's not an issue in Midnight. But yeah, no, I like to look at the healer mana. Like whoever had mana when the game, whoever runs out of mana first, and actually loses to that, is also a pretty good indicator. So Buff Mistweaver is using a pause timer while they get back together as well. So yeah, I guess both teams may be using their delays here.
Decent opportunity to look at some transmogs too. I mean, just
yeah.
Is any transmogs?
Yeah, I think we might have some issues with the transmogs. That's my favorite thing. You know what I'm looking forward to actually? Midnight. If we could
Midnight, because I think I know what you're saying.
Dude, if we could get these players to build some houses and we can rate their houses as well, that would be something. Or maybe if we could get like viewer submissions and rate by midnight, by the way. Epic edition right now. Look at all the stuff that you can get at midnight.blizzard.com. 30 days of game time. You get all these cool mounts, free level 80 character
That's
boost.
Nice,
you get
80,
yeah. What would you use your boost on, man?
Well, I already used my boost, so I can.
Oh, you already got the Epic edition?
Yeah, of course. Like, are you kidding me? I bought it the second it was available. I wanted the transmogs. I wanted the boost. Oh, there we go. Bank, I feel like always has solid mogs. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
This is a good trap. The only thing I don't like about this mog is, even though that helmet is beautiful, I think it's a bit overused. However,
I knew you were gonna say that.
However, I really like the red eyes matched with the crown. I feel like that's a nice touch.
Oh yeah, the red eyes and the crown, and also the weapon. But something about this mog doesn't scream healer to me. You know, like if this is my healer looks like that, I'm thinking this guy is just gonna forget to heal me and just do a bunch of damage, and that's basically how I play healer as well. I just like to, play Disc Priest and just go in and just spam damage. And yeah, I just tell my team at the start of the game, hey guys, use your defensives first because I'm not healing anyone. But yeah, obviously Bank's a little bit more successful doing that. Very known for his fist weaving. But yeah, it's a solid mog. I would give it a 7 out of 10. It's a 7.2 out of 10 actually.
I'd give it higher than that. I think that's
higher.
Yeah, for sure.
You're generous, bro.
Yeah, undeads look cool. One thing that was interesting to me about his build when we were looking at the stats is he's playing a lot of crit. Now, I think Mistweaver monks have something. I should know this considering I play a lot. You get a lot more manatee with crit. So I think what a lot of Mistweaver monks are doing is they're dropping some of their haste, because mastery, if I'm just being honest, and I will be, is not very good for Mistweaver monks. It's pretty bad. So they opt into a lot of versatility, a lot of haste, and now a lot of crit, just so they can get more manatee, and it gives them a little bit of longevity in the game. So that's a really interesting thing we're seeing some Mistweaver monks pull out. Yeah,
that's very interesting. All right, so we got our game. We got our game 5. We kind of knew this series was going to go to distance. CLEAVEPILLED versus Buff Mistweaver. This is going to be played out on hook point, saving the best for last. I am worried about Buff Mistweaver in this position. This is going to be a really, really tough game here for them, but they're going to lead the charge here already. Cassidy caught up in a fear. They're going after Smite, and I really like that they're mixing it up, They like to use that fear early on. Sometimes they use it onto the Dev Evoker and go after the healer. Sometimes they go after the Feral Druid. Sometimes they fear the Feral Druid. They definitely keep their opponents guessing, but McWeedy right now taking a decent chunk of damage. Ola's Actually was about to get stunned into a Cyclone there, but Cassidy did get interrupted. Might still just absolutely blasting right now, doing so much work. But Ola's with a nice Dream Breath should be able to keep his team alive. Nice Deep Breath there onto Smite as well. Ring of Peace coming out there to protect Smite in that position. Bank caught up in CC. Smite, what are you going to do? Nice rescue there to get behind the pillar and get a shield. Time Stop is going to be traded here for Smite. He's going to cancel it early and then come out with a big deep breath. And here comes the damage. Bank is still in crowd control, and his team is just winning the game 2v3. Ola's up into 20% HP. Had to use the rewind and got Cycloned on it. McWeedy now as well under heavy fire. Cassidy looking for the Cyclone. Not able to find it there. Good push, though, from Buff Mistweaver.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a back and forth game. McWeedy trades out the Lay on Hands. Can they stay on target? Full Cyclone here onto McWeedy now. Maim's down on Olza. Beautiful setup. Cassidy, once again, just getting the stuns on the right target, getting the clones on the right target, doing an excellent job on that Feral Druid so far, controlling up the match, and that's exactly what you want so you can get this damage. I mean, this is a nightmare. Olza gets Cycloned on his Trinket. Oh no, if they get the Divine Shield too, that would be absolutely devastating. So far, Buff Mistweaver Monk, they might be able to change history here in this Game 5, get it to go their way. Last week, that's not what happened. Let's see if they can hold on and continue this pressure and actually win against CLEAVEPILLED. Let's see what McWeedy can do. He gets interrupted there. Skull Bash on Olza too. So all the interrupts are out of the way, and a full Sleepwalk finally lands. Great opportunity here for CLEAVEPILLED to get aggressive.
Yeah, but look at Smite already, just kiting around that pillar, doing a great job. And a lot of that is because of that Ursul's Vortex. And now they're going to have to go to Cassidy. He's just going to trade out the Barkskin and be completely fine. They want them to go onto Cassidy on the side of Buff Mistweaver. Here comes the leg sweep though onto Warriors. He's taking a lot of damage. Smite is loading up. Huge pressure onto McWeedy and Warriors. But now finally a Stormbolt connecting here onto Smite. Big damage from both sides on the squads here in game number 5 as they look to battle it out. McWeedy, though, could be in big trouble. Can they get the recycle? They had to hodge Cassidy right there just to interrupt that Cyclone to save that bubble. Now they won't have that available for Bank, so Bank is going to be able to breathe a little bit easier there. Ola's now, though, caught up in a stun, and they find the Cyclone. It doesn't look like it. Nice cleanse there coming out from McWeedy onto his healer, but Ola's still taking a lot of pressure. Nice low Cyclone there as they continue the pressure onto the Warrior. Cassidy really wants this win, and they go after Ola's as well. McWeedy in bubble, in execute range. He might just have to send it here. Can he hold on? He's trying to
Greedy.
He has to. Oh my God, that was so greedy. But now finally a Hammer of Justice onto Bank. Repentance out of that bubble. But once again, Olas is in a Cyclone. McWeedy not able to make it to his target. Warriors still flailing behind. Cassidy just trading out the Barkskin once again. Kick on the Searing Glare. Beautiful push here from Buff Mistweaver. They get the hit and they get the run as well. Buff Mistweaver is under a little bit of pressure because Bank was interrupted there, but it looks like they should be able to recover. They still have the Life Cocoon, and Restoral is rotating back up, but Cassidy could be in trouble right now, Van.
Oh, he might just die. He might just die. Trinket Life Cocoon or Will of Forsaken Life Cocoon comes in. Cassidy's low, but McWeedy is lower and it might just get dropped. Buff Mistweaver looking for a potential triple kill. That is going to be the blessing of Spell Ward and keeping McWeedy alive, but that does not make him immune to Cassidy. And Cassidy closes it out. I think Bank was there too for a potential touch of death. Beautifully done by Buff Mistweaver. They're the first team this weekend to change history. We got a little bit of a change here. Buff Mistweaver, they're going to be advancing.
I really, really like what I saw here from Buff Mistweavers. I mean, they came in clutch when it really mattered. Cassidy, at some point, again, man, he was just playing out of his mind, landing cyclones. At some point, they had to Hammer of Justice, the Feral Druid, just to stop him from cycloning because they had no more interrupts available. And you can see it even here on the replay. They have to use Shockwave on Cassidy. They have to use all of these other things on Cassidy, which is not really how you want to play out the match. You want to stun Cassidy when you have something on to Bank and force a cooldown with it, or you want to use that Hammer of Justice onto Bank so you can, get a CC chain and actually build up pressure. And you can see it here right after that Life Cocoon was traded out, and they finally got some nice Cyclones again. And that Touch of Death, I think, was the final nail in the coffin here. I could see it once again here on the replay. And Cassidy, man, just phenomenal play, but also Smite, great kiting. You can see it here. McWeedy getting cycloned. Every one of these replays, Ola's in a paralysis. Trinket's out of the paralysis. Boom. Cyclone on his trinket. And then they're going after McWeedy. He's got the magic bop active. But Cassidy says, you know what? I am a cat. I don't care about that. And Bank is there as well to finish the job. Oh, Buff Mistweaver going to, like you said, change history here. Kind of learn from their lessons last week. Despite playing that Discipline Priest one game. They kind of have revealed, though, that they're not a one-trick team with only Mistweavers now. They kind of have revealed one of their secrets already very early on.
Yes. They lost pretty bad.
Why are you laughing?
Because it's like, it didn't
I guess
seem
they
that
can log in on
threatening.
Disc Priest. I guess they can log Disc Priest and lose, so we know that now as well.
But it could be good against the non-cleave teams, you know, so I will give them that. It's just funny.
Ooh, all right. Well, first match of the day, 3-2 buff Mistweaver. Wait, was I right?
Yeah.
Was I okay? Okay, yay!
Oh, you
yay.
were wrong.
Yay! All right, it worked for one game. All right, it's
No, it
my
didn't
redemption time. Oh, it
Yeah,
didn't
but-
work. No, I was the opposite.
Yeah.
No. Oh, I was so close. Oh,
Nico got your
man.
hopes up. He was right.
I know. Okay, all right. Well, Super T's and Zico, whatever. You know what?
Oh, this
Yes.
is the beginning of the end for me. This is the oh no. The same timeline, but it's gonna be offset with predictions. This is a nightmare.
I like this timeline.
Yep. Yeah, I do not so far. All
No,
right. Well,
According to
Go
one
ahead,
of my
go ahead.
scouts, McWeedy was actually missing a leg enchant in that series, allegedly.
just one.
Could that be the difference? Yeah, it looks
don't
like
know.
he didn't have it. That's right.
So it's last weekend. We also Nask didn't have. He had the wrong daggers. This is very
this be a
important to all
lesson.
the competitors. Yeah, go ahead.
This is
Man.
something I learned back in 2008 when I was a young boy competing.
All right,
Check your
I'm ready for the
teammates'
copium.
gear. Okay, if you're on a team, check the gear. Everybody, you know what I mean? This is a team game. Make sure you're keeping your teammates accountable. Check their gear. You don't want to have last season's weapons on. It's real awkward.
And check their mog too, because you don't want to play with ugly teammates.
No, that's probably the most important advice. That's the true final end game. That's the real reason to be on a tournament realm. You know, you get all the mog, you get all the daggers, you get all the enchants. But yeah. All right. We're
Oh,
taking
that's a
look at
beautiful
Cassidy's.
mog.
Yeah, that looks good. He looks like
I
he's
love
ready to
that.
go catch some jellyfish.
It looks like he's gonna go to the forest and pick mushrooms.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna go do some delves. Go be a mole person. All right. Well, that was an incredible series, and unfortunately, that is the end of the road for CLEAVEPILLED. And we've got this next up series coming up here. It is another lower bracket series. It's Full Smart versus YOLO Inc. Then.
Full Smart versus YOLO Inc. So YOLO Inc. This is an interesting one because I think we're actually going to be seeing Gelu. We saw him in the open bracket. He was playing that Fire Mage, and that gives this team some flexibility, right? I think that's why he's there. They can play the Priest, Rogue, Warlock, which we saw do extremely well, and also the Fire Mage. So we'll see what they decide to run here against YOLO Inc. They could just play the Affliction, Warlock, Assassination Rogue once again. For Full Smart, that was really difficult for them to deal with. It was a lot of healer swaps. We saw Kankito really tested in the game, so we'll see what they end up doing. But this should be I think these are going to be some pretty quick games.
A quick series or quick games?
Could be a best of 5, or it is a best of 5. Could be game 5, but I think the games are going to be like 2-3 minutes. I think is what I'm going with.
Okay, things you like to see. Yeah, I'm looking at my predictions, and yeah, it was a game 5 last week, so we will see if that happens again. I need some wins, man. I'm so far down at the bottom. I'm just widening that gap. It's starting to get embarrassing, but hopefully they won't do me wrong this time. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it is Full Smart versus YOLO Inc. in the lower bracket coming up next.
The light flickers, and in its trembling glow, you still cling to hope. How quaint. The shadow is closing in. It hungers to devour everything. Our home, our kin, our hope. We cannot succumb to fear. We must not falter. There will be no victory without suffering. No survival without sacrifice.
You feel it, don't you? The call of the void, that devouring host, with no mercy, no equal. Come, little lights, and be extinguished.
The darkest night falls upon us. But if we stand together, the dawn will come. I call upon you now, champions of the light, defenders of Azeroth. Summon your strength, steel your hearts, because today, we fight!
Hello, welcome back. We are in the lower bracket. Still, if you're just now tuning in, we just saw Buff Mistweaver versus CLEAVEPILLED. It was Buff Mistweaver that ended up winning that one, and CLEAVEPILLED is knocked out. Now we've got another elimination series on our hands. David, it is Full Smart versus YOLO Inc. Oh no, oh no. vMix on the browser? Go ahead, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, this
Throwing the
series,
question to you.
this series, I leaned into YOLO Inc. last week, and they kind of let me down, but I feel like they're improving a lot more based on their performance in the open bracket. So YOLO Inc. are looking like YOLO Inc. are looking like a star. Full Smart, I'm just worried about what their identity is, because Tony initially was coming in on basically not Feral Druid, like anything but Feral Druid. He was on a Ret for a bit, he was on a DK for a bit, and it felt like they were kind of just trying to chase the meta, and in reality, Jungle looked like it could get some decent performance. So we saw them switching back to it a little bit later. So I'm wondering where they've decided to land as far as this tournament is concerned. Are they going to be airing into chasing the meta or just playing into their strengths?
Yeah, kind of a bit of a toss-up also when it comes to Tony and Casu. You never really know what those two are going to do, D-Machine, or what they have in store for us.
Yeah, but I want to see the bread and butter jungle. I want to see it again. I think that they're still so good at it, and we've seen that composition in particular just kind of change their strategies and make new things happen. But honestly, when looking on the side of YOLO Inc., they need to make something happen this tournament. Like, we are in Cup 2, which means that there's only one more opportunity to earn points, and they got knocked out immediately last time. They need to be getting those points. They do not want to be looking at tiebreakers. They do not want to be looking at possibly not even making it to the gauntlet. So I'm curious to see how they're going to adapt. And honestly, it looks like a lot of people are still betting on Full Smart. I think that's a safe bet. However, I did not predict that personally. Foreshadowing.
Ooh. Okay. All right. Well, we're seeing Full Smart 57%. D-Machine, what was your prediction then?
I think YOLO Inc. is going to step up. This is their kind of their mom's spaghetti moment to get in there and get some points. I think that they're going to make some changes. They kind of went back and forth against Full Smart last tournament. They locked in just the Assassination Rogue Warlock composition. Going into this cup, we saw some Outlaw changes. I would love to see an Outlaw Rogue. I think an Outlaw Rogue would make all the difference. But I think it's kind of a YOLO Inc. series to win. It's kind of their all or nothing moment right here. So I said 3-2. I think it's still going to be close.
Okay. All right. Super Tease, what about you?
Old D-Machine. So far I've been right today, so maybe I'm not cursed anymore, but my prediction is perfectly in alignment with yours here. I think that this is YOLO Inc.'s come up, basically, here in Cup number 2. I feel like they were just maybe getting over like first tournament jitters, right? They're a completely new roster forming together, got to get over the little jitters that go on. The fact that they looked so comfortable against Echo in the open bracket and actually took a game off them and got very close makes me think that they're going to be playing a lot better than the previous week. So I'm still leaning in favor of them as well.
Okay. All right. I am still doing my bit. I'm still doing exactly what happened last week, and I'm going to see how it goes. So I'm the opposite of you guys. I'm 3-2 in favor of Full Smart here, but I do think you guys make a really good case. I think, a lot of adaptations have happened during the week that hopefully we'll see YOLO step up to the plate for. Regardless, though, I do feel like it's going to go to a Game 5. Ven thinks it's going to be 3-1 YOLO Inc. So we're kind of split on the desk here. Zico, I'm going to call him out here. He's not here to defend himself, so sorry, bud. But he changed his prediction last minute, so it's interesting. I wonder how he's feeling about it now that he's seeing everybody's prediction, because I'm the only one that's in agreement with him, and I'm going off of literally just nothing.
Twitch chat's agreeing with him.
Twitch chat is agreeing with him, too. So, yeah, very, very curious to see how this goes. 66% Full Smart versus YOLO Inc.'s 34%. What about the coin, though? That's the true test. I don't know what the coin is at for this series, but I mean, either way, these teams know what they are stacked up against. Sounds like the coin is on the side of Full Smart, so we got the coin on our side at the very least. But like I said, these teams are facing elimination. Like David said, these teams need those points as well. By the end of the week, we're going to be 2/3 of the way for their opportunity to get into the spot that they want to be. Is it going to be top 3? Is it going to be 4th through 8th to make it into the gauntlet? Time can only tell, but it is game number 1 here. These teams are facing elimination. It's Full Smart versus YOLO Inc. Super Tees.
All right, game number 1, Elimination Series. Casu embracing the High Mountain meta. Tony is going to be running in on the Feral Druid, and Casu has switched his hero talent. So there were nerfs to the Dark Ranger for marksmanship, so all of them have now switched over to Sentinel, and it can still blast almost as equally hard as Dark Ranger. So I'm very curious to see what Casu could do here. He already snipes a Freezing Trap. Gelu is actually coming out of the gate first game as well. I wonder if he was anticipating a Ret Paladin, because Arcane Mage into jungle can be very challenging.
Yeah, that's a super good point. But also, we see an Outlaw Rogue, and I love to see that. So YOLO Inc. Making quite a few adaptions here into the next series. The rematch, if you will. Kidney shot on a Kenkido, no follow-up just yet. Actually, they're actually doing damage into Kenkido. Gelu Baba is one of those mages that has been around the block quite a few times. He knows what he's doing on that mage, so I know that he can make magic happen, no pun intended, on the Arcane Mage, even if it's against a team like Full Smart's Jungle. Casso is taking just so much pressure constantly, and they're actually not chasing the Arcane Mage. I feel like that might be a misplay. The cheap shots just keep following it up, but Casso, he's just positioning himself in the middle of the map. A-OK, no CC to follow it up just yet onto his dragon, but the cheap shot does land, the fear does land as well, but this is incarnation from Tony. He's trying to get aggressive, but he gets caught into a cheap shot of his own. Oh, and he's dipping lower and lower. He's in danger zone. He's still in cat form. He's going to be A-OK through this Emerald Communion, but that's another cooldown off the leaderboard.
Nice freezing trap. Pain suppression was active. May not be enough. Gelu is stunned with Alter Time. He really wants to get to it, but he might get Fire Breath Purge. It's big damage! And Gelu drops. Full Smart go full ham in game number 1. Closing it out 1 minute and 30 seconds in, and being an Arcane Mage against that jungle is a very threatening position to be in, but at the same time, Preservation Evokers are typically very weak to Rogue Mage, so this is actually Full Smart by Full Smart to pair the Feral and the Hunter, which counter the Mage, with the Prez Evoker that's typically countered by the Mage, so they can kind of shore up their weaknesses with that composition. So this is very heads up by them. I think the swap over to Sentinel definitely paid off, and they really thought they'd be safe there with pain suppression, because we'll see that in a moment here when
and
they get
the Alter Time too. Just too much greed. No, you know, I thought Gelu Baba was gonna make magic happen, but I didn't think he was gonna disappear. That was crazy. Look at the health bar.
You were expecting rabbits out of the hat, and instead just he's gone.
He just
He's
left backstage,
He's Houdini.
bro. Yeah.
He disappeared. It's over.
I mean,
for
look
him
at the
here.
pressure too. There was like some spooky moments that they had even early on. This is insane. Elliot said that there was going to be some quick games, but down goes Gelu Baba. I don't think any of us were guessing this.
He's running a high mountain tour, and he's probably stacking Versa as well. I think these games are going to be pretty quick. 10 minutes ago, Venruki. Down goes Gelu Baba here. Look at that Fire Breath. Kankito's the main DPS right there. Cassie's just sitting in a kidney shot that whole time. Like, everything worked against them. Gelu Baba's analyzing this. He premiere images. Or this is earlier on. We have to wait till we get to the kill. Get to the kill moment again. I swear, he's looking at it like, I have pain suppression. I altered. My rogue stunned the hunter. I should be fine. That's what he's doing. That's what he's assessing in that situation. So right here, he's like, he's like, okay, what's gonna happen? Gouge on Feral, Kidney on Hunter. I should be good. Kankito's like, no, you're not, bro. Fire Breath and just comes in and one taps him right at the last second.
Holy
so
dude, he got a killing blow. I wonder what was on him. The big Fire Breath.
We have the damage breakdown for like that. Yeah, this part of this. There he is. Look at Kankito. He's like, you CC'd my partners. I don't need them. 3 million damage there. 4 million, 4.5 million, just squeezed in at the last second by him. Close to it.
Respect. I love me a good aggressive healer.
He's thinking he's fine because his like Nask gives him perfect peels. Pharaoh's in a gouge. Hunter's in kidney. No one's trinketing. Should be good to sit it. Absolutely not. So
wait, is this draft done already? Okay, you know what? Respect to YOLO Inc. for not, overreacting to a loss like that. We've all died without bubbling, right, Sid? Like, it happens. You just gotta keep your head in it and continue to just queue up. Respect to YOLO Inc. for not, there's no data to really take away from there. You just needed a defensive cooldown to be used. Needed to respect the dragon.
If not all
damage.
3 players are CC'd, use cooldown. Any one of them can kill you, so be prepared to make a trade. We haven't seen them play this composition. I feel like Nask also has been playing mostly Assassination, so I do wonder how comfortable they are with this composition, especially versus such a bursty comp with the Preservation Evoker and the Marksmanship Hunter paired together. But they're locking in the same thing right away. Just walk it off first game. Let's see what they can do in game number 2. Gates are about to open. Obviously, Nask would like to get a sap, but it's really tough because the Hunter and the Feral are in stealth, so he kind of has to just wait and dodge them, pulling them out of stealth here. They're just going to open up right away on the Mage. He's playing Blink Stun. Blinks to the pillar, but Kankito, look at Kankito. He's just so cheeky, just chasing him down. They're going Casu, though, this time. They're not going after the healer, and it's because they see him pre-wall, so he's got that Obsidian Scales and Renewing Blaze, so they're going to go Hunter. They bait cooldowns from Kankito. They go Hunter. They fear Kankito. Decent start so far. if they can get like a survival of the fittest here, but aim shots are being lined up by Casu. Polymorph on the healer, really good crowd control on the healer here, mixing it up completely from game number 1. Tony and Casu are low, they get an aspect of the turtle. A much better start for YOLO Inc. here. They're making a swap now. This is a beautiful catch from YOLO Inc. Is he going to get dunked? Emerald Communion.
Wow.
He will recover. Now Mazikeen in a clone. Gelu going to barrier. Nice gouge on the Hunter, but I'm watching Kenkido. Is he going for Fire Breath? Doesn't look like it. He's trying to pick his teammates up here. Rescues Tony on the mage to bite him. And Gelu is trying to get away after Tony gets reconnected here. Pain suppression might not be enough. He's going to go into the block. Cyclone on the healer. He can sit this. There's no threat to it. Buy time for Mazikeen. He fades Cyclone. He's going into Void form. Well, not Void form, but the Void Weaver Void form. He gets trapped on it. That's a really well-timed trap. You want to CC the Disc Priest right after they cast Mind Blast. That's when they get to ramp up and use these speedy Void Blast casts. But Double Fear on DPS. I think he was trying to hit the healer there, but they're going to cheap shot. Polymorph. Nice! Timed with the Ultimate Penitence in the sky. This could be a decent amount of damage on Casu. They need more crowd control. Gelu's in a Cyclone, though he can't get it. He's silenced now as well. He has no Ice Block. Mazikeen's clone. He trinket swaps. And he fades in case they switch to him. But he actually gets bashed. Gelu is still dying. It's massive damage crashing in on the entire team. They gouge the Hunter to try and stall, but Kenkido's unrelenting, flying through the deep breath, knocking Mazikeen into the open. Rapid fire onto Gelu. Here off to the side from Casu as well. Another freezing trap sniped onto Mazikeen, but it looks like he deathed it. Beautiful Shadow of Death. He fears double. Where can they go with this? Arcane Surge gets cloned. No, Gelu. He needs to get this Arcane Surge. He goes for it again. He gets kicked. Oh, no.
Cassie's doing a fantastic job knowing that he is the kill target and just keeping that win condition away from him. Gelu's, it's done. It's over. YOLO Inc. found some opportunities to get aggressive, but Full Smart just had their number from start to finish. They knew when to trade. They knew how to rotate so well. And YOLO Inc. had such a great opener. It just wasn't enough to the constant onslaught of this jungle. This is looking pretty convincing so far. I mean, we had a no-block game 1, but that was quite the performance from Full Smart.
You know what's so funny about this is that no one was playing Sentinel. They just assumed Dark Ranger was the best marksmanship hunter spec, and then I looked at the damage meter at this end of this game, and Cassie did like triple everyone's damage, and I'm like, huh, maybe Sentinel is actually better. I feel like we're in a spot where the hero talent exploration isn't fully discovered, because typically against an outlaw rogue, the hunter doesn't do anything. He's just disarmed and gouged and kidneyed, and he doesn't do damage. So for him to be able to do significantly this much damage in the matchup is very impressive, and I don't think Gelu can play Arcane. He's getting bulldozed. Kenkido feels confident to rescue the Tony the Feral in like a little payload, like kitty delivery service right on top of Gelu. Like
kitty delivery service to the bite.
I don't know what they're gonna do. It just feels like he can't get anything going. He's gonna kick silence. All the kicks are on him. He's just the target. Look at his High Mountain Tor. He tries to be a hero. Just charges through them all like Bull Rush stun. Maybe it's my last bet to try and win the game right here. It just feels so hard for him to do anything. I want to see YOLO Inc. just play their comp. I think I'd much rather see them on the Affliction Warlock and maybe even the Assassination again. Even though the Prez can be a bit difficult. I just feel like that's the comp that they've got the most amount of reps on. It's the comp that looked the most impressive from them so far, and that the Arcane Mage is just not working.
No, I definitely agree. And to be honest with you, they had a chance. They had 2 wins against this team with the Affliction Warlock last time around. So I believe it was 2 wins. Yeah, they did. They had 2 wins with the Affliction Warlock against this team before with the same composition. So, and I guess they're listening, and they're going to swap to Assassination instead of Outlaw as well. So, genuine comfort pick coming out for YOLO Inc. I think this is a smart move, but is it too little too late? Already being 2 down in the series is rough.
It's hard because I get wanting to try Arcane Outlaw because that typically counters Prez Evoker, but then you don't really get a real game. So you're like, do we keep it? I guess we should try it again. And then you're like, oh no, it didn't work, and now we're down 2 points. Gelu's got a very interesting, I don't know if he's an astronaut or he's a scuba diver. Also, is his helmet on upside down?
You don't judge Torrens, okay, bro?
Oh, it's because their eyes are up there, right? So they have to put it on like that because the eyes are on top as opposed to the...
It's perfect.
And he breathes through the thing in the bottom. Where's the oxygen tank? I don't think we can flip him around. Is that the Tarok staff from Sethic Halls? How do I remember that?
That's crazy. Sure. That's a crazy pull, dude.
I'm pretty sure that's the Tarek staff from Sethic Halls, is it? Yeah, Tarek's Shadow Staff. Oh my god.
What is...
I should start a transmog show, okay? I know my transmog here. All right, it's match point.
A mini competition within the competition of transmog. I'm down with the Super T's, the Super C's showdown.
Come on, man. YOLO Inc., don't let me down, man. You guys experimented. The experimentation phase is over.
Predictions are cooked.
You gotta play what has been looking good, and this has been their best comp so far. But Full Smart looks so threatening as well. I feel like just they're insane right now. Their pressure is crazy. Kasu is sniping traps off thin air left and right throughout the game. Kankito's looking confident, getting damage, and yeah, Full Smart look really good right now. So YOLO Inc. need a reverse sweep against pretty much it looks like a full power Full Smart.
I don't want to count them out. I genuinely don't, especially considering my predictions on the line, but they're actually going to open up and do damage to the Discipline Priest right away, and that's going to be the Pain Suppression, the Hellstone, and they swap the pressure over onto the Rogue. So much damage in this opener for Full Smart. They smell blood in the water. They feel the momentum. Incarnation True Shot Aura is going to pump damage, but Kankito's taking a bit of pressure as well, as all of the damage for the Affliction Warlock is now starting to ramp up. They might have overstayed their welcome. Tony at half health is going to catch a big heal from Kankito to follow it up. YOLO Inc. are able to stabilize, but that was a potent opener for Full Smart.
Big setup here on Nosk. Mazakin's down 2 pain suppressions. He's going to be relying on that cooldown reduction, but he gets cloned. Nask might need to trade even more. He's getting bit by Tony. Is he going to go down? He's cheap shotting. They're spamming fears. They're buying time. Nask, that was a brave move. There's a lot of courage to not use evasion here amidst this exchange. They blind the healer. Pressure on Tony. Mazakin going for a cast, but they're just getting destroyed by Kasu. This, oh my god, Sentinel Hunter looks so much better than Dark Ranger last week. He's just holding him at 50% health seemingly forever. He lands another trap, but a nice Howl of Terror from Langmuir. Langmuir needs to carry right now. He's the one that's being left open, and he's trying to do his best with Howl of Terror and spam fear. He's controlling the Hunter. They're corroding the healer. They've got good pressure on the Hunter and Feral, but they need to get pressure on the healer as well. Tony caught behind a pillar. He pre-walls. They catch a stun on the healer, but Nosk has evasion up. Tony's looking for Cyclones. Looks like he's going to be able to get out of crowd control here in a moment as the Cyclones are switching over. Binding shot, where's the trap? Is he able to land it? Flare on the Rogue to stop Vanish. Nice fear here from Mazakin hitting the whole team, but a rapid fire's coming through. Lanier's kicked on fear, but now he's spamming Malefic Raptures. Kankito pre-walls, anticipating a kidney here. Nask has got kidney shot in about 7 seconds, but his healer's in a trap with no trinket. Nask has a smoke bomb. He might have to drop it defensively if they find any momentum, but Ultimate Penitence, they absolutely will not need to do that. Cyclone, no stop, but he took a lot of damage. Kidney shot on the healer. Oh, nice. He timed his stasis to go off in the stun, so his Dream Breath healed him while he was stunned there. They gave him a nice little recovery. Good play from Kankito. He survives another swap. You can tell that he's getting more comfortable in these rogue matchups day by day.
Yeah, so far so good for him. But I think YOLO Inc. is doing... oh, here's the bomb. It does get dropped, and it will be respected. Baby Fear going out onto Kasu into the disarm. He's just trying to stop a bit of that pressure. And it looks like Langmuir is just kind of like available to do whatever the heck he wants. They're really focusing down Nask, but their full trap lands. Nask gets caught into a stun, and he uses the trinket. He's on the run, but this could very well just be the game for him. He gets slowed down, and Kasu is able to reconnect with the True Shot Aura. If he is able to get a couple of aim shots off, it could just be lights out for the Rogue, but he shadow steps, he dips and dodges and gets out of line of sight of the Hunter. A nice fear, a life grip. Nask is alive. He's finally alive and finally able to stabilize as his Discipline Priest is out of CC for now as he gets caught into a full maim. A reconnect on the Tony. Nask sees it. He puts him into a cheap shot. They're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to swap it back over onto Kasu on the Hunter. A fear lands onto Tony. No more cross CC for the Feral for just a short period of time, but he gets out of it very, very quickly. Kasu caught into yet another disarm. YOLO Inc. just desperately flailing to try to gain control of the game.
Oh, they at least got Emerald Communion. That might give them a shot later on. And Nask used Deathmark, knowing that would probably get dispelled, so he used that to bait Emerald Communion in a way. That was actually smart by Nask. They get a major cooldown. They're winning on mana. I feel like if they could just slow the game down a little bit more, they might be able to win in a stall fight. They have a pain suppression. They have a life swap. But Mazakin's in a freezing trap. No trinket. Langmuir might be out of range of his port here as well. They could swap to Warlock if he didn't relay it on this tomb. And I don't see it on this Tiger statue right now.
I don't see it on the ground.
But they got everything from Rogue, so maybe they don't want to give up that chase. Kankito pre-renewing Blaze. He knows that he could be a target here after using that Communion. Fear on the Hunter. Lang got cloned. He's relaying the port. I said defensive smoke bomb. He defensive smoke bomb. I said relay the port. He relays the port. I don't know, maybe what's going on? Am I in the ears here? Trap, nice. Nask eats the freezing trap, dispels all the bleeds off himself. So now he can get aggressive on the healer. Langmuir's going for a haunt. He's trying to fake a kick. He connects the haunt. Big hit on Kankito. They're on match point. They're facing an elimination. They have to win. It's do or die for YOLO Inc.
It sure is. Dark Pack is just going to be used as soon as anyone even looks at Langir. But the disarm onto Cassie is going to stop the momentum yet again, using that on cooldown. Now they're trying to set up onto Tony with the full kidney shot. But the swap over onto the Warlock. Langir's in trouble. Tony's trying to get the bites in. Kenkido even pushing in to try to get aggressive defensive gouge on the Cassie. Langir's Dark Pack Unending Resolve to follow up the Dark Pack, but the Cyclone land onto Mazikeen. And can they follow it up? He's got a sliver of health. Huge swap going to be used. Actually, not that huge. He had low health, and he gets kicked out of it. He has pain suppression. He's going to use it right away, but is it going to be enough? Surely he will go down. He's gating away. He's getting away from Tony. The desperation, the fear. He's still alive. Kenkido in the background is getting cheap shotted. He's using every defensive cooldown he has available, but this is the true shot aura for Casu, and the lock will fall. YOLO Inc., regardless of the swap back to their comfort pick, will still go down to full smarts jungle. But with just a sliver of mana left for Kenkido, what a game.
Oh my man, this was so close. YOLO Inc. looks so much better in this matchup. If they could have held on a little bit longer, they were going to win on mana. They were getting so close to taking down Kenkido, but the swap onto the Warlock, and I feel like he got in a spot where his gate wasn't in a good spot either, because he's playing the long gateway, but look how tiny his gate is when he relayed it. That is not a long gate. That is...
Yeah, he went nowhere.
He like,
was still in range of a feral charge.
Yeah, I feel like he put that down maybe for his teammate in a desperate time in the game or something, but without that long gate, the Warlock can be a target. I feel like he just got too comfy not being attacked, and then as soon as they looked at him, he wasn't ready for it, and then he had nowhere to go, right? Like, his port's on top of the enemy team. It's not a great spot, and then his gateway is literally like 5 yards long. There's nowhere for him to really go. I think he just got overconfident.
You called everything straight down to the swap to the Warlock at the end of the game. That's kind of wild. They didn't hit the Warlock all game, and you're like, this Warlock's looking a little vulnerable, and then surely he's the kill target to win the series. Unreal predictions. Too bad it wasn't a prediction for the series, huh?
No, I don't get any points for that one. And neither do YOLO Inc. They're out.
I did.
3-0. Aya's happy. Aya's laughing at us.
I'm in a great mood.
You're still on the bottom, aren't you, Aya?
I mean, yeah, but I'm making my way up there. I'm getting there. Okay.
You're on the come up.
One full smart prediction at a time.
Redemption story. The pit is going to become your platform.
It is. Yeah.
I am 0 for 2 today. It is. It's a struggle today.
You need Shan to come back in and boost your prediction stats.
I thought you were calling him a sandbagger last week.
Yeah, he is. No. That's why we're so low. It's just Jan's fault.
It's his fault?
Mm-hmm.
I smell copium.
It's allergies.
Oh, okay, of course. Might have been really bad this season too. All right, well, full smart 3-0. Definitely not something I think many people were expecting out of YOLO Inc. 0-3. Definitely different also when you compare them to the first week when it went to a game number 5 and it was much closer. So YOLO Inc. definitely gonna have to figure something out before they head into cup number 3 for this season next weekend. But Full Smart definitely gonna be walking away with that with quite a lot of confidence. We'll see them at the last series of the day, and they're gonna play either Under Pressure or StreamerZone.gg. Subties, based on what we just saw from that team, do you feel like they are prepared for either of those teams?
They look a lot better than last week. And honestly, I feel like the Sentinel build and the rapid fire damage that got buffed, like, I wonder what it means for North America, because Trill was playing some Marksmanship Hunter, and it wasn't looking too great. But if it can pump numbers like we're seeing right now from Casu, that could actually pay a lot for Direwolves in North America tomorrow. So this is not just Europe that could be affected by this change in build, but North America as well if they're observing this. So Casu is pumping some really big numbers with this new build on the Marksmanship Hunter. It's looking like they're way more threatening than last week.
Yeah, if you would like to take that exact build, you can go to awc.gcd.tv. You can export those talents. You can also see in that tool exactly all the gear, the enchants, the gems, everything that they've been doing to make that exact build that we're seeing here with Casu. But I mean, that's kind of the game. That's the name of the game with AWC. You got to roll with the punches. You've got to adapt week to week and make the 4 players that you have on your team and the compositions that you have available to you work. And that's what we just saw with Full Smart. And unfortunately, YOLO is out. So here is the bracket where we currently are. We've got 2 lower bracket series already underway and completed, and we've got Echo versus DOBOB coming up for this next series. I am so excited for this one. We see it all the time. We see RMP mirrors. We see these 2 teams go back and forth all the time, D-Machine, and it feels like it's an easy prediction to make, But these two teams really just, it's like you don't know what team you're going to see week after week, it feels like, when we see these two go against each other.
Yeah, this is another Groundhog Day special, but I wholeheartedly just never counted out DOBOB. I refused to, and I was burned by that. Echo was able to come back in the lower bracket later on, and it's Cup 1. I feel like Echo is like notorious for kind of like starting off, a little wishy-washy and then locking in for like the crazy narrative. I swear they do it for the story, right? And I'm not counting them out this time around. I think Echo is looking strong. They're looking focused, and they're my favorites for the whole thing.
Okay, well, if they're your favorite, let us know in the Twitch chat. But we will be heading to a break before we can get to that upper bracket series. We've got Echo, we've got DOBOB, we've got the two top dogs here in the EU region, the new dogs versus the old. Who is going to come out on top? Who's going to get knocked down to the lower bracket? Find out after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are popping up to the upper bracket for a huge series, one we've seen many times before. It is Echo versus DOBOB. Zico.
Yep, this is El Clasico at this point. We saw it happen last weekend, and we're going to get to see it again in this exact same position. Last weekend, it was DOBOB that won in the upper, but then Echo, did the classic Echo thing and ended up winning the whole thing. We'll see if they can repeat it. It was RMP mirrors last weekend. Are we going to see maybe some changes? I kind of want to see flappers. I feel like we've seen a lot of Feral Druids. We've seen Cassidy, we've seen Tony, we've seen a lot of Feral Druid gaming, but we haven't seen flappers yet. And flappers is he's flappers.
Yeah, no, he's flappers. Kind of a staple in AWC. He disappeared for a bit, but he came back with this roster, and they were able to make a huge impression on everybody last season in the EU region. But here's a look at DOBOB, the kind of the history that we've seen with them, what they're capable of as well. Supatees, really, really strong team. Kind of the only ones that have been able to go at least consistently toe-to-toe with Echo.
Yeah, I mean, these are their games from the open bracket where they got to style on a lot of the teams in the earlier rounds. Rogue Mage team, they were looking like they could qualify, but they hit that Holy Paladin pick. They were playing Assassination Rogue earlier on, and they tried to play the Feral Druid, and that's where I disagree with Zico as far as bringing the Feral Druid out right now. I feel like if you don't have a Hunter with you, that's probably not the best plan for you. And then, of course, Echo and YOLO Inc. Went head-to-head with each other. Look at that Gateway Howl at 1% to get out of the Smoke Bomb, and then High Mountain Torrent to the healer to stay alive. We're supposed to be talking about Echo right now, but this is why I thought Langnier's team was going to be able to do well today, but they did not start with that composition, unfortunately. And then Echo kind of ran away with the rest of the series here. They had great crowd control. They've been warming up on that Fire Mage RMP. With JT and Raikou, of course, backing them up, and I think they're more than prepared. I think that usually Echo is winning these mirrors, and maybe they just were on, not on their game last week. So I think DOBOB are the ones that are going to have to step it up if they're going to be able to take the series.
Yeah, I think it was even Waz said on Twitter after that first series, losing to DOBOB in a mirror, that they were kind of off as a team. They were able to kind of reconvene very quickly, though, as we see Echo normally do. So given that, this prediction was kind of tough for me because last week I messed up. I flipped it. I was wrong for both series, and I hope to not be wrong again. I'm gonna mirror the bracket once again. So I'm 1-3 in favor of DOBOB for this one. But to be honest, if I was going with my brain here and not just copying the bracket from last week, I think I would be in favor of Echo. Zico, you again flipped your prediction in the last second. What did you go for this time?
I mean, sometimes I just close my eyes before I make these predictions, and I just feel my body, and sometimes I just get hit with inspiration, and that's what happened here today. And so far, I've followed my heart, and I've been, it's paid off. So I'm doing that again. I originally had 3-1 for DOBOB, but then I swapped it to 3-1 for Echo. I think Sid made some good points about Echo kind of looking like the stronger team that last weekend. But man, this one is so hard to call because they're both just such good teams.
I thought you had a crystal ball, is what it was, but now you're saying it's like a spark of inspiration. I'm wondering if you
he just goes like this.
I'm just trying.
See him? He just kind of.
Sid, that was between me and you. Okay,
Where's the crystal ball right now? You're hiding.
You're
gonna need to get one now.
You should get one.
No, we need one for the bit. And then obviously Benruki stole your crystal ball. Actually, that's what's going on. That's why you don't have it. It's because Benruki stole it, and now he's flexing on all of us because he's got the power. This is what Zico is hiding all the previous seasons, and now Benruki has stolen it, and it is benefiting him greatly here.
Maybe I just borrowed him.
You borrowed his crystal ball?
Maybe he borrowed mine, and now I got it back this weekend.
All right. I'm leaning in favor of Echo, but that's also the prediction that I made last week. I think all of my predictions have been the same as last week for this week. So maybe the scores are slightly different, obviously, but generally predictions have been very similar. I'm curious to see what Ven has, because
me too.
He's like, is he feeling? Oh, he's not feeling the vibes. The vibes are off. His crystal ball is saying that your feelings are wrong, Zico.
Oh no! You see, I'm going for the top right now on the leaderboard. I'm gunning for that top spot. And heading into this series, I was thinking, what is Ven gonna predict? Because I just need to have the same prediction as Ven. Because this one is too hard to call. Like, it honestly comes down to who is just the better team on the day. Like, Sometimes it's DOBOB, sometimes it's Echo. So it feels like almost like a coin flip. So I was thinking, okay, you know what? For this one, I can't use my feelings. I can't use my background knowledge to get one up on Van. So if I just have the same prediction as Van, it's gonna look good because then, yeah, we're on the trajectory. But yeah, the coin was the coin in favor of DOBOB.
Echo.
I think it was, right? Oh, Echo. Okay.
So was chat.
Okay.
Kind of surprised, just given. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. Never mind. You know, it's Echo. I feel like with Echo, usually, you know, they've been consistent for so long. But with Echo and DOBOB, it's kind of like where you really get to start talking about how even they are, like you were saying, Zico. So I don't know. I'm curious. All right, we're gonna see. How likely do you think, Super Tees, is it going to be an RMP mirror?
I think very likely, like 99.9. It might be a 0.1% chance that maybe DOBOB tries something, but I just don't think they have the options. If they had a Hunter, I could see them maybe trying jungle for a game, but as far as I know, they don't have a Hunter that I think they would want to play into a caliber of a team like Echo, so their mirror is probably their best bet. I think they've got a 50-50 win rate overall match score also against Echo as it, so this is exactly what we're going to be getting, mirrored down to the T with the Holy Priest, Oracle, same heroes. Exact mirror.
All right, we've seen it before. Who's going to win this time, though? Zico, Echo versus DOBOB Upper Bracket Series, game number 1.
All right, this is always just a banger matchup here. We have seen a couple of buffs to the Outlaw Rogue, and I feel like Waz is just the best rogue in the game. So I think that is very good if you have him on your roster and his main specialization just got a tiny little buff. That is always going to be great news here for Echo, but already we're seeing both mages doing the classic opener here, just spamming fireballs onto each other. Waz is going to be the one who strikes first blood, though, going over onto Tessia. Nice Dragon's Breath Dispel there. Waz, though, sitting through in a Nova. They're looking to swap to Waz. We saw that being a big thing last time around, but Waz actually vanishes and then stun. Brunhiri gets fake casted on his kick, gets polymorphed as well. Tessia gonna rip that combustion onto Raikou. Raikou gets gripped behind, actually blinks behind the pillar and goes for a Dragon's Breath Sheep. Does he get the Ring of Frost? He gets counterspelled. Doesn't have the polymorph to follow that up. Nice attempt from Raikou. JT was sitting through a blind there as well. So far, Raikou might just get that sheep. No, Tessia with the mage diff right there. Polymorphing Raikou on his own setup. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, he's leading damage for now, but it's a very tight race here. Big meteor connects in here. Tessia hard casting a Power Blast for a second there. A brief moment of a mistake, unless he's trying to bait a kick, but I doubt it here. Just trying to build up his instant damage, just spamming out damage. Ice Wall comes down, able to line of sight. Cheap shots on Waz. Nice polymorph on JT. Raiku's the target. Trying to spell steal off the barriers, but Raiku's barrier just came off cooldown, so if he needs it, it's going to be a nice safety net here during this moment in time while JT escapes the polymorphs. There's the barrier. They actually cut through it really quickly. Raiku's still on the back foot. Relz is in a kidney shot, though. Tessia is going to pull away. Waz is chasing him down. Cheap shot on the shifting power. He blinks into the wall. Oh, no. Killing spree. He's got no blink to get away from it. Waz getting a ton of damage out with that. Relz has to trinket and grip Tessia across the map. There's a big misplay there from Tessia. Waz gets a massive punish.
That was a sick play, actually, by Raikou. He fake casted the kick there on the re to force out that trinket. So Raikou definitely not holding any punches here at this point. But now he's taking a lot of damage from Tessia. Drops pretty low, but JT is there with the Guardian Angel to respond. Waz caught up in a cheap shot. Tessia looking for the Ring of Frost onto Waz. Just trying to slow down the rogue. JT actually tries to def and walk into the ring, but he gets Frost Nova before he can DR himself. Tessia has a free polymorph right now.
Nice.
There it is. He's going to connect there onto JT. Now Raikou gets counterspell on Frost as well. This is disaster. They're going after Brunhiri, though. Huge swap onto Brunhiri. Getting his trinket there. Echo almost getting a KO there. Nice counter aggression, but the Cauterize is going to proc for Raikou. I should have been JT's trinket, I think, but Raiku's going to have to play without that Cauterize. He still holds on to the ice block, though, so nice kind of 2v3 turnaround there by Raikou and Waz, but not Raikou. No Cauterize! What are you going to do? He trades off the ice block. JT with no Guardian, not able to save the situation. And with that Cauterize plus ice block, DOBOB has kind of equalized themselves in this matchup. No trinket on Relza, no trinket on Brunhiri. Waz has blind. They could kill Brunhiri in this next setup.
Combustion up for Tessia. Raikou has it available.
Oh.
Tessia connect anything. Raiku's at the pillar.
Here we go.
Here it comes. Cheap shot. Does Raikou get it? He gets the blind, no trinket for 7. Here comes the swap on Brunhilde. There's the kidney. Here comes the combustion. And Brunhilde drops the smoke bomb to line of sight the combustion for a couple of seconds. Raiku's in a polymorph, and that smoke bomb's keeping him alive for now as he manages to recover. They swap their attention back on Tessia. He has defensive options. That killing spree is crashing massive waves of damage on Tessia. Relza actually picks him up. That defensive bomb, the quick reactions from Brunhilde in that moment in time, it would have been checkmate otherwise. Keeps his team in the game, and now Raiku's in a position with no cauterize and no ice block. Brunhilde still has blind to get through JT's trinket. Raiku is being pressured even with no crowd control on JT at this point in time. A smoke bomb comes down from Waz now. Relza's trying to get inside. He fades as he moves forward. Double Dragon's Breath to try and peel from Tessia. Blast Wave to pull them away from Brunhilde. They survive the smoke bomb, but if they can get crowd control, they might be able to just win without the stun. JT into a cheap shot. Tessia needs to get a polymorph here. Waz is on his back. He gets counterspelled. He gets gouged. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. JT fades and pulls away to the pillar. Tessia recovers with the barrier. They're going to initiate with blind instead. And now counterspell is on cooldown. Here comes combustion. And Tessia, he's just going to go for damage. I'm surprised to not see him blink in to go for the poly. He's worried about getting stunned, but Raiku gets stunned behind the pillar. And now JT is out in the open. If Tessia can find a crowd control here, I don't like that positioning from Raiku. He blinked to the opposite pillar of JT and then pulled JT out in the middle. Tessia taking some damage, though, with just cheap shots from Waz. They get ice block. And forcing that ice block is major. That just puts them back in the game.
Yeah, that's really nice stuff, but they're still on the back foot a little bit on Echo. Good news is they're going to have their ice block rotating back up on their mage before Tessia will, if they can live that long. But right now, Ring of Frost connects there. Tessia gets kicked here. Big damage coming out from Waz. He gets slowed down there for a second by Brunhilde's cheap shot. Raiku looking for some polymorphs, looking to try to get a
grip
fake
on the
cast,
wall.
but he gets gripped on the ice wall there. Nicely done there by JT. Mana equal here between these two priests. Both still have their void chip. Both still have their trinkets. And both teams are still looking pretty solid at this point. Should be able to at least survive one more KO here. But Brunhilde has his trinket rotated back up as well. So these rogue swords from Echo, while they were nice, hasn't actually net them a kill earlier on in the match. And I think the big reason for that was actually Raiku's didn't have enough damage on that kill go. But here comes the combust from Tessia. Big damage onto Raiku. He gets gripped behind the pillar. Actually, blinks behind the pillar. Drops a Ring of Frost as well defensively. Just respecting the damage of Tessia in this moment.
Big swap.
And survives.
Brunhilde. Oh, is he going to go down? Relza has options. Evasion's up. Brunhilde survives another swap. Echo, they're showing that they've got multiple targets. They've got options. And as RMP, when you have options, it's even more deadly because then the other team can't anticipate who your target is going to be and set up pre-meditative, pre-plans basically to be able to deal with your attack. So Echo have an advantage there. I think JT deathed the blind.
Yeah, he deathed the blind.
He faded the blind. Nice play, but Tessia is just dying. They don't even need crowd control, it feels like. They're just running him into the dirt right now. Echo are taking control. They're trying to get pressure on Raiku, but they're just not finding it. Waz gets feared on his engagement. Relza faded a cheap shot. Now he's running away from the subterfuge. Good play from Relza to avoid Waz. Now he's polymorphed away. The priests are making big plays. Deathing blind, fading cheap shot, kiting the subterfuge. They really want this. They're playing at the top of their game. We see Echo with a slight mana lead. Relza's trying to even that out here with his symbols. He gets a bit back, but big setup. Brunhilde's feared into a setup. He's disarmed. He can feint here, though. He gets gouged. Raiku is getting pressured, but now his block rotated back up. He has it available. He might have to use it literally within the next couple of seconds if he just pops combust here, which he might because he's low. Raiku gets gripped to the pillar. Dragon's Breath Sheep on Waz to bait JT out in the open into a ring. Nice play here from Tessia. He's not able to get. He gets the sheep. He fakes a kick. He gets a sheep. Here comes a combustion from both mages. Who's going to die first? Brunhilde is getting smacked around. Is he going to die in this cheap shot? Through the angel healing of Relza? Doesn't look like it. Cloak of Shadows. He should be able to recover. They're swapping on Waz. Trying to keep their options on the table as well. That forces evasion. He could still die to fire mage damage, though. Potentially. JT, he's now starting to struggle, but a mass barrier from Raiku puts a massive absorb on the whole team. Shifting power, JT's an angel. That's going to give his team a lead to play aggressive here for the next couple of seconds, but combustions are still quite a ways away here for both teams. That's going to be, I think, the game-winning moment possibly is this next combustion.
Yeah, I really don't like that they used two combustions here onto Brunhilde when Tessia had no ice block. Now, both mages have their ice blocks, and both teams are kind of pinned onto this situation where they have to go rogue or try to win on mana. Tessia is dropping quite low. He gets counterspelled on the Ring of Frost. He snipes the sheep, but it's on Waz. Nice position there by JT behind the pillar, not allowing Tessia to actually get that full poly. And Raiku does get the angel as a result of his healer not being in any crowd control, but both healers very low on mana. JT pops the apotheosis. Here's the smoke bomb on the Brunhilde. He has the trinket. He actually trinkets into a cheap shot. He gets stunned on his trinket. Waz looking for the stun onto Relza, but he fades it once again. They're swapping to Relza, actually. Looks like Waz wants to, but Raiku's not able to connect. Finally connecting onto Relza. Trying to swap with that void shift, but not going to be able to. Relza will manage to survive. That was a great push there. Waz managing to stun the trinket, but still now Waz in big trouble. No Cloak of Shadows for 10 seconds. He gets gripped to the safety of JT. Can Tessia land the polymorph? No, he gets Dragon's Breath by Raikou, but Raiku's left behind. He's taking so much damage. He's got the Cauterize. He's going to just pop the Ice Block here before it procs. Waz rotting down. Tessia's doing so much damage. Relza with no mana left. JT with no mana left. Who's going to fall first? Brunhilde in a kidney shot. They got nothing left. He gets gripped back. Full blind onto Relza. Waz looking for the kill. The blind breaks, but it doesn't matter. Echo takes game number 1 in an absolute nail biter. What an insane game, man. I think at the end there, Waz stunned Relza and then insta-blinded his trinket. That was absolutely beautiful to watch. And the fact that they got that Void Shift earlier is kind of what kept them in the fight. But Tessia trying to play it out here in this position, but I don't think he's going to be able to. We have seen Tessia and Relza actually win a 2v3 against Echo previously, but I don't think history is going to repeat itself in this position. They're just going to respect this combustion. Raiku's going to have his own combustion, and with no mana on Relza, I don't see a world where Tessia lives this. And they're going to proc the Cauterize, they're going to force the Ice Block, and Raikou is going to close it out. Echo takes game number 1, but that was honestly such a great match.
It was very back and forth throughout this. I like the play earlier on in the game where it could have been over where Brunhilde drops a bomb, but that was already spelling momentum in favor of Echo, was those earlier moments, which is right here, where Brunhilde smoke bombs himself, so Raikou can't hit him with Combust, and they can't get a Polymorph on Relza, so protecting himself and his Priest at the same time with that, but then Waz was able to play aggressive because they're ahead, so the fact that they're just slightly behind is then enabling the opposing team Echo to just get even further ahead throughout the matchup as time moves on, even despite Tessia doing, a monster amount of damage, 1.5 million damage while getting trained down by an Outlaw Rogue, or DPS, sorry. But Brunhilde's having a harder time, it seems like, keeping his damage equal here to that of Waz in the matchup. And even JT is getting a little bit more opportunity, 34 million damage squeezed in there, because the crowd control and the setups are looking very menacing from both sides. And I think it's just these very small micro advantages that are building up over time from your efficiency on your class that's really giving one team an edge over the other, because it led to the momentum swing where Relza had to life swap first, then he gets blinded on his trinket. Waz is there, Raikou is there. JT's even casting Holy Fire if he has to tank a counterspell at that point. So like they're just in sync right now. I would say that Echo's offense looked a bit better earlier on, and then DOBOB were trying to like copy their playbook. They're like, oh, the rogue swaps are looking good, let's do rogue swaps. But then you're behind basically 2 setups at that point. So maybe we'll see that adaptation from DOBOB for game number 2 a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there were so many good plays here. Honestly, that one rogue swap that they did earlier, right at the beginning of the match, they could have set that up to a kill. So what Echo was trying to do there was they got Brunhilde's trinket, they got Relza's trinket, and then they had this kind of checkmate position where they have a blind, they have a combust, and no one has trinkets for it, so they could just 100-0 the rogue in a stun. And the way that they want to set that up is by chastising the rogue into a fear, so he doesn't pre-feint it. And they did that, but Relza gripped Brunhilde to the pillar. That's why he was at the pillar when that smoke bomb dropped. And Raikou, unfortunately, didn't look like he had any Fire Blast charges, and he couldn't do enough damage because they were stacked, and his only option to get instant Pyrus would be Phoenix Flames, but then he's going to break the crowd control if he goes for the Phoenix Flames. So that grip from Relza actually ended up saving Brunhilde in that position. So really, really high level play on both sides, realizing that that's the win condition and realizing preemptively how are we going to stop this checkmate position from actually taking us out in just a minute. So definitely Echo looking locked in, DOBOB also looking locked in. Very impressed with especially with the priests and just in general, like the strategy. The one thing I didn't like about what Echo was doing that game was forcing Tessia's Ice Block and then sending 2 combusts on Brunhilde when he still had trinket. Like, I think you have a higher chance to closing out the game if you use those combusts onto the mage and just try to snowball that lead. But aside from that, it was a fantastic mirror.
All right, they're not going to the cage. DOBOB, their streak on cage, they had like 100% win rate. That got broken last week. And now I wonder if their confidence in the map is being broken, because usually in this matchup, they'd go cage. Maybe they're saving it, the best for last. But DOBOB definitely preference towards these smaller maps, it seems like. Maybe it's because they're losing these late games, so they go 9 or 10 minutes. They want the small map to try and have some sort of advantage earlier on, because the positioning did look shaky at one point for Echo. When Raikou got separated and JT was getting pulled out in the middle of the map, it seemed like the positioning there kind of fell out for them for a moment and maybe almost gave DOBOB an opportunity, but then they immediately got synced back up after that. So trying to take advantage of any sort of positional mishaps from Echo is definitely going to be something DOBOB is looking to do. I don't see them. I mean, if they had jungle, this map would be insane as well for jungle. Like, I bet Flappers would love to be able to run it back after seeing Gelu Bava just get absolutely clobbered by the Marksman Hunter down the lower bracket. I feel like now I want to see Echo against Full Smart. I actually want to see that jungle RMP or DOBOB. Just one of those matchups. I actually want to see that, because maybe jungle is actually the answer to flipping these teams off of their rogue mage. They're taking their time to consider any possible options, maybe strategy. Obviously, it was a long game. It was like brutally long to consider everything. So, but they're going to go with the same thing here. I can't imagine that the Feral Druid is going to be a wise swap in the mirror. It just doesn't seem like it's got the same level of potency and hit that it had last time. So we're going right back into it. Outlaw Fire, Holy Priest Mirror on Runes of Lordaeron. Are Echo ready to run away with this series? Or can DOBOB manage to bring it back? Because they're putting up a fight, and beating Echo is a tall order. It is a very tall order to beat Echo. They've been so dominant. It's just they've owned this region for how many seasons? How many different players have they brought on this roster and swapped out on any given season as well? Raikou and Law is still remaining the main rogue mage duo, at least of the team for now, but it's just, I can only really recall the one Shadowlands tournament where it was jungle that actually took them out with Kasu on it. So maybe that's going to be an issue for them. I want to see it play out at some point, but right now they're looking very scary. Can DOBOB do it? Can they manage to do it? They did last week. They won in this upper bracket round. But Echo, when they lose, they just come back twice as strong. It's like, what's it called in Dragon Ball Z, where like a Saiyan is like injured almost to death, but then they heal back and they're twice as strong as a Zenkai boost or something like that, I think it's what's called. Echo are getting a Zenkai boost. If they get injured, they come back twice as strong here. Runes of Lordaeron 4 seconds away. Game number 2. Can DOBOB bring it back?
Yeah, you can get your Zenkai boost right now, but it's called a turbo boost. You get back into World of Warcraft. Your character is going to be much stronger. It's time to push your keys. It's time to push your rating. Your character is stronger than ever. Let's go. Echo versus DOBOB. Echo striking first blood here. DOBOB looking to equalize in this position. Both rogues sitting in stealth. Fireballs are being lobbed out here in the opener. Ooh, nice little stun there. On to...
Oh, he's dead! He's just dead, bro! He's just dead! We went from a 10-minute game to a 20-second game, and I was not even... I think he fell through the floor.
I think he fell through the floor,
I think he fell through the floor, because there's no way he got into damage, right?
No. I think he blinked and fell through the ground and got one shot.
There's no way he died to damage, right? Because I'm listening to you. I'm thinking there's no chance someone's dying right now. Like combustion's not
yeah, they have everything still. There's no way.
Are they going to try and res him? Is that what?
Yeah, look, his cauterize didn't even.
His cauterize didn't even trigger.
Yeah, no. That's just a bug, I think.
I think we're deciding what to do because the game didn't really start. Maybe, even though technically in the rules it's whatever happens happens. So
no, that's with DCs though. I don't know. Like this wasn't really a DC, so I don't know. I mean, that's the admin's issue. That's not my job.
Wait and see. We get the officials tell us what's going on with this game, because I didn't expect him to die. Like JT was in a fear, but there was no cooldowns, and I was like, what? How did that happen? Well, we'll see what's going to happen here. Obviously, that game literally didn't even start. It was it's just like it was literally first global of the game, and Raikou fell to the floor. So we're gonna see what's going on here, because that was obviously not anticipated whatsoever here. So it's looking maybe like I think we're gonna be doing a replay here of Runes of Lordaeron, and hopefully the floor doesn't break under their feet here, because it's gonna be tough for them in those types of situations. There's nothing to take away from that. It's just a bug, and we're gonna go next, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's with fear, like in a specific spot where you can get feared, like
always
through a
near
wall
those
and
tombs
fall
on the
through
side,
the map.
bro.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. I don't know. There's some weird interaction maybe. But either way, I do think we are getting a rematch here between Echo and DOBOB. So not really the player's fault or anything when something like that happens. But yeah, run it back. I don't know, man.
You know what's funny is I remember in Cataclysm there used to be statues in the back of the rooms on both sides, and I think they removed them because in Kata, you could get feared and you could get stuck behind the statues.
Oh yeah, I remember
and
that.
You couldn't do anything. You would just be jumping and stuck behind the statues. They took the statues. I think they might have replaced them with bells, I think, or something like that. A different thing here. And this map is actually still, I think, the only map that doesn't have a cosmetic update. You know, so the other maps have all gotten like, you know, like facelifts and stuff, like up-res and models. I don't think Runes is the only one that hasn't got a. And we got the goo update, and we got the.
It depends on how far back you go.
You know,
yeah,
well, if we count
got
the
an
cart
update
and
a
the
long
goo,
time ago.
But it feels like it's been a while. Runes of Lordaeron, you know, I guess how can you update
the start
it?
room
You know?
was also different. Back in older expansions, you could do a lot more cheese in the start room.
Oh yeah, they had like a pillar in the middle of the door.
There was like a
the little
side
skinny
pillar.
one.
Yeah,
the skinny wooden pillar in the middle of the door. Yeah, I remember that. So it's got a little bit, but it feels like it needs like a big touch up. Maybe, I mean, technically Undercity got like destroyed, right, in the actual game. So maybe if there's a restoral point in the story, maybe it'll get restored to a different, I don't know, something like that in the future. But we're going to jump into game number 2 here. We're just going to move on from that, and hopefully we don't see it happen again here for these guys, because yeah, there was no way he legitimately died right there when I was looking at him, like there's no way I'm that out of touch with the game that he died to the game like that. We're 3 seconds away from the gates opening here. Let's see how they're going to decide to do this. Both teams played very aggressive. Lightwell's on the top of the tomb. Brunhilde grapples in, gets sap on mage. No sap on priest, though. And they do want sap on priest when they open. They're going to pull away so they get pulled out of stealth. Tessia is rebuffing as they were purging the saps to get ahead of the blazing barriers. Blind start, very aggressive. But let's see what Tessia does here. Everyone's in CC. He's all alone right now. He pops his barrier. He blinks back up to the tombstones on the side, displaces away. Waz is chasing with Killing Spree, but Brunhilde's there. Drops down a smoke bomb. They're going on Waz very early here. They actually get his trinket. So we do see DOBOB kind of taking the playbook of Echo and going after the rogue in this initial exchange.
Very early trinket there from Waz, but he knows he didn't have feint up, and he knows how much damage he could take in that moment, so he doesn't want to fall behind. These games have been going on for a long period of time, so trading out an early trinket like that can also save your healer a bunch of mana. Rather than if you took the damage, but here comes Raikou. He's got the precognition, he gets the Ring of Frost. Keep shot on the Brunhilde as well. Tessia is isolated 3v1. Relza is going to trinket out of that, but into a kidney shot, into a Dragon's Breath as well. Big damage here onto Tessia. He's line of sighting though, while his healer is in that crowd control chain. Nicely done there by Tessia. He should be fine. It's a big Serenity heal, but no Guardian still though on his healer. Brunhilde trying to equalize the pressure with the Killing Spree. Tessia fake casting the kick. It's a precognition as well, casting out some fireballs onto Raikou. Looking for potential crowd control of his own. Nice Dragon's Breath there onto Waz during his Killing Spree. But Tessia is just taking so much damage. Nice fade, I think, by JT there in the back line, dodging the CC. I saw Brunhilde kind of making his way over there to JT, but not landing any crowd control. So really nicely done there by JT to stay out of crowd control. And they actually connect with another setup here. Brunhilde, Trinket gets out of his Trinket. Oh my God. He's almost dead through his Trinket there. Waz has been on point with these stunts. And now we're in that same position, Sid. Waz has blind. They're going to pull it immediately. They can just win the game right now. They're going after Tessia, though. Who's going to fall? Can they get any crowd control follow-up? It doesn't look like it. I don't kind of like that. I feel like they could have been more patient there and actually set up a KO onto Brunhilde like they tried to in game number 1, but still good pressure here from Echo. They are looking absolutely dominating right now.
Yeah, Brunhilde is just falling behind in damage in this game. Now Waz in a cheap shot. Maybe they can win with burst. Can they get crowd control? Tessia gets polyed by Raikou. He can't. Raikou blinks the cheap shot. Brunhilde grapples over into a chastise. Both mages are just spamming polymorph to stop each other's goes at the moment. Waz gets feared behind the pillar, but a Ring of Frost from Raikou possibly. No, it's Tessia's Ring of Frost. Raikou rebuffing, keeping his barrier protected. Killing Spree going to be fully absorbed by Brunhilde, or the barrier is going to absorb Brunhilde's Killing Spree. That's not the best timing there. We see a kidney shot on Waz. They're switching targets, keeping pressure on 2. Trying to get back in the game. And Brunhilde has actually started to pull his damage up from the bottom here. He's getting a little bit closer to Waz. Tessia is getting closer to Raikou with every passing second. And it's setup and damage. You have to have the whole package in this type of matchup if the game goes long. Raikou finds a polymorph.
Nice.
Big opportunity. They gouge Tessia. Brunhilde, is he going to get caught here? He gets a gouge on Waz. Brunhilde is not getting stunned just yet. Rels is in a kidney shot. They're going after Tessia with a combustion from Raikou.
Available.
But now they're swapping back on Brunhilde behind the pillar. Raikou's trying to get in line of sight. You can't break the polymorph there, or the crowd control there with his Phoenix Flames. You can't really connect too much. They force evasion, at least in that position. And now where is DOBOB going to go from here? Are they going to try and pressure Mage? Are they going to go back on Rogue? Because it's basically a reset for them as far as their targets.
Relza has a trinket out of the blind here. Pretty good situation for Echo. Brunhilde with no trinket right now. They could potentially set up a KO if they can connect with a CC. They get the full sheep. Nice smoke bomb here onto Brunhilde. This could be it. Tessia realizes the danger that his teammate is in. Beautiful play from Tessia there. Runs into the smoke bomb, gets the Dragon's Breath onto Waz to stop his damage, hits the counterspell onto Raikou to stop the follow-up CC, stopping both members of Echo, but now Raikou's in trouble. JT has to trinket out of the blind there. Actually, no, he sits through it. He just greets it. And Raikou does manage to survive here with the Alter Time and with the Guardian. Waz now in trouble, though. Smoke bomb coming out from Brunhilde. Waz is going to trinket, trade out the Cloak of Shadows, respect the damage, and mana looking in favor of Echo. So far, the pressure has also been in favor of Echo, but both teams in this position are equal.
Raikou the target. Nice double Dragon's Breath from Tessia here. Was in a chastise, grapples back over. They're going Relza. A little bit of it. They're just throwing after Relza. He's got no trinket. Big swap out from Echo in game number 2, but they can't finish him. Brunhilde peels Waz away. Double fear. Setting up JT now for Tessia. Can Tessia find it? Raikou Dragon's Breath. He goes for sheep. He's trying to fake interrupts. He's not going to get it. JT's at the pillar. Tessia is taking so much damage. And Echo are showing confidence right now in the matchup, even willing to attack the healer at that point in time. And that's costing Relza more mana as the match continues. Tessia looks to be the target right now. He's counterspelled. Here come the cheap shots. Ring of Frost. Doesn't look like it lands. He goes for Polymorph instead. Raikou fakes the interrupts. Ice Wall coming down. They catch Waz and Raikou behind it, but JT can mass the spell. Tessia is still on the back foot. Waz gets caught by the ring. Looks like he's out of line of sight of JT. He's just going to go for the Divine Hymn. Make sure he's maximizing his healing and his efficiency for the late game as opposed to getting that Polymorph. Big damage on Waz, but he's got evasion. He should be able to recover. JT is just building that advantage more and more. He might even go for symbols pretty soon. He's so far ahead right now for his team, but Waz did have to use evasion, so no trinket, no cloak, no evasion. They get a Polymorph on Relza. Tessia barriers the killing spree, but they're just breaking it instantly. He blinks in to knock the re-polymorph. Nice play from Tessia. They're setting up on Waz, but JT pre-grips them to the pillar. They can't crowd control without breaking it. Waz gets dismantled. He dismantles Brunhilde back. Tessia finally recovering from Relza, but it's just mana. If this game continues as it is, eventually Dobob's going to be tapped.
Yeah, DOBOB actually, they blinded Waz defensively there, though, as well. So that's going to be a kill condition that kind of goes out of the window. And like you said, on mana, it's not looking too hot. So I don't know if extending the game is the right play here. But Raikou's under heavy fire at this point. Killing spree coming out. But Tessia as well, taking a lot of damage. No trinket available onto Relza. They proc the Cauterize, and they get the Void Shift as well. Relza with no trinket. He's low as well. Raikou has combust in 40 seconds. Maybe we'll see another healer swap coming out here from Echo if Relza decides to use that Guardian. We'll have to see how the game plays out. Looks like Relza actually fades the stun there from Waz. Fears up Waz. He gets dispelled, though, by JT in the back line. Waz in a disarm. They're going after Raikou on the side of DOBOB. He's down half HP. Double Dragon's Breath. There's the cheap shot onto Relza. Can Raikou get there with the Polymorph? No. Tessia trinkets and counterspells Raikou there on his cast, but Brunhilde is in so much trouble. Huge damage coming out from this combustion. Raikou is letting it rip right now onto the Rogue. He gets the Guardian. He goes for the Vanish opener here onto JT. Double stun. They're going after Raikou. They're going after Waz here on the side of DOBOB, but it doesn't look like they have enough damage in this position. He still has his shadows. Raikou, meanwhile, though, taking a lot of damage as well. Guardian Spirit gets traded. Triple Dragon's Breath. Tessia looking for the Ring of Frost. Waz is there to interrupt it, and the Polymorph will get death there by JT, but Tessia fake casted. He could still find this. No, he gets feared on it, though, and JT's just going to reposition away from that pillar. He knows that Tessia can easily land a sheep at this point. Team it doesn't have interrupts. Ice Wall gets interrupted as well. Looks like Echo will recover, but that was a great push from DOBOB.
And JT deflects it with his thanks to his teammates and that Angel. Tessia is looking for sheeps. It's on Waz. So now he doesn't need to deal with Waz if he pushes in on JT. They gouge Raikou to stop counterspell. Oh no, it broke a second earlier and instantly counterspelled Tessia. He's not going to get any crowd control. And Relza's in a tough spot. Limited cooldowns, limited mana. How is he going to play efficiently and also keep momentum for his team at this point in time? There's not really any significant openings for DOBOB right now either. They're trying to find one on Waz with an Ice Wall. Catch him behind the pillar. Are they going to be able to drop him? JT repositions. Clutching out some big heals with the Apotheosis, but now he's blinded. He's just going to trinket it. He doesn't want Cauterize to proc here. Raikou's got Combustion. Tessia's already got his rolling, though, so Raikou's got to be careful. Tessia's blinking on top of him. JT's kidney so far away. Ice Block at 1%. Rel's a massive spell attempt, but he's almost doomed. He gets blinded. He trinkets. Oh, no, Tessia! Tessia goes down on their push amidst all of the chaos. And now DOBOB are pushed down onto match point Echo. I feel like they're just getting better and better.
And Echo looked absolutely brutal to play against in this matchup. They played so well the entire way through. At the end there, I really like what JT did as well. He ran in on that ice wall, got to the right side of the wall because that was, you know, a classic Tessia wall right there. And we've seen that net them so many kills. Look at that stun on Brunhilde's trinket early on in the match. But I don't agree with the blind that they did here, but you know, these games are pretty long, so it doesn't really matter. Probably wouldn't get the kill there, but here they forced the cauterize of Tessia and the Void Shift overlap, and Tessia doesn't have his cauterize just yet. It's rotating back up, you know, in a long time. So sometimes you get caught up with that kind of burst.
How much damage did Waz do right there? Or did Raikou cancel block and get like some big crit? Because it looked like Waz soloed him from like 80% health. Because Raikou's in a block at 10%, and Waz is like, "Don't worry, guys, I win here." That's what that straight up looked like. Waz soloed him. Did JT maybe squeeze in like an instant Holy Fire 2 off on the corner? Because it was looking like it was their moment. You know, like they're gonna get an MD. They're so far ahead, and then Waz cheap shots.
Combust up.
Bam, 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 bam. And he cancels, and how much? He gets one global. I swear he gets like one global. I swear Waz soloed him. I want to see the damage contributed.
He got 2 Fire Blasts and a Pyro. But yeah, the comps were probably something like, we win here, Poike, we win. Yeah, Tessia goes down. No Ice Block. The one thing I didn't like, though, was that they got Raikou's Ice Block in this push. I feel like JT did such a good job getting around that wall and actually getting to his team and healing them up, but maybe he just ran out of Serenity charges at this point. Oh no, he got. Oh yeah, I see what happened. He got stunned after he got blinded, and then he got stunned on his trinket. So a bit unfortunate. Raikou kind of pushing in while that was happening, a little too aggressive, but I worked out in Echo's favor, and now they're up 2-0.
Echo looks so good right now. The duo, bro, the El Clasico, Waz and Raikou. They've just been a rogue mage duo for so long. And it looked like Waz soloed him, but I don't know. Is this the right graph? Because it's actually Raikou that soloed him, even though he was in the ice block.
His Phoenix soloed him.
Phoenix just killed him. He just got popped and busted and then blocked. It's like, get him, Phoenix. Get him. The Phoenix literally killed him. Look at the comment. Like, Arcade Phoenix 1.4.
Yeah.
It's oh my god. Arcade Phoenix just combust. Block. It's my strap. My pet will get you. I choose you, Ashes of Alar.
That's amazing. That's amazing, actually. He blocked the Phoenix. The Phoenix hit 1.5 mil pyro and then a 3.1 greater pyro. Like, what? That is crazy. Yeah, and then he got an elemental focusing lens proc.
It's like a Torbjorn turret. He like Torbjorn turret ultimate. Killed him with the Torbjorn turret while he's in a block. You're thinking the game's over. You didn't see my trap card. I have a Phoenix right here. You fell for my Phoenix. They're thinking they're going to win the game. You got to watch the Phoenix at all times. He's the real menace, the menace of the arena here. We're going to a big map, so DOBOB are just flipping this entirely. Even though it felt like the ice walls were their moments, and it was easier to pull those off on Runes of Lordran, they're avoiding the cage now. I feel like this is already bad mojo for DOBOB. Like, you're not going to cage. Like, what is that? Like, that's your map, bro. This has been your map against Echo for so long, and I feel like what's going on? What's going on here? Like, DOBOB, they might have just been knocked off their game here after this.
Yeah, what's going on, DOBOB? Where's the cage? People want the cage.
The crowd wants the cage. They're cheering for cage, and DOBOB's like, nah, Ashamane's Fall. We're going for the basic pick, okay? They're going for the pumpkin spice pick for Ashamane's Fall here. And I can't imagine they're changing their comp. It's really just little tiny efficiencies. I would have to watch it back on like slow motion to see like what exactly Waz is doing to be able to get more damage, because now Raikou is also getting more damage. Is it a timing thing? Is Waz getting Dragon's Breath less on his killing spree, because that seems to be a big window of damage, and all these like little micro moments on, are you shutting down the vanishes better? And Brunhilde's getting maybe Nova on vanish or something like that more consistently, and then that's what's adding up, because it just feels like Waz has a bit of an edge today.
I think for the mage for the mage comparison, a lot of it is just who's going for more crowd control, who's going for more damage, and like a lot of the time when Echo is forcing an ice block, it's literally just a cheap shot, or it's literally just a kidney shot on the healer, or a kidney shot into a cheap shot, and Raikou's just there blasting, not even trying to polymorph. Where Tessia has been landing a lot more crowd control, I feel like, or at least going for a lot more crowd control, and sometimes even getting stopped on it. I think that's one thing, and then another thing is just the Phoenix. When you pop your combust, where you were when you popped it, that's where the Phoenix lands. So if you are on top of the enemy team and you get and you use combust and they don't blink away, or they don't get gripped away, or they're just kind of stuck, they don't have mobility, that Phoenix is going to get super value. But if you pop it and you're blinking out of line, that Phoenix is going to do absolutely nothing. So and some of it of course is just pad as well, but so I think the mage damage is very comparable, but I think it is interesting to see the difference in rogue damage, because Waz seems to be definitely pulling ahead on the damage. And last week, I feel like Relza was actually doing better with mana management over JT. But this week, it feels like JT has had better mana management than Relza. I mean, some of that could be just because Relza has to heal more as well. But it feels like both of these priests, like they figured something out to just squeeze in a little bit more efficiency. I think also one thing that Waz does to take less damage is that when he gets Smoke Bomb combusted, he just instantly trinkets. Whereas Brunhilde, he likes to sit it and greed a little bit. And it actually adds up, like 3-4 Smoke Bomb swaps in a game. That's a lot of mana. That's like 4 health bars that his healer has to actually heal at some point.
Yeah, so you think it's just they're playing more to the script? They're just making the trades when they see them and not trying to be greedy that's kind of putting them ahead?
I think it's a lot of small things, but that's definitely one factor. Just something that I've noticed. It could be also, maybe something in the build that Waz is doing differently, or just his rotation a little bit differently for the Brunhilde. But definitely, Relza has to heal more. That's just a fact. And I think that's definitely like one of the small things that's contributing to it. But here we go. Match point, upper bracket. Loser will be eliminated down to the lower bracket. Winner will continue and secure themselves already a spot in the championship Sunday. Let's see here. Who's going to take it?
Ooh, Tessia was he High Mountain this whole time? I swear he just switched. I swear he was a Night Elf.
Yeah, he switched.
In these other games. I think he went High Mountain. So it's High Mountain versus Night Elf. Old meta versus new meta. Are the cows taking over, or are the Night Elves reigning supreme here? Because we've seen Night Elf in the meta for so long, right? I think even in Mythic Plus and the MDI, we see a lot of Night Elves. So seeing High Mountain swapped in here. Let's see what pays off for Tessia. Could be a scary opener, but he got Altar and Barrier off behind the pillar. He did have to Trinket, though. So, I mean, Mage Trinket down is definitely an advantage. Oh, my God. It's match point. He almost dies. They got every Trinket. It's not even a minute in the game. They got every Trinket. They got the Angel. They got the Momentum. And yeah, the cow is not... I don't think the cow is making much difference right now. He's just dying right now. It just feels like DOBOB. They've lost all their confidence. They lost all their momentum. They got to find a way to pull this back. They go on Waz. They get his Trinket at least. He won't be able to escape from crowd control in the future, but Echo are just on the gas pedal there and unrelenting. That oh my God, Tessia's combustion just got cheap shot 3 times. He's trying to squeeze out a couple of globals here onto Waz, but really not finding any significance from it. Raiku's going to have his combustion. Raikou fakes a kick. It just feels like they're in their heads at this point. Oh, here comes the engagement. No block. Brunhilde is dead. They're getting absolutely dominated in game number 3. Somehow Brunhilde's alive. He's actually alive. I thought it was lights out right there from Brunhilde. Echo just have full control right now. They are just swinging, unrelenting.
Tessia actually saved him with a High Mountain Torrent stun there. He hit Raikou with that and actually peeled him off of that engage. But still, Waz has got the blind. 28 seconds on Relza's Trinket. Brunhilde has no cloak. The only way Brunhilde lives is by just pre-vanishing the goal. He's actually sitting and stuff. He knows, I just have to AFK at this point. I am so dead if I open. So Brunhilde doing the smart thing here, forcing Echo to go onto his mage, but still, Tessia has nothing as well.
Ooh, the chastise
smoke bomb. Nice opener here. Let's see if Brunhilde can make it count. He knows that he's in big trouble now, though. He has to pre-vanish this next go. Waz is looking for the blind here onto Relza. Is he going to get it? No, he gets feared. Nicely done there by Relza. He's chasing Relza here. There's the kidney shot, and they get onto Brunhilde. Looks like they're going to go after Tessia, actually. Full ring of Frost connects. No, he gets interrupted. Smoke bomb comes through. Tessia blinking out of it. Nicely done. Relza, though, in a full fear. They manage so expertly to survive this situation from the side of DOBOB, actually. DOBOB has weathered the storm. They have Relza's Trinket back up. They have a defensive cooldown again. That was just 2 minutes of pure terror if you're on DOBOB, but they played so well defensively there to live that.
Well, they might be going back into pure terror with that killing spree damage on Tessia. Barrier, nice Relza's an Angel. They've got combustions available on both sides. Who's going to launch first? Brunhilde's in a kidney shot. Raikou, he's holding his finger on the trigger. He's ready to go, but he's just not popping. Tessia as well. They're playing it patiently. Really want to get that perfect combust. Chastise on Brunhilde. Are they going to swap off that? Cheap shot on Relza from Waz, though. Tessia as well. They're playing it patiently. Really want to get that perfect combust. Chastise on Brunhilde. Are they going to swap off that? Cheap shot on Relza from Waz, though. Ring of Frost around the corner. He gets shut down. He blinks in for it again. He blinks into another cheap shot. Relza's casting Holy Fires. A little bit worried about getting counterspelled, I would imagine, with Tessia having no block. Fear comes through. Waz gets cracked. JT has to Trinket. Waz dies! What? DOBOB actually do it! I
No
cannot
way.
believe it. They were getting domed for like 2 minutes. It was just Echo's game. They're just bodying them, just bullying them around, and then just one misstep. JT's just a little bit too far out of range. Doesn't anticipate it. Can't get in there, and DOBOB squeeze out a win.
By far the worst game from DOBOB. They had the most disastrous opener possible. Everyone had to full send all of the entire spell book, but then they played so well for 2 minutes just defensively. Brunhilde sitting in stealth. Look at that high mountain here on the right there. You see that? He stops the re-poly at the high. Oh my god, that's so sick. Actually, the high mountain swap, bro. It's not even just for the
swap.
not even just
It
for
kept
the
him alive
defensive.
right there. If we watch that moment again, like if he got that sheep, Brunhilde was dead. So I think there was an interview one time with Holinka when he used to be at Blizzard, and they were talking about racials, and he's like, you can never count out a really well-timed war stomp. And it's like, like, look at this from Tessia right here. Like, I swear if he gets this poly, because he's kicked, so he can't do anything. He stuns it. If he gets the resheep, I swear they win.
Yeah, for sure they win. It actually carried them, and then Brunhilde as well. Just he knows, like, I'm dead. If I open, I'm dead. I have nothing. So what does he do? He just sits in stealth. He's like, I have a high mountain cow on my team, bro. Let this guy soak up some damage. I'm just gonna chill in stealth. And then this surprise attack at the end. What was that damage, man? DOBOB. I mean, this game looked terrible for them. Let's be honest, but they didn't tilt. They're down 0-2. They're against the best team in Europe. And they still show, resilience, and they actually overcome that. And now this is the type of game that starts building momentum in favor of DOBOB. Like, if you're on the side of Echo, it can be a bit tilting to lose a game like this. Like, you die pre-CDs, you have, all of your healer CDs, your cloak is up in like 3 seconds, you die pre-CDs, you had them the entire time, and then on the side of DOBOB, it's like, well, can't go any worse. Like, let's go, boys. This is kind of how the reversal can start happening in these mirrors. It's not just about playing well. It's also a mental game,
What if
WoW
this
is a
is
big
all
mental
a bait?
game.
What if they were baiting Echo into playing aggressive, and they just, like, purposely all trinketed at the first go of the game so that they're like, Echo will play aggressive, and that's how we can win. We need Echo playing aggressive. And it was some big mind game from DOBOB to try and get Echo in this position where they're playing aggressive, and maybe they can take advantage of them. So I don't know. We're going to Tiger's Peak. It's not going to be a huge map advantage to either side. Well, it's a mirror, so you wouldn't expect it, but sometimes there's a playstyle difference. This is completely neutral, kind of medium-sized map here. DOBOB, they're happy about that, but they're beaten up, man. Like, they're pretty beaten up. Like, they got a black eye, like their arms in a sling. They got to fight in a pretty bad position against Echo, and you're relying on Echo tilting if you want to take this series back. So maybe they will. Maybe they'll tilt. Maybe DOBOB pulls off the most insane upset and can manage to reverse sweep Echo 3 games in a row. Predictions were split pretty evenly between the casters, and I think, but the chat was leaning into Echo a lot. We need Echo to win because we need the downfall of Enruki. So this is the perfect time. Come on, Echo, don't let us down here. Don't tilt. I don't want to see any tilting going on here. Look, it's so good, dominating. Just slipped up for 1 second, and then it's over. DOBOB pounce. They see it and they take it. All right, Tiger Speed. We're about to jump in.
We needed Echo to slip up one game for the perfect prediction to happen. So. We'll see.
Oh,
we'll
that's
see.
right, actually. That is a good point. That's a good point. Good job, Echo. Now, win the game.
All right, now stop trolling, guys. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Stop trolling. We get that. We DM'd you, and you did that for us, but now, here we go. It's game number 4. Let's see what happens. Maybe just immediately trading fireballs in the middle here. And there's a little mind game with using your barrier. You don't want a barrier before the rogue opens, because then the rogue waits it, and then opens when you don't have a shield. So it can kind of get a little scary not being able to use your barrier, and depending on if the rogues want to go right away. And it doesn't look like they're going to go just yet. Light wells are down, mirroring each other on the balconies. Tessia has balcony side over here, so you can line of sight with that Tiger. And Raiku's got the pillar right next to Relza. I think Relza has Raikou has an advantage being close to Relza right now with his positioning, whereas Tessia is really far away. And Brunhilde is literally out of the game. He just doesn't... He wants none of the flame strikes, none of the AoE. Maybe this is smart from DOBOB. They've been losing on mana. So if they can stall the game at all with spending 0 mana, I feel like it's better for them. Like, this stall right now is good. They're spending equal mana. So I actually think they should want this to stall as long as possible. Tessia is moving in, though. I don't know if he's going to come to regret that. Waz is moving over as well. Waz moves in with blind. Oh, Brunhilde, is he going to get there in time?
Oh!
Rear Frost comes down. Tessia is getting destroyed. Brunhilde gets chastised on his opener. Tessia gets the Dragon's Breath. He gets counterspelled on the sheep. He's stuck. He's going for combustion. But both priests are in Angel. I think it's unlikely that we see Raikou take too much damage. They fear Tessia's combustion for a global. They gouge it for a global. Even though they're attacking him, they're just trying to take a single global away from his combustion window. Combustion's over. Hyperthermia is engaged. But Raikou's out of line of sight. Barrier shifting power, big value. Relza can't get too close to JT. Relza's actually repositioned away from Raikou. Tessia gets knocked. Raikou is playing, I feel like, more aggressively towards Relza still. Trying to find a way maybe to get around that balcony in the near future. Casting polys. Trying to bait deaths. Not finding the baits, though. We see Tessia now getting in. Dragon's Breath. Waz is there, but he doesn't stop the sheep. Chastise on Waz. But Tessia is actually the one taking damage, even though JT's in a sheep. Echo gets disrupted with a Dragon's Breath into a polymorph. They're just exchanging damage now. Combustion available for Raikou. Is he going to just send it early on here and build a huge advantage, or is he going to wait for a moment, a specific moment he's holding right now? He's just sending out the Fire Blast, trying to land a counterspell. Tessia gets sheeps on Rogue, but now those are on DR. Waz is going to do a lot of damage when he comes out of this. He's got Adrenaline Rush, and he's just been disarmed. He's just been sheep 3 times, so Waz can ramp up here at any moment. When's he going to pull it? They're waiting. Now Brunhilde in a kidney shot. He got gripped on it, pulled away from the engagement. Tessia blinks back with Alter, and they avoid the Adrenaline Rush and Combustion. Those icons glowing right now beneath Waz and Raikou. Those are big damage amplification spells that they activated. And they do manage to catch a Smoke Bomb here, but Waz is the one that had to Trinket. And now Waz with no Trinket could be an opportunity. Now Tessia's Combustion's rolling. He's still pressuring Waz. They dropped him last time. Can they do it again?
Oh!
Getting close. Not enough. Seems like JT should be able to pick him up. They get the cloak at least. They do get cloak. Trinket cloak out of that exchange. Relz is now in a shape. It's Tessia in trouble. But Brunhilde... No, maybe it's Brunhilde. He's in a cheap shot. Waz, where's he going to go? He's getting sheeped. He's trying to get cheap shots and kick sheep at the same time, but it's hard. He can't get back to the target in time. It looks like both teams are going to even out. Waz slightly behind. DOBOB in the best position so far in the series, though.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff. They blind JT. Did he def the blind there? It looks like JT might have def the blind right there. Yeah, I think he did. Nicely done there. But Tessia now taking a lot of damage, dropping very low. Can they proc the Cauterize? It doesn't look like it at the Alter time. Did do some work there. Now kidney shot onto Brunhilde. Here comes the Smoke Bomb. Brunhilde trinkets. Does he get the stun on Trinket? He gets absolutely 1-digged. Echo takes the win. What? Like, we need to watch that in slow-mo, man, because like Waz is just all over the place. Like, my eyes are too old to keep up with what this guy's doing. He stuns Brunhilde, he stuns the Trinket, then he stuns Relza, and I think he stunned Relza's Trinket as well. I'm not sure actually what he did there. Or maybe Relza just couldn't get into the Smoke Bomb after he Trinketed. I'm not sure. We need to watch it in replay. But yeah, that was a great push. And I think a lot of this game just came down to Echo trying to look for these rogue picks constantly. And that's why Raikou was very patient with his combustion. And I feel like that's kind of how the matchup has developed. It used to be just about the mage race, but the mages don't really fall until the priests are So a lot of these games just come down to doing these rogue goes and then just pressuring the mage to kind of in between, your big punches. And we can see here on Brunhilde, Smoke Bomb, stun. Gets stun on his Trinket, Chastise onto Relza. Okay, that's what it was. So JT sneaking in a nice little Chastise there at the end. And was just stunning the Trinket and doing tons of damage with Raikou. Nice punish.
You're talking about like the young Waz. Is Raikou? I think he might be the oldest player in the competition, but he's still doing so much damage. He's still playing RMP. It's supposed to be a young player's game, but he's still over here farming everybody.
No, I think Raikou is a year younger than me. I think he's.
Oh, you're the oldest? Yeah, but you're not playing, okay?
No. But I'm saying there are players older than me. I think Raikou is born 93. So what, he's 32 right now?
I swear Waz said he was like 37 or something in Germany when we were at Gamescom.
Raikou's not 37, bro. What are you talking about?
Is he like
I think Maz and Sidu are definitely older.
Oh, he's not even old.
Yeah, I know.
Why is everybody memeing that he's old? He's not even old.
32, he
just because
where's the cutoff for when you're officially old? In WoW, I feel like other games, it's a little bit lower, but in WoW, it can be a bit higher, so a bit more strategy-oriented.
I don't think there is a cutoff. Look at WoW Grandma, dude. You can be any age.
That's true. Helps Barn Grill. Shout out.
Exactly. All right. Well, it kind of looked like a bit like maybe DOBOB could turn that one around. However, it is going to be Echo taking that win 3-1. And that means that DOBOB will be moving down to that lower bracket. And we're kind of playing out the opposite of what it was looking like last week in Cup number 1's bracket. Do you think that we see DOBOB do what Echo did last week, Zico, and make a comeback into the grand finals and have a rematch?
That's a great question. Honestly, It's hard to answer because, I mean, just look at this bracket. It is so stacked. They're going to go up against Buff Mistweaver. That's a team that you probably can't get a lot of practice against because, let's be honest, Bank is just farming the ladder as the Mistweaver, but there's not too many others. And then we've seen, you know, Full Smart. They are a scary jungle as well, and they could have to go through that. And then Streamer Zone and Under Pressure. Let's not even talk about that. Like, that's, you know, it's just a crazy bracket. If you got Streamer Zone and Under Pressure, and Streamer Zone loses that, well, then you have to go through Big Macs.
Yeah. It's not. Definitely none of these teams are making it easy. So here is the current bracket. We've got Echo in the semifinals, and they're going to be playing the winner of either of the series Under Pressure versus Streamer Zone.gg. And then in the lower, we've got DOBOB versus Buff Mistweaver, and then Full Smart waiting on an opponent to drop from that upper bracket. And again, it's going to be either Under Pressure or Streamer Zone GG. So no easy series, no smooth sailing at all from here on out in the EU bracket. And these teams are just getting so much more competitive each and every time we see them, Super Tees.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive season. I say that every season. I swear that I'm not just selling out. It legitimately is like every season is better than the last season. And I'm like, this is the best way, I think, to end the War Within is going to be this third season, because every week there's a new team. We see new combinations. We see the chefs in the kitchen. Swapsy sees the potential in Big Mix, picks them up on the roster. Completely unsuspected duo. You would never really anticipate those two guys teaming up, but they take it all the way to the finals in Cup number 1. They got a rematch with Under Pressure that's just about to happen here. But I feel like the changes are maybe in their favor with the class changes as they went. So I feel like it could be even better for them this week.
Woof. All right. Well, we'll definitely have to stay tuned for that one. But in the meantime, that is the end of that series. We're going to go to a break. Before we do that, though, we've got a new game for us to play here to fill some time. You guys ready for this new game?
I'm a bit nervous.
Yeah.
Me too. They briefed us on this a little bit, but I just heard an ominous "you should be" in our ears. This is called What Happens Next. We are going to put our game sense and memory to the test, relive a highlight from the AWC archives, and try to predict what comes next before it's revealed on screen. I'm going to rely on you guys for this. I was not involved in casting back in Legion, so it's on you.
Weren't you in charge of stats?
Yeah, you were in charge of stats.
Don't you remember your own stats?
I mean, like, that was more BFA when I joined the team. I think maybe it was towards like the end of Legion that I joined AWC behind the scenes. No. Just let me have my copium, bro. All right, let's see it.
Just let her coast.
I'm hearing a little backpedaling happening right now.
All right, here we go. Method versus Splice.
I remember this. This is the healing stat moment. This is the healing stat moment. Healing stat pick this.
I know what comes next, guys. It's the incarnation.
But Botar doesn't die. Here comes the incarnation, but Botar doesn't die.
Oh, man.
Oh,
this
no.
Splice survives and turns it around.
This is actually maybe the greatest moment in AWC, man. Actually, I love it. I love the casting. I love the fact that it's 3-3. It's on BlizzCon. It's the highest stakes possible. This was such an insane game. And, I mean, being lost as well, so, like, we take that, you know?
What did Bean do? What did Bean do to you, dude? It's the grand finals. It's Game 7. Here comes the incarnation, and Botar pulls up the miracle. He stays alive in the gate. Everyone is screaming. No one can believe he's alive, bro. They could have been champions.
I mean, to be fair, Cedar did become a champion later on, but yeah, it was an amazing game.
A while. He got there eventually.
I think it was the next tournament. Or maybe it was a
What, to
BFA
be a
tournament.
BlizzCon champion?
I think CD won the next one, the next BlizzCon. Or it was the one after that. It was pretty close after this. And then CD dies, and he tries to pull off the miracle. He doesn't have a gateway. All right. That one, I feel like that one is an easy one. I thought they were gonna throw us like a hard one, you know, like a series, like a quarterfinal or something, like something not as monumentous. But okay, they went easy on us for the first one.
No, can you not tempt them, man? What do you do?
Why do you do that? Why do you rage bait them like that, man?
Rage baiting them.
We could be looking good right now, Sid. We could be looking, you know, like we have great memories and you know, we know what's going on, but instead you're just rage baiting them. That's crazy.
Yeah. Biting the hand that feeds you. Super tease. Nicely done.
We're watching it again to relive the tragedy of Bean and Snuts. To come as close as you could. This is literally the closest you could come to winning and not actually win.
Oh yeah, I mean he's 1%.
Like, this is literally a world record.
Yeah.
Look at Bean,
Wasn't this
bro.
the video
Imagine
that was made like the what was it, like the Tale of Sea-Doo or whatever? Like this was in here.
Ah, yeah, the
this was
Legend
the
of
lead up
The
to
Sea-Doo.
it.
dramatic music. Yeah, the Legend of Sea-Doo. Yeah.
I remember that.
I guess I remember the
We
big
need to
full
make the
screen
Legend
of
of
that health
Whiz-K
bar.
next.
Yes.
Whiz-K.
Ooh, we do. We needed to get on
Whiskey
that
is
one.
on the up and up right now, dude.
Whiskey, oh, for sure. Yeah, we can talk about that a little bit later. Of course, North American games are tomorrow, but you can play Legion Remix. It is now available to play. Log in via the live World of Warcraft client to participate in the Fell Frenzy and begin your adventure today. We know that a couple people on the desk here are already strongly addicted to Legion Remix, so let us know if you've joined in on that action and what you've been up to. But in the meantime, we will be heading to a break. When we come back, we've got another upper bracket series coming up here. It is Under Pressure versus StreamerZone.gg. We'll be right back.
The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides...
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Gorthamar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The Sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath. Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength. I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us.
while we draw breath.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. If you are just now tuning in, we just saw Echo face off against DOBOB. 3-0. DOBOB heading down to that lower bracket to face the loser of this next series. It's going to be either Under Pressure or Streamer Zone GG. Then you were watching the offline games. How did both of these teams do? How do you think they're going to do in this series?
I'm curious. I mean, we had a lot of questions about Streamer Zone going into last week, and I think they showed up in a big way, bringing in some really interesting compositions, not only with Swapsy and BickMix playing the Elemental Shaman Survival Hunter, which is a crazy pocket pick. We also see Swapsy play the Pharaoh Druid. The last time these two teams met specifically, it was actually Streamer Zone that came out ahead. Under Pressure really kind of struggled to find pressure in the match. I think playing the Restoration Druid didn't work out too well. Resto Druids did get buffs-ish, so I don't know if that's going to be really too much to make too much of a difference, but I feel like Streamer Zone, after all the changes, the higher item level, they should be looking even better for this one, so I really hope that the side of Under Pressure has some new compositions prepared. But yeah, in the offline games, Streamer Zone once again looking good. and making it to this position once again. We actually saw Limps come in too, which was really cool. We didn't see him too much last week, but showing that he is a very strong Demon Hunter.
Most definitely. We'll see if we do see that in that series also. But given everything that we know and we just said, Ben, what do you feel like is going to be the result of this series?
I feel a bit bad because, last week I was top of the leaderboard. I've been talking about it nonstop, and now I've actually gotten every single prediction wrong.
Ooh.
All of them. I'm 0 for 3 today. So I feel bad saying it, but I'm going with Chad on this one. I predicted Streamer Zone will win 3-1 once again.
Okay. Zika, what about you? What is your prediction?
I'm going with Streamer Zone all the way. They're looking better. They surprised me last week, and I think they're going to continue to surprise me right now. While I think Under Pressure is a really, really insane team roster-wise, I feel like the meta is not the best for them right now. I feel like, LA Shamans not looking super hot right now. Demon Hunters, not, like Lontar, his main is kind of Resto Shaman, Resto Druid. Has seen some success in NA, but, that's in NA. Here in EU, it's all about those disc priests. It's all about those Presivokers. Then, let me remind you who won at Gamescom. All right. So I'm going with 1-3 for Streamer Zone.
All right. I also did 1-3. That is how it went last week. So
oh my god,
I'm gonna copy this week, and it looks like every single person. We don't get this often. We usually agree on a team, but we don't get it often that it's the exact score for all of the casters across the board. I wonder what the coin is at. Is the coin gonna be that guy?
Coin's not gonna be. No way. Come on, Coin. Let's see what. Oh,
hey,
no.
buddy.
I feel like Under Pressure is gonna win. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, what do you feel like it's gonna take then? Because obviously they're the underdog going into this. But if you were on the side of Under Pressure, I mean, what would you be saying to yourself?
I don't know. Like, I want to see a little bit more of that, like DHDK cleave that they started experimenting with near the end of the series. That's something that MVQ plays quite a bit in both regions. So I'd like to see maybe that in the blind pick, see what Streamer Zone has available. But yeah, I think Under Pressure, it's going to be a comp thing. They need to find some composition, whether that's Houston coming in on the Windwalker Monk. We haven't seen too much Windwalker Monk. I just think they need to throw a curveball in this game number 1.
You know what they should do, actually? They should copy Welcome to the Jung and go Ret Hunter Resto Druid.
You think so?
I would love that, yeah. Okay. I think that would be definitely the curveball.
Who's their hunter?
I was gonna say, do they have
Jamie
that?
can play hunter, but who's their ret then?
Yeah, I feel like this is
If Houston, I think Houston could do it. Yeah.
That's like an NA comp, though. You think it's gonna work?
It is an NA comp. I think it could work. I think it could work. Yeah. They just need to play as good as Welcome to the Jung, and then it can work.
Yeah.
If you're not as good as Welcome to the Jung, though, I don't think it's gonna work.
Oh no!
I feel like Welcome to the Jung could lock in anything and make it look good, though. To be fair,
yeah.
I like Under Pressure's logo a lot.
Oh, I get it. It's like one of those hydraulic press. Do you guys ever watch those videos where they're just like smushing random things?
I watch an embarrassing amount of shorts, and I'm not proud of it, but those are some of my favorites.
Oh man! All right, we're talking about brain rot on AWC today. All right, well, we'll see who does end up under that hydraulic press for this series and gets knocked down to the lower bracket. Is Under Pressure versus Streamer Zone. GG, best of 5, Nagrand Arena, game number 1. Ben.
Blind pick. That's what I'm most interested in. Streamer Zone, I feel like we're probably going to see the Ellie Hunter. That's my guess. But for Under Pressure, they have options. Likely going to be some composition based off of, what MVQ is going to be running. And, of course, they're doing a Lontar. He plays a lot of Resto Druid, a lot of Shaman. But, of course, he's played every single healer at a high level. So, Under Pressure as well. Lots of different options available to them. But I feel like I'm quite confident it will have a Demon Hunter. I feel like this team is kind of based around MVQ at this point.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. But we'll see. We'll see what they've cooked up. They like to run a lot of LE Demon Hunter. But I'm more interested in what healer are we gonna see out of Lontar, because I feel like Void Weaver has kind of taken the competition by storm. But I don't know. Are we gonna see that coming out from Lontar, or are we gonna see, because he's better on Druid and Shaman, and he is gonna play
Double Demon Hunter?
Is that an Oracle, though?
Yeah, he's playing Oracle. He's playing
this?
Oracle, Holy Priest. So, Holy Priest, Double Demon Hunter. This is a
Did Method Orange
composition
play this?
I mean, yeah. This is a comp that we know and love. So, I don't know if this is going to work, but it certainly is interesting. And this is exactly what I wanted. I wanted something crazy, and this is exactly what we got.
Yeah, look at that. We got the Mana Rift Cleave back. I don't remember actually what we used to call it, but yeah. Let's see if it works, I guess. Double Demon Hunter right now, all of the big mechs. Swapsy getting imprisoned here on his cooldowns. He's taking a lot of damage there. Swapsy just sitting through endless crowd control. He hasn't played the game yet for 20 seconds. Finally gets to play the game a little bit with Lontar sitting through a Hammer of Justice. Reverse magic coming out though. Back onto Borug. And Borug just spamming out the heals here onto big mechs. Lontar tried to Shadow Death the Hex, but failing, and now he has to Trinket out of that Hex, so they don't have anything to remove a Hex, so Jamie's going to have to be a playmaker here on that, Swapsy is going to have to be a playmaker on that Shaman, and make sure that he can find as many Hexes as possible. Big Mix under a lot of fire here. There's the stun, though, from Swapsy's Elemental onto Houston. He's going to be the target of choice. Chastised coming in. Lontar looking for the double fear. He finds it. Big Mix is isolated. The double Demon Hunter Dream pushing for the turtle right now. Not going to find it, though. Lontar gets hexed. And now here comes the reversal once again back onto Houston.
A Double Demon Hunter is either a dream or a complete nightmare, depending on who you ask. Like, if this is the composition starts being played a lot, I'm a bit afraid. Lightning Lasso here onto Houston. He's getting low on health. Big high mountain stun. Swapsy getting cheeky with that racial, trying to get him stunned up, but it looks like he will survive. Lontar doing a good job with his mana so far, although surprisingly, Barug actually has a little bit of a lead. That being said, I feel like most of the pressure has been on Big Mix this game. Beautiful stun there onto Barug, and an imprisonment on 3x diminishing return, though. Really not going to be accomplishing too much. And now with that Hex, both Houston and MVQ are getting low. The damage from Swapsy and Big Mix is sky high.
Yeah, but right now, Big Mix is on the back foot here. But here comes the Stormkeeper. Swapsy zapping away. Big Mix dropping very low, though. He's going to go ahead and charge to Lontar just to build a little bit of space there. Nice kiting from Big Mix, even though he is that survival hunter. Finding ways to use that harpoon, but here comes the double stun. Here comes Houston. Big damage onto Big Mix. Double I-beams connected. Big Mix, what are you going to do? Barug coming in with a big heal right before that Imprison lands. Full Hex out of that stun. Houston in a Lightning Lasso. Big Mix with a nice scatter shot onto MVQ into a trap, and I think they're finding their groove in this matchup. Landing a stun into a Hex on the healer and then scatter trapping one of the Demon Hunters to kind of force a 3v1, because those traps are all going to get reversed anyway. They're actually swapping to Barug, though. He's taking a lot of damage. Feller Eruption coming out onto Borug, dropping to half. Houston dropping a lot of damage from Jamie. Could be the Darkness here being traded out. They have one more in their back pocket. Lontar also getting swapped to. Everyone is just PvEing at this point, trying to take down the healers and trying to force something. But it looks like everyone is going to recover. Lontar not looking too hot, though, in the mana department.
My gosh, Houston and MVQ getting crazy here. Big Mix moving over. Can he land a full trap? Oh, Lontar does a great job using the Shadow Word Death. And that does not. He actually tried to line up a triple high mountain on not only stunning both DPS, but landing it on the Lontar. Unfortunately, barely missing it. That's a really amazing play, though. I feel like if you line that up, like that's like a strike in bowling or something. Houston now getting low on health as he continues to make a push. He gets disarmed. Nicely done there by Big Mix, but the Darkness comes down. Should give Houston enough of a shield to get topped off and make a play.
Yeah, right now he's caught up in a stun, though. He's taking a lot of damage. Both Demon Hunters. The Hunt is connecting on the Big Mix as well. Obviously looking for the Hexes. I wonder if he should Hex some of these Demon Hunters on their cooldowns as well. Lands it onto Lontar. Never mind. Houston almost going down here. Another walk. And the Shadow Meld is going to be traded out there for Houston. I like that damage coming out there from Swapsy. Big Mix looking for the Freezing Trap. Lontar, Shadow Word Depths. But Lontar is on DR still from that Hex, so I think he actually got a little bit baited there. Not maybe tracking that DR properly, but Houston is getting absolutely blasted here. Swapsy is having just the time of his life, being a free-casting Ellie Shaman into 2 melees, doing so much work. Full Hodge onto Lontar, and they get the follow-up Hex. It doesn't look like it. Swapsy might be fishing for it right now. Houston is taking a decent beating as well, but now finally reversing the pressure back on to Big Mix. Big Mix gets gripped away, though. Actually, he charges away onto Lontar. I always get baited by that, but yeah, the harpoon doing some work here for Big Mix, building more and more distance. And Houston, I don't know, man, how much time he's got left.
Yeah, this is looking deadly. I mean, a full Hex lands once again. This is the Metamorphosis. Houston trying to get aggressive, trying to get a little bit of leech healing out if he can. He reverses it. It looks like The reversal of the Hammer of Justice on Lontar will keep Houston alive for the time being. He's going to pop Blur. Mana once again in favor of Baruch, but maybe Lontar can recover. He goes into the Spirit of the Redeemer. Going to be able to throw out a bunch of free healing, but in terms of cooldowns, I'm still really afraid here for Under Pressure. However, they are keeping this damage up on a Big Max. Like, it seems possible that they win this. Like, I'm still not counting them out with the double Demon Hunter. Silence down to Lontar, and Big Max getting almost taken down. Goes down to 10% health in that Chaos Nova. Very nicely done. Good amount of burst coming in from MVQ and Houston. But Houston now is in so much danger. Hammer of Justice. The Void Shift comes in the nick of time, and Houston survives.
There was a gap there in the stun, so you got the Void Shift out. That's so brutal. Could have closed it out right there, but Streamer Zone still with a lot of pressure here. Still with a lot of cooldowns left as well. That was the Guardian Angel coming out from Lontar. He's got a lot of catch-up to do. He's pushing in for a potential fear onto Borug, but Swapsy has the Tremor Totem available as well, so I don't know how much that's going to net him. Houston still just jumping around, trying to make something happen here onto Big Max. They did, the high mount. Did he hit the triple? I think he got the strike right there, actually. Big Max manages to find it. Beautiful place here. Going for style points as well on that high mounted double roots coming through here on both of these Demon Hunters. If Houston is pinned back at the pillar, and when you're playing a double melee cleave and you're forced to sit back at the pillar like this, it is not a good sign. Baruch is sitting up for a drink on the opposite side of the map. He gets stopped though. The Big Max needs to be careful. Does have the aspect of the turtle. Does have the Roar of Sacrifice, Exhilaration as well. They have everything they need. Only way they lose this game on the side of Streamer Zone is if they die pre-CDs or if they run out of mana. They just need to keep up the pressure a little bit longer.
Big Max gets feared away, making a swap maybe on Lontar here. They all dive into the darkness and then immediately run out of it. Lowest value darkness on Earth. Houston, oh no, he's so far! And there comes the Blur at the same time. Big Max is low. Let's see what he can do. Houston, of course, can use that Metamorphosis just to survive. Getting back in line of sight. Lontar needs to heal him up. Connects a huge heal there. Massive heal. And now the pressure is onto Big Mix. He has the aspect of the turtle. Sacrifice fades, and this Mix could be in trouble. Houston still just staying on target. It's so back and forth. They get the turtle. Under pressure, they might be able to do it. They're going after Swapsy, immediately getting the Astral Shift. He does not want to force Baruch to use any cooldowns on him. I like that early trade, and now Houston is low. It is back and forth between these two teams, but Big Mix is down to 20% health. Blessing and Protection trades, and it gets dispelled. So Big Mix in some trouble. It's Zico, this is crazy.
Yeah, that's the magic bop right there onto Big Max. It has faded. And now what are you going to do? MVQ's trying to make a push. He has Hammer of Justice. Swapsy finds the full Hex onto Lontar. He has a trinket, but he's not choosing to use it. They trap MVQ. They're going after Houston. Big Max, though, in a lot of trouble. He's got nothing left. Baruch's got no mana. Big Max could actually fall right now. I think they've done it. The double Demon Kings are looking to put a point on the board here for Under Pressure. Can they do it? Houston is so low, though. They have no cooldowns on both sides. There's the Nether Walk, the final cooldown here actually being popped for Houston. MVQ and Houston now pushing for the win. I think they've done it. No Roar of Sacrifice. The high mountain comes through from Big Max. He's trying to kite. Nice route there with the harpoon. Big Max trinkets out. 1 second left on that Roar of Sacrifice. A huge heal connects right in the nick of time. And now Houston might have ran out of time. Lontar with another big heal as well. Big Max has the Roar of Sacrifice. Just use it, man. What are we doing here? They're finally trading it out. Houston's so low. Big Max is so low. It's a race to the finish. Warren coming in with the Searing Glare. He's trying to do anything. And they will find the kill onto Houston. But that was as close as it could possibly get.
Yeah, Under Pressure in celebration of Legion Remix, locking in the double Demon Hunter. Trying to make it work, but unfortunately not able to find it. I think Big Mix, he got the turkey. What's like the triple strike in a game with the high mountain stuns? Like, I think that's a turkey. I don't know much about bowling, but yeah, that was, I can't believe how close that was. That was just so back and forth. I was getting nervous for Streamer Zone there.
Oh man, I thought they were going to lose actually at the end there. I was like, wait a second. Double Demon Hunters, man. This could actually work, but Streamer Zone, they pulled through, man. It just goes to show how... There it is. There it is. The strike. The triple. Beautiful. I love that the replays, like, just... There were so many close calls. The first thing we focus on is the triple high mountain. Today is just a montage of high mountain stuns, man. It's so funny, man. Everyone picking this race up. And we're starting to see people actually make plays with the racial now. People just picked it for the tankiness, but in the end, now we're seeing the strikes come through here. But yeah, man, that was a really, really close game. I don't know, actually. I think that Under Pressure should just keep locking this in. Like, that game could have gone either way for sure.
Oh, definitely. That's the thing about the Demon Hunters. They're actually inherently quite difficult to take down. They're very tanky. And you notice, like, Houston, just by getting out of line of sight and the low cooldown on Blur, trading out the Nether Blocks, like, he can keep himself alive quite well. I actually don't mind the Holy Priest. I wonder if there's actually a better healer for this. Maybe we need to see the Void Weaver, you know? Void Weaver double Demon Hunter. I want to see it.
I don't mind the Holy Priest, but maybe we should see the Void Weaver.
I'm very biased towards Void Weaver. I like watching it. It's fun.
Oh yeah, me too, man. Me too. I love watching it. It's great. It's
Look at the damage.
Pumping damage.
Like, I'm surprised that MVQ and Houston are significantly below Big Mix and Swapsy in this match. Now, I know... I don't know.
Look at their healing, though.
I didn't see that. I missed that part.
They had like 200 mil healing. Yeah. Look at Houston. Houston was the main target. And like, sure, he did 200 mil less damage than Swapsy, but he also did like 150 mil healing more than Swapsy, or like a little bit less. But it's pretty even, actually, when you look at it from that perspective. Plus all the damage reduction, you know, with like Netherwalk and stuff like that don't actually show as healing. And when you like meta immune damage and stuff, I think we're going to hook point. I think they're going to lock in the same thing here. I kind of like it. The question is, what healer are we seeing? They should just go big map and send the Void Weaver.
I want to see the Shaman or the Void Weaver, yeah.
Oh,
why not?
Interesting.
What's wrong with the Shaman?
I mean, I don't mind it. I mean, it looked sick when Cubsy played it last weekend. So, and Lontar, obviously, that's his main. So, maybe Shaman actually. Yeah, maybe Shaman could work. But
you're starting to see the vision. Like, Shamans have really good healing right now. And they actually have a good amount of healing while in crowd control. So, I won't mind it. A little bit of extra roots. You know, can still defend himself from traps with grounding totem, things like that. But
double reverse magic as well.
I don't know who has better mana. Like, who's more efficient in this matchup?
It's got to be the Shaman, right? Over the Paladin?
No, over the Holy Priest.
Oh.
The only nice thing about the Holy Priest, you play double Dispel. So you have Purification, Dispel Flame Shocks, but I do wonder how annoying that actually is for Swapsy here. I'm not sure.
I don't know, man. He did pretty good damage despite that last game, so I don't know. And maybe it would have been even worse, though, if they didn't have that, so I don't know. We'll see. We're going to hook point. I feel like... Do you think there's a world where we just tunnel the Holy Paladin? What is this? What is this mod?
Like, I'm not going to call out Legion Remix again. Actually, I am. I just got those shoulders. So those shoulders from Xavius, I managed to pick those up, which is great. They look so good. I love this transmog here from MVQ. What are your thoughts?
I love everything about it except the weapons. Dude, what are those gloves? They look insane. What is that?
Yeah. That's from this Astral Gladiator leather gloves. That's just some good old-fashioned PvP gear, dude.
Wait,
look good.
Why did the Demon Hunter ones look so good? What the hell?
Here's the crazy. Who has a better mod between MVQ and Houston? I already know.
It's got an MVQ. It's an MVQ.
Yeah,
for sure.
me too. This is like a little cliche.
I don't like their weapons. Like, what are we doing here? Like, we're playing Demon Hunter with Warglaves transmogged. It's like, you know, that's like making a Ret Paladin and calling it like Uther or something, you know?
That's like 90% of Ret Paladins. You can't be calling everyone up.
And they're already pissed about the nerfs. Easy. Easy clap.
Here we go. Houston charging in, getting damage rolling here on the Swapsy. Big stun on Barug immediately. So in the last game, it was Houston and Heavy Q basically training down Big Mix the entire game. We're going to be looking for some huge triple high mountain Tauren ratios from Big Mix. If he can land the trap, even better in that situation. But this is... Oh my gosh! Houston almost just goes down to the opener. 10% health. Lontar saving the day, connecting the heals, but scary opener for under pressure.
Yeah, definitely. Fury of the Eagle coming through here as well. Big Mic's going to be doing some big damn. Oruk sitting through an imprisonment, but he's going to be making his way out of that one. Has a little bit of catch-up to do. Spamming out some flash heals in the backland. Lontar sneaks in with a fear. Big Mic's in big trouble. Swapsy, where's your Tremor Totem? He doesn't have it. Big Mic's dropping very low. High mountains out of there. Immediately back to his healer's line of sight, but he has to trinket the stun. Has to trade out the Turtle. Already traded out the Exile. Already traded out the Roar of Sacrifice. and things are actually looking really good for Under Pressure. But here comes the counter damage from Swapsy, almost taking Houston down, and Houston having full confidence there in Lontar. Lontar had to trade out his trinket, but Houston didn't overlap a single cooldown, and I know a lot of people would have in that position.
All right, let's see how this goes. Houston still low on health. His health is just up, down, up, down, up, down the entire game. Just getting bursted and top, bursted and top. This is a nightmare situation for Lontar. Just full on panic mode the entire game. And now MVQ's in trouble. Oh, he's a trap. Big Mix is low at the same time. There's the Netherwalk first aid. A really good high-level Demon Hunter attack there. But at the same time, Houston, this is not looking... honestly, Streamer Zone is looking way better in this game. Like, this composition all of a sudden seems like a joke. Like, Houston and MVQ were just outright dead the entire game. They have no damage on Big Mix at all. And I don't know. Even with the small map, I don't know. We'll have to see if they can turn this around. But things are not looking good.
If Houston doesn't pre-dark the next go, he's actually just dead. He's got no Netherwalk. He's got no Blur. Finally, Blur actually will rotate back up. But Lontar's got no trinket. There's the trap onto Lontar. But like a reverse magic comes through. Big Mix still taking so much damage. The Hex comes through. Nice sacrifice there from Borug. They actually overlapped the Roar of Sacrifice and the Paladin Sacrifice there. So Big Mix should be completely fine in this, but he's actually just dying through that. It's going to subside here in a second as well, so he's going to take even more damage. Big Mix, what are you going to do? No turtle for 57 seconds. Borug might have to make a big trade here. No lay on hands available as well, actually. Big Mix is in big trouble. How is Borug going to deal with this? If he gets any crowd control, it's just going to have to trade out the bubble, I think. But finally, counter pressure coming out. Swaps is going to have to be the man of the hour and try to get some reversal, try to get a stun. They need to stun these Demon Hunters. Finally, there's a stun onto MVQ, slowing things down for a moment, but Big Mix just trying to survive, trying to kite here, manages to get away from the Demon Hunters for now, but that is not looking too good. Borug had to trade out his trinket, might have to trade out his bubble here as well, and there it is, bubble coming out from Borug as well. There's a full trap onto Lontar, and Houston can just AFK behind the pillar, just kite during that moment, and they can get back into the action. Now they are in a very commanding position on the side of Under Pressure.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's looking a lot better. I mean, I don't know what they did, but pressure seems better. Houston at the same time getting lower on health. Lontar tops him off. They're going to continue this push here onto Big Mix. Bloodlust, though, from Swapsy. Large amount of burst damage. They make a swap on Lontar out of nowhere. Big Mix and Swapsy are there. I feel like they're going to go for a trap. Big Mix gets feared on his burst. Nicely down there by Lontar. Big Mix now getting in position to get healed up by Borug once again. Going to be playing a little bit more defensive. Goes for a scatter, but a full stun on Lontar. Houston is low. Blur gets traded out, but a Hammer of Justice lands. He's not going to be dodging in that stun. So a good play, but ends up getting dispelled there by Lontar. And once again, Under Pressure can make a push. And once again, Big Mix is in a lot of trouble. He's got the aspect of the turtle. Will he use it? That is a question. Seeming pretty confident in the heals from Borug so far, but I don't know how confident you could really be. The sacrifice trades, he trinkets out as well, but I mean, really greeding it with that turtle. Ultimately, greed ends up paying off for Big Mix, and he holds on to that big cooldown.
Yeah, and look at Houston right now. He might have to trade a big cooldown here because he's getting absolutely wrecked. There's the high mountain from Big Mix, looking for the strike. They get a full X on the Lontar. Lontar's getting clean. He gets stunned, and he is down. Absolute insane turnaround there coming out from Streamer Zone. I like what they're doing here. Going after Lontar, going after the healer, pressuring him. And then here, I think he clears out a Void Shift, and then he got immediately blinding shot into a one-shot. Beautiful punish from Streamer Zone. But man, I can see kind of the theory behind what Under Pressure is doing with this comp. It is working, but Big Mix, he's not like other survival hunters as well.
Yeah.
You know, he's so good at just playing it out defensively and just being annoying.
This is one thing I called out last week where it's like Swapsy and Big Mix playing this comp, no one can replicate it. There's just no one as good as that bit, like at survival as Big Mix. He's just been the one trick on this spec for so long. If this spec and this composition are good, I don't think anyone's going to be able to replicate it at this level. So just, you know, and a phenomenal job by Big Mix. That was a big setup there. They were able to get it off. So, I mean, if MVQ and Houston, they practice this composition into like some war games, it's just not the same thing. Big Mix is just way better at kiting, way better at surviving, isn't going to panic, still going to land traps despite being CC. Like, he's getting trained down the entire game by double DH and still managing to like find traps and, you know, hold on to his cooldown.
Top damage,
so it's really,
too.
Really impressive. Yeah, top damage, too.
Yeah, and even here on the kill, if we can slow it down for a moment, you can see it right here. He after the Void Shift comes out, Lontar gets hexed, he swaps to him, and then he drops a blinding shot, and I think he actually explosive trap. Yeah, you saw the like little fire there on the right side or on the left side. He drops an explosive trap to knock him into the blinding shot and then just one taps him while he's stunned. So Big Mix just doing very well for himself. And it's nice. I mean, we said this last weekend too, but it is really nice to see Big Mix finally on a roster that's not just playing one comp. Because, you know, like him and Zenlin, they were a godly duo, like for real. But just playing, you know, that Thug Cleave, which, to be honest, is not even like a great comp. Like in most metas, there's almost no meta where Thug Cleave is actually like a real comp, you know? Usually it's just, like when Hunters are doing well, it's jungle. So you're playing survival Thug Cleave and still sometimes doing like top 3, top 4 finishes in the AWC. They're obviously very talented players, but it's nice to see Big Mix actually on a roster with a lot of depth comp-wise. You know, you have Swapsy, he can play everything. And Borug, we saw him on the healer priest. Now we're seeing him on the paladin.
He literally did double damage of MBQ. Like, quite literally doubled damage. So he's bringing a lot of pressure on these games. It's like, a lot of the time when people ask me, like, oh, Van, you know, who's the best warlock? I'm like, there's a few names in contention, you know. Who's the best priest? There's a few names that I could think of. But when it comes to Survival Hunter, no hesitation whatsoever. Big Mix, the best that I've ever seen do it. And if you're a Survival Hunter fan, I mean, Streamer Zone is definitely the team you want to be cheering for. I'm sure you've all watched Big Mix's guides and stuff like that. So it's legendary that he's able to do this once again. And this, you know, Streamer Zone, they looked really good last week. They had some close calls versus, you know, DOBOB and Echo. So I'm curious to see if they can maybe have a deep run in this tournament, make it to the finals, and potentially win the whole thing. This could be their week.
Yep. Let's see it. Are they just gonna 3-0 this and move forward to Championship Sunday? Could be. Valorant Sewers under pressure, locking in the double Demon Hunter Holy Priest again. I feel like if it doesn't work twice and the second time around it looked kind of worse than the first time, I think I would have liked to see, you know, maybe a healer swap, maybe Lontarino on the rest of Shaman, maybe something else. But this is what they've prepared, this is what they practiced, and this is what they're sticking to. To be fair, they have been close games. I don't think it's one of those series where the score tells the full picture. But I don't know. It seems like a tough win condition when Swapsy can just 1-dig you at any point.
Yeah. I mean, there's things that I like about it, right? It's like, okay, we have double reverse magic. We have double dispel. That means the hunter can't really trap. And we can reverse magic the Hammer of Justice. And then, you know, our healer, he can double dispel the flame shocks. But it's just not working as well. Like, I feel like Streamer Zone, they're doing a really good job navigating, even though this is kind of like a difficult situation. Like, honestly, I think if we saw these compositions and this matchup played out at like kind of like a mid-level, like a Glad range level, not mid, but like a lower than, you know, AWC level, like it would be pretty one-sided for the double Demon Hunter. But I think Streamer Zone is just doing such a good job navigating this kind of difficult matchup.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a lot of matchups like that in WoW where on mid, like, you know, like Glad level, it just looks like one comp is super one-sided, should win. But at the very, very highest level, it's actually the other side that should win. Definitely does look like that. Let's see it here, though. Match point, Valorant Sewers. Streamer Zone looking to move up in this upper bracket to face off against Echo under pressure. One game away from being knocked down to that lower bracket. Coming in here with the Demon Kings. Going after swaps here. Okay, so they're mixing up the targeting here. But now Lontar already getting absolutely blasted and then trapped. Are they going to reverse magic that? It does look like they find the reverse magic back onto Big Max. Swapsy is going to be the target here. And I don't know if he's ready for this. Already having to trade out his Stone Bulwark Totem and his Astral Shift just in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking a little bit dicey. He's trying to like jump down and then jump back up, but there's one class in the game that can easily deal with that. It's a Demon Hunter. Like, that's not going to work too well against Demon Hunter Swapsy, so I don't know if I like this tactic too much. Swapsy on the fire. Let's see if MBQ and Fuston can get there. Look, they do. So really, really quick. Obviously, Demon Hunters have a high amount of mobility, but it's dangerous. You leave a Big Mix open for too long. He's able to find some crowd control here onto Lone Tar, get some cooldowns out of the way there from Houston. But I don't mind this. Like, changing up the targeting, Big Mix obviously very difficult to take down. So going after Swapsy here, I think it's a good adaptation.
Yeah, definitely. It seems to be working well for them. Swapsy gets the sacrifice, though. Taking a decent beating here. Full trap potentially from Big Mix. He's looking for it, but Houston's already there with the reverse magic. I don't think Big Mix is even going to try to go for it. Need cover on these Demon Hunters, something that they don't have unless Swapsy can land a Hex, which seems to be very, very difficult for him to do. Swapsy is just taking so much damage, but Baruch's mana is holding strong so far. They don't have the sacrifice though. Baruch getting caught up in crowd control. Swapsy could be in big trouble here. Might need to trade out the Burrow. He's trying to greed it. Baruch still sitting through another CC. This has to be the Burrow. Surely. No, they're counter pressuring. Oh my god! Houston dropped to 1% HP right there. Lontar saves him with the Trinket Void Shift. An absolute insane amount of damage. Another swap to Lontar. There's the blinding shot. We've seen this movie before, but at the same time, double hunt coming out here onto Swapsy. Big Mex actually tried to blinding shot Lontar and then high mountain stun him as a follow-up stun to try to kill him. And he stuns him and knocks him away, so they don't get the trap. Oh my god, look what Big Mex is doing there in the back line. This man is absolutely out of his mind. Can he win on that? There's no way. Oh my god, that was sick.
Big Mix is literally making a PvP montage in this game. Like, he is just styling on under pressure. But under pressure, they are still keeping up this pain train here onto Swapsy, getting the damage rolling. But you leave a player like Big Mix open for too long, it's going to be a nightmare. They're making a swap out of the Paladin. Rug, he's kind of away. He's got the Freedom and the Divine Steed. Trades out the Divine Protection, but that has faded, and now he will be susceptible to being attacked. Another full stun here onto Lontar. Looks like it will get reversed magic. And the silence onto Lontar. Once again, they're making a big setup onto the healer. It was Lontar that went down in the last game, so needs to be very careful of these potential setups. He is just under fire. This is a healer race now. All of a sudden, both healers are just completely under fire. The full trap now lands on Lontar, and it is Houston who's in danger.
Yeah, you get the reversal there at the end, though, but they did force out the darkness from Houston. Now they're going back onto Borug, and now this is looking a little bit more like Legion, you know? This is looking a little bit more like Trill and Mez back in Legion. We're just missing the mana rift, and then we're just all the way back here at this point. But Borug is dealing with it nicely. Mana is not looking too hot for him, but Houston might just get dropped right now. What is he going to do? He's taking so much damage, leaving Swapsy and Big Mex open. Is he out of his mind? They're going after Lontar now. He's getting blasted as well. The darkness is dropped. The second darkness from the double Demon Hunter side has been forced. Lontar still down 50% HP. Big Mex looking for the freezing trap. He finds it. Houston in big trouble. Where's Big Mex? Looks like he burrowed under the ground or something. He comes back into the middle of the map and looking for some damage back on to Lontar potentially. The CC is going to end, and it looks like Borug is still just inches away here from having to trade out his Divine Shield, trying to hold on. Can he do it? He's dropping to 50% HP. There he has to Trinket and trade out the Lay on Hands. A big trade with Houston, almost dying as well there, getting absolutely crushed, but he does manage to survive with his Trinket. Still not out of the woods yet. Big Mex looking to close it out.
Dead.
And he does find it. Beautiful, beautiful swap there. Big Mex and Streamer Zone are going to take it 3-0. They realize pretty quick that you go after Swapsy, that is not the move.
Yeah, honestly, it was looking decent when they started swapping on the Paladin. Like, it seemed like that was the highest pressure that they had in the match. But, I mean, we're literally seeing Big Mex making montages here. You know, landing the traps, landing the knocks, getting the swaps, getting the stuns, getting the damage. And he ends up slam dunking Houston at the end of this one with a huge wildfire bomb. So this is like the, I don't know, this is that X factor that Big Mex really brings to this team. I love that he's teamed up with Swapsy and Barug. Gives them a lot of comp flexibility, but it's just no one really plays survival, right? You know, like a lot of good mages, there's a lot of good rogues, there's not that many good survival hunters. This is like one of those specializations. It's like it's hard to play. Even people that kind of main hunter still don't play survival. You know, a lot of the time they'll just only play marks or beast mastery, but it's great.
See how low he got there? Man, this was not on this one. It was earlier. But Big Mex, man, the stun into the bomb here.
Oh,
secure it. But earlier, like here, I think it was, he landed a knock on Lontar while he was trapped, and he just scatter shot the Demon Hunter to try to reverse it. Look at here. Look at how low Houston gets here. Right here. There. He's actually 0.01%. Lontar with the quick slow motion swap. And there's that knock scatter combo. Set up, and then he stuns Houston as well to set up this. I mean, yeah, he was definitely on a roll, but Swapsy as well. Swapsy definitely played it. That's the thing about Swapsy, where he just needs to do his job and his comp. He's gonna win eventually, and then he's just playing to the win condition, stopping the setups, keeping up the pressure, making sure that the enemy team don't land kills on their setups, and then eventually, when you have a player like that in your team, plus you have a playmaker on your team like Big Mex, that's when miracles happen. That's what Streamer Zone is looking like right now.
Yeah, most definitely. You're talking about making a movie for Big Mex, Elliot. Which song do you think they'd put if you were an editor? I'm curious.
I don't know. With the High Mountain Tour, and like I'm thinking like Live to Win, you know?
I was thinking the opposite. I was thinking Katy Perry, Fireworks.
Oh, those are good. We can fit both of those into the Big Mex 3 video.
when he's sending the wildfire bomb kill right there.
Yeah.
On the drop, that could work.
Yeah, I could picture it. Yeah, we got to get an editor on that. But yeah, Under Pressure, pulling out some interesting compositions. Double Demon Hunter. We think we see that again. I mean, you guys are talking about just like how unique this composition of Ellie Survival Hunter is. I mean, did they bring out a Double Demon Hunter because they feel like they needed something wacky, Zico, to actually beat that composition? I mean, what was going on there?
I think they probably just theory crafted it and thought, hey, we play a long game into this. We can just tunnel the Hunter forever. We're going to limit his damage. We're going to win on mana, or we're just going to one-shot him if we get enough uptime. But then they realized that they're playing against Streamer Zone, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Not often you see, a double spec composition. So we will see. Under Pressure. They're not out of it quite yet. That is a upper bracket series, so they're dropping down. They're going to play Full Smart, the last series of the day. If we take a look at the bracket here, kind of how everything's lining up. As I said, they're Under Pressure versus Full Smart. And then we've got that DOBOB versus Buff Mistweaver series. DOBOB looking to make a comeback and make it back up to that upper bracket because they are hungry for that rematch. But Echo Streamers OGG series also has to happen in that upper bracket. So we're going to head to a break. We are halfway through the day, more than halfway through the day. And we've got 2 series left in the day in the lower bracket. And we will see you in just a bit after this break.
I have witnessed this battle before. They who would
See you in just a bit after this break.
I have witnessed this battle before. They who would stop at nothing to destroy our world. And the heroes who would sacrifice everything to save it. This is the timeline you know. But the past, like the future, is never etched in stone. This time, we experiment with new variables. We play with power. We wield weapons of unimaginable. Many dangers lurk beneath the shifting sands of time. Beneath the shifting sands of time. You will grow stronger and faster to face them. But so will the enemy. Tell me, Time Runner, are you prepared?
Welcome back. We are in the lower bracket now. It is DOBOB versus Buff Mistweaver, the team that's looking to claw their way back up to the grand finals against Echo or Buff Mistweaver, a team that has had an incredible day so far, 3-2, their first series of the day. Can they keep that momentum going, Ven? What is your take on this series and these two teams?
I mean, Buff Mistweaver Monk, their team after my heart. I love the Mistweaver Monk a lot. I love watching Bang play, but I think this is going to be really rough for them. Like, I kind of feel like the Fire Mage Outlaw Rogue Priest is just in a little bit of a league of its own right now. And I'm also, chat's heavily favoring DOBOB for this one. I also am heavily favoring DOBOB for this one. So I think Buff Mistweaver, we'll see what they can do. I'm expecting something with a Beast Mastery Hunter. I don't know why. I see a Beast Mastery Hunter.
All right,
and maybe it'll work, but I just being a Mistweaver Monk against a good Fire Mage like Tessia, that is a recipe for disaster.
That's fair. 6% from chat, D-Machine, in favor of Buff Mistweaver. Do you think they deserve that number? You were giggling.
I don't know.
I want to know what that's about also.
I can't help it. I just can't help it. I think that it might be generous. I'm gonna be honest with you. 6%. Okay, listen. I know. Listen. So, I'm so sorry, Cherry. If you don't know Cherry, she is our resident Mistweaver expert, as well as Veneruki, and she's one of our observers. Make sure to follow her on Twitch. She also streams. She's a Mistweaver. She loves the Mistweaver. She likes seeing the Mistweaver play. I just don't think the Mistweaver, it's a deep cut. Not a lot of people are locking it in, probably for good reason. I just don't think I don't think it's in the cards. I love a good Cinderella story, but I'm not counting DOBOB out ever. I think they're going to take the series handily.
Wait, you said that the 94-6 is generous, but you still did 3-1?
Yeah, listen. I got we saw Gelu not block earlier today. Stuff can happen, okay? All right? I got to give a little bit of wiggle room. But dude, I don't know. If I'm putting my channel points on the line, like 100% of my channel points versus 0%, it's just there's just no way I'm putting on Buff Mistweaver. I'm sorry. I love you, Bank. I love you. I respect what you guys do. I love seeing Smite on the dragon. DOBOB is spooky.
DOBOB is DOBOB. All right, Ven, what's your prediction then?
3-0 DOBOB. Just not gonna prolong it. Wait, I agree with you, but at least I'm being consistent. You said 95-5 was generous,
100%,
and you gave them a win.
I'm all inning on my channel points.
Are you? All right, nice.
All right,
wait, actually,
Zico.
I can't. I missed it. Crap.
You missed it? Oh, the mods are too good. They're too fast for us.
Still.
What's up? You can still do it?
I think you still can, yeah.
Yeah, I just sent it in.
Time
all of my points are now in on DOBOB.
How many points did you have?
76K.
Okay, all right. Well, I am also in favor of DOBOB for this one. Obviously, Buff Mistweaver, like you guys have already highlighted, great team. But I just think you look back at how this team's performed, I do think it's going to be DOBOB going to this one. But I want to talk about the Mistweaver. David, do you think that's just the problem? Do you think if they swap to a different healer, they'd have a better chance? At least
Maybe,
more than a 6% chance?
Listen, I think that Cherry was actually educating me a little bit about Mistweavers, and she was letting me know that a lot of Mistweaver compositions that are viable right now, they kind of have to be built around the Mistweaver. They need to have a lot of offensive opportunities, maybe even not go too far into the late game. But I don't know. Elliot was kind of pointing this out earlier. A lot of these Mistweavers, when I say a lot of them, the only Mistweaver was running crit, right, for that Manatee. So maybe that's the special sauce that brings it to a later game. But I think that this team has kind of built itself around the Mistweaver Monk, So I don't know if it's just a healer. I think they kind of have to go back to the drawing board, or maybe even change up something. We mentioned the BM Hunter. That could be pretty cool. BM Hunter's got a lot of really good consistent pressure. It could be, it's got the CC. It could be the special sauce that they need. Cassidy and Smite, though, we're playing incredibly well. Both of these specs have the opportunity to get that casted CC, and that's a lot to deal with. Maybe Bank running, I don't know, Song of Chi-Ji or something crazy. But I need to say something earlier. Zico was kind of hating on this Mog. This Mog is freaking fire, dude. This looks so sick. It looks like a monochrome filter has been put on this, dude.
I was thinking the same thing. You took this time to make even the barbershop stuff match the
that's good.
the aesthetic of the transmog.
A
Yeah,
nice
I
touch,
like it.
you know.
This is a 9
You know-
out of 10, bro. I might change my prediction based off this mog, dude. This is crazy.
So, no, that's good. Hey,
I
you're
wouldn't
allowed,
recommend
you're allowed.
that, but
I'm on the
Move
desk
on.
now for this segment. I'm happy, and I'm gonna nitpick a little bit. The crown fire, it's a different color than the shoulder pads. We gotta
That's
work on
valid.
that, bud.
That's valid.
Yeah,
but it
everything
matches
else
the
is-
eyes and the fire of the weapon.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I am gonna say this: I put some channel points on Buff Mistweaver because if they win, it's gonna be a big payout.
Oh, true.
It was a
Hedge those bets.
conservative amount of points, but you know,
All right. Well,
I'll be
we
happy
will
to steal
see
chat points.
if Buff Mistweaver has something up their sleeve that we don't know about, and it is
Dude.
game number 1, DOBOB versus Buff Mistweaver. David.
It's a BM butter. Freaking
Who
call
would
it,
have
right?
guessed?
But I
would've
didn't.
thought?
Wait, there's no Feral Druid though. Okay, so it's a BM Hunter Dev Evoker.
Yep.
Okay. How do you feel about this?
I kind of thought this is the composition that they would run. Rels is going to be playing Oracle on the Holy Priest, so
Okay.
the reason we don't favor the Mistweaver Monk in this game is just because it's very susceptible to crowd control. It's immediate Trinket Cocoon, first global. Now they swap to Bank. Bank might just go down. He ends up portaling away, I do believe. So surviving here with the Crackling Jade Lightning. Smite gets interrupted. Bank has opportunities now, but Tessia is so good at finding that crowd control on the mage. If he can get a full polymorph on Bank just out of a stun, then I think Smite could easily go down. So I actually think Buff Mistweaver so far has done a good job kind of holding on, getting counter pressure. Big sleepwalk there on Relza. The damage is rolling in on the Tessia, but Cheap Shot comes in. Tessia's there. He's interrupted. Can he find the Ring of Frost? He finds... Oh, he does it. He doesn't get the Ring of Frost. The fear into a potential polymorph now. They're going after Hidden. Hidden is in trouble. Do they have the follow-up stun? Beautiful rescue there by Smite as he goes for a triple stun, and Smite is having a great game.
Yeah, Hidden's holding on. Another DR cheap shot will land. Bank not into any CC just yet. This is going to keep his Hunter A-okay for now. The triple leg sweep from Bank. They're trying to get aggressive on the Thessia. He could just go down. That was the Cauterize, I believe. I'm not sure. It was so dangerously close. He's got to be careful not to Casted Frost right here.
What?
Is this a block? Oh my, there's the
on fire!
Cauterize and the Ice block. But now they're swapping the damage over onto Smite with the cheap shot into the bomb. If they have any follow-up CC,
Oh,
they land the
Poly.
polymorph
Time's
on
up.
the Bank. He's... Oh, and the Massive Spell to follow it up. Smite's still in a little bit of trouble, but Bank does have that cocoon, and both of these teams are going neck and neck.
Combustion is available for Tessia. All they need is one good combustion. Bank might have to get a pre-life cocoon. He's rolling out a line of sight. I think it's going to be a pre-cocoon if they survive this next setup. Tessia is very much in trouble here. A big stun once again. Tessia shimmers out of the way and displaces back. He dodges it twice. Tessia, an absolute legend. Big combustion here onto Smite, but the cocoon lands. Bank has the trinket, and they hold on once again.
All right, the conduit to follow it up just for the helpful throughput. The double leg sweep. Bank is getting in there and getting aggressive. They got to take Thessia down. I don't think they'll live another go. There's a shatter shot. Is there any follow-up? No, but the Guardian will land and top Thessia A-okay. Now I'm just looking at DOBOB and waiting for their DRs, waiting for their go. Surely this will be the end of Smite. The polymorph lands, but it wasn't a full polymorph just yet. Some preemptive healing going to be popped by Bank as well to keep Smite just A-okay for now. It seems like DOBOB see that there's a bit of throughput going through, and they're just kind of holding on. Holy Word is going to get chewed right through, though. Looks like they're still pumping the damage into Thessia. Relza caught into that stun. If there's a trap that lands, that might be it. Blind goes out onto Bank, into the full polymorph. Smite caught into a fear. This could be it for Smite. Thessia, though, on the back foot as well, and getting interrupted to follow it up. Smite still low. Thessia still low. Both teams desperately just trying to end the game. Kidney shot lands onto Bank, but the cocoon is off cooldown, and Smite looks like he will survive. Thessia, though, he got completely topped as well, and in just 14 seconds until Guardian Spirit, both teams still have answers moving forward.
Oh my gosh, this is going way better for Buff Mistweaver Monk than I thought. Still got lots of mana in the tank. Tessia's under fire. He's got no Cauterize, no Ice Block for another 50 seconds at this moment. He's going to be vulnerable, but Bank manages to avoid the polymorph and can connect some heals now, and Smite once again going to be getting aggressive on the Tessia. Getting absolutely destroyed. But Hidden, no, a huge swap. Hidden almost goes down. Manages to get the survival instinct off of it. Bank connects the heals. Hidden survives, but so back and forth. I don't know who's going to win this. I'm worried for Tessia, but at the same time, both Smite and Hidden are looking dangerous as well. Tessia, though, 20% health. Manages to catch a barrier. Relza in a full trap right now. Can they get a sleepwalk? Can they get a leg sweep? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to, as Tessia blinks into the middle of the map to get damage rolling here onto Smite.
That was Guardian too, man. And like we have 10 seconds until block comes back. So maybe this kidney shot is what they need. The cheap shot to follow it up onto Bank. If there's any follow-up CC, Thessia is not there to get the follow-up though ever. He's putting down a defensive Ring of Frost here. And it looks like Hidden and Smite are just going to pull back and switch the damage over onto Brunhilde. I like this play from them, but I'm looking at Bank. Every single time that Buff Mistweaver wants to get aggressive, Bank is in there with such a fantastic leg sweep. They have Cocoon, they have Trinket available to him, and Buff Mistweaver is in a really good position moving forward. Bank has been doing just a fantastic job keeping his team aggressive whenever they absolutely need it, and the pressure is consistent. But this is the bomb. Lots of cheap shots land, but Brunhilde's on the back foot. That's his Cloak of Shadows, but BM is still pumping damage into that. Smite on the back foot now.
Smite!
This surely is going to be Cocoon. He uses Cocoon, but I think it actually gets immune by Smite. Some misplay there. A counterspell lands onto Bank to follow it up. Smite is still in so much trouble. This could just be the end of the game right here. Bank desperately trying to keep his dragon alive, and he does. He stabilized them. Now Brunhilde with no cloak, no trinket, no vanish. This is spooky. Rel's mana starting to feel it.
Yeah, Bank's mana is not feeling it at all. He is chilling right now. But yeah, the overlap on the time stop and the life cocoon, that's happened to me many times in solo shuffle, and I always get mad at my evokers, but you don't expect to see in that game like this. A little bit of a misplay there. Bank, though, into a Chastise. Potential fear. Smite could be in danger. He's gouged. If he gets stunned, this could be the end of the game. Tessie, though, no combustion here for a little bit more time. However, he does have an ice block. Smite going in, gets a double stun. Brunhilde is the new target. Massive amounts of damage from Smite, and Brunhilde goes down. Buff Mistweaver. One thing's for sure, people in chat might be earning a lot of points, including myself. I mean, this is just a total upset. We can't believe it. I'm just... can't believe what I'm seeing here.
That is an insane upset. That might just be game number one, but that is blowing my expectations completely out of the water. Unreal gameplay from Buff Mistweaver. Not only is their offensive pressure just insanely deadly, but their defensive rotation and their positioning, it was fantastic. Mind you, this was an incredibly short game. It was a very explosive game. Both teams looking for opportunity. I mean, Hidden almost goes down here. How many times did we see Smite nearly go down over and over and over again? There was multiple times I thought a cross kill was about to go down. Fantastic job by Mistweaver. And this composition, BM Hunter, Dev Evoker, Mistweaver Monk, all of a sudden looks incredibly potent.
Yeah, that time stop. I mean... Sorry,
that time stop was
I shrieked a little bit because I've been in that nightmare. You know, I heal a lot of solo shuffles. Like I said, I'm gonna Trinket Cocoon my evoker, and he time stops himself. It's just so, like right here. You'll see the time stop coming up. Okay, so he goes for the sleepwalk. He comes back. Look at Bank. He's got the Trinket Cocoon. Here it is. The time stop.
The kidney Trinket Cocoon. It's not just Cocoon. It's Trinket Cocoon into it.
Yeah, it's a tough one. This so. I feel like it's worth talking about Mistweaver monks a little bit because we don't see them very often. This is like it's a new day, it's a new dawn with Mistweaver monks right now. Most of the monks are opting to play Conduit of the Celestial, and this crit tech is new as well. So we can maybe even, you know, when we get back into the draft, maybe we can look at Bank's gear, take a look at Manatees, just so we can explain exactly how that works. But basically, by stacking crit, he's building up a lot more Manatee, which gives him a lot of longevity in the game. And with Conduit of the Celestials, especially with their 2-set, they get a lot of cooldown reduction on the Life Cocoon. So the build basically plays around having Life Cocoon extremely often in the game, which is obviously a really powerful defensive cooldown. So by rotating, you know, Rescue and Time Stop and Life Cocoon, their team has a lot of answers pretty consistently in the match.
I love to see that. And, you know, this team, we see the trap, we see the sleepwalks, we see the CC goes, but looking at the damage, they also have like the consistent pressure of like a cleave. Like, it's really impressive.
Yeah. Well, that
23 million damage right there.
Yeah, during the kill. Like, here's the thing about Beast Mastery Hunter is it's really consistent damage, right? Like, Zico always compares it to like a huge dot. Like, it's so hard to avoid Beast Mastery Hunter damage. So it's like you have a never-ending ticking dot on you. At the end of this game, though, look at Hidden did nothing. Like, Smite completely carried these final moments by just running in, getting the double stun, just doing a really good job here on this this comp. And I wonder if DOBOB is going to bring in the Feral or if they try with the Outlaw Rogue once again. Because after seeing this play out, I feel like Buff Mistweaver, there's hope. Like, this is something that they could potentially win.
Valid. Absolutely valid. I know that, like, for example, DOBOB has a lot of experience going against, you know, Jungle Cleave. Streamer Zone, obviously, in Cup #1, locked in Jungle Cleave quite a bit. And so Dobob's response to that was, the Feral Druid and the Arcane Mage. So do you think that this is going to be a comp swap? We see the same comp locked in for BUFFMW. Game number 1, if you don't know this, is a blind pick. Neither team knows what they're going to be facing. Theoretically, they can, theorize looking at, past compositions that the team is locked in and what they see them queuing. But now DOBOB has the composition advantage to know what they're facing and to choose their own. And they have quite a roster of options here.
Yeah, it's like I said, this is a composition of just little cooldowns. So they can rotate Revival, Conduit of the Celestials, Life Cocoon, Rescue, Time Stop, and on top of that, Sacrifice from the Hunter, the Roar of Sacrifice.
Right.
Like, so many cooldowns. If they don't overlap them, Buff Mistweaver can survive this Fire Mage damage profile for a long time. Because Fire Mage is basically, you combust, and you do a lot of damage during combustion. Even when your combustion fades, you get a Hypothermia proc, and you still can go. But if you survive that window, like the combustion hypothermia window, Fire Mage does very kind of weak damage.
Right.
So Buff Mistweaver, they have all the answers. Like they can trade 5 cooldowns during combustion and survive. And if they're going to win on mana too, it's quite nice to have that as a win condition.
Great adaptability from Bank running crit. You don't really see crit in PvP all that often. But it's working out so far. I mean, the mana bar seemed decently healthy in that game. It was a pretty short game, but in previous games, it seemed like they were able to keep up regardless. But let's take a quick gander. Let's see if there's a...
Hover on Manatee. It's like on the 3rd row. I think it explains the mechanic there, so it's... Alright, something about crit. It says every 0 mana you spend, you gain 1 stack of Manatee with the chance equal to your critical strike to generate 1 extra stack. So... Yeah, based on what is that? How much crit does he have there? I don't know what percentage that is, but he's got an extra chance with the crit to get more Manatee. And Manatee is that little beverage they can drink. He changed his helmet. He knew. We didn't like it. He literally changed his transmog.
It does look pretty sweet, too. Like the mask with just the eyes peeking out. That's pretty rad. So with that crit, does that mean like any single time there's like a tick of their Soothing Mist even? That could also add to that stack of Manatee? That'd be wild. It's a lot of crit opportunity.
The way it works is when you're going to... I think the way it works is when you generate a Manatee, you have a chance equal to your crit to just get another one.
Just get another one.
So, if you have 10% crit, you have a 10% chance to just generate an extra Manatee.
Oh, that's fantastic. All right. Well, let's see how that's going to bring them into late game here. In game number 2, we do have a Rogue Mage Priest, but he is running Outlaw, and this is Fire Mage yet again. The opener is going to be onto Smite. Huge damage is going to be the immediate Trinket Cocoon, just like game number 1, Elliot.
But it doesn't, like I said, like Trinket Cocoon is nothing for Mistweaver Monk because you just get off cooldown so fast. Like, you'll watch it. Watch the cooldown on Life Cocoon. It's at 2 minutes right now. It's going to be up, in 30 seconds probably. So that's what we're looking for in this game. And it's kind of nice because you could just make those trades on the cooldown. Your team feels, or make those trades on the damage. Your team feels nice and healthy, and then they can feel free to play very aggressive. Dragon's Breath, full polymorph land, so this is where Smite could be in danger. It's a great opportunity for Time Stop, but he's just going to use the Renewing Blaze, the Obsidian Mantle, and that should be enough for him to survive as he makes a push here on Zetessia.
Yep, he's going to go ahead and pop that Fire Breath. It's going to purge some of those buffs off of Thessia, get him buttered up, as you like to say, ready for another go. I'm just waiting for the CC to land on the Relza, but he sees it too. Holy Ward will be used. It does get eaten up, so that's going to stop that go for now. But it looks like Chastise done onto Smite as these teams reconnect. Thessia still desperately trying to get a polymorph, but he doesn't land it. Double leg sweep into a double cheap shot. Triple cheap shot onto the team of Buff Mistweaver from Brunhilde is just going to stop them in their tracks completely. And it looks like this team is desperately trying to get some CC going. They land a Sleepwalk, but Thessia is just out of line of sight. He gets back into their face, however, as he's looking for the polymorphs. Buff Mistweaver sees that and is just going to Tiger's Lust and get out of line of sight from this mage yet again. They're doing a great job preventing both teams with lots of damage hits onto Brunhilde. Relza's in line of sight, but the pets are just chomping away at him. He's trying not to use any cooldowns, but that will be the Guardian Spirit throughout all of that. Combust is still available. Cheap shot and Smoke Bomb onto Hidden. Is this going to be the bust? It is. Huge damage lands onto this Hunter. There's the Aurora Sacrifice, but is it too little too late? Bank was in that polymorph. If there's any follow-up CC, that could be it, but he's going to be okay. He's got his Trinket, and that Cocoon is already back off cooldown, like you said.
Yeah, he is ready to go. Big stunts here from Smite, just doing devastating amounts of damage on that Evoker. Double leg sweep as well. Brunhilde's low on health. Relza's doing a lot better job managing his mana in this game. Tessie, though, just exploding. I mean, He's got the cauterize. He's super low. He's burning. He's burning down. He's playing greedy. They're going after Hidden. Hidden, it looks like he will be able to survive, but Tessia greeds it out. Cauterize is enough, but without cheat death against this smite damage, like this is a scary spot to be in. Ice Block is definitely going to be forced out, I think, relatively soon here as DOBOB is on the back foot.
It looks like it. I mean, no cauterize. That's spooky, man. Guardian will be up very, very shortly, however, but Buff Mistweaver, they got buttons for days. Smite taking a little bit of pressure, but he's just going to use some defensive cooldowns. He's going to use his wall as well. He should be A-okay throughout this, and Bank's still sitting on that trinket. Sitting. Look at this team. They're so aggressive. They're so confident. They're pushing in. Another huge stun lands. Thessia into the leg sweep to follow it up. The Ring of Peace is going to split everyone up, and that's going to be an Ice Block. Huge plays. Brunhilde, though, is still not out of the water just yet. The pets were hitting him from behind, so the evasion didn't matter. Brunhilde's trying to get aggressive. He knows that time is running out for his team. The kidney shot lands on a Smite, but the scatter shot from the Hunter is going to back him up. The preemptive cocoon from Bank. He sees the win condition, and he's not playing around, but they chew right through it. Big heal still from Bank. He's not caught in any CC just yet. Roar Sacrifice was also used, and now Hidden in Smite. They're getting aggressive, and they're pushing in. Full trap lands. Thessia's on the run. If there's any follow-up CC on Relza, this could be it for the mage, and he knows it, but Smite, it might have overstayed his welcome. He's dipping down low, but he gets gouged up. Bank is going to heal him off, but he's in a full polymorph. Cheap shot onto Smite. Where's the follow-up CC for Relza? Not there just yet. The Guardian Spirit is in. The Hell Swap is available. He has to use the Hell Swap as well as the Guardian Spirit. That's every button for this priest.
Big crackle! Oh my goodness, the big crackle, and he goes down. Bank is there with the touch of death. The hero of Mistweaver monks. I mean, an absolute legend. This is just...
I bow down to this monk, man.
I love this day. We're seeing Survival Hunters. We're seeing Mistweaver monks. Like, we're seeing Devastation Evokers. Like, this is great.
Yeah.
I buff Mistweaver monk. I'm so glad that this is happening. I mean, buff Mistweaver are doing an incredible job in these games. It is difficult. Like, I'm watching DOBOB play. I feel like the Fire Mage is just not good into this composition. Like,
absolutely,
they just always have an answer for combustion. They always have an answer for combustion, and a bunch of them too. It's like they can trade 3 cooldowns every combustion, and it makes it really difficult for DOBOB to really get anything going. But I Bank.
Dude, I've never been so happy to lose all of my channel points. All of my channel points. But I don't know. It's not over just yet. It's not over just yet. But Buff Mistweaver is up 2-0, which means DOBOB needs to win 3 games in a row. 3 games in a row. Surely there's a composition swap at this point. Surely. They have so much available to him.
Here's the problem. All right, Tessia plays fire. Like, well, he doesn't play fire. He plays mage. Like, I don't think DOBOB is going to play anything but priest and mage. So they can play RMP or FMP, and I think we'll literally not see anything else. So Buff Mistweaver, this might just...
I don't think that doesn't address it, the issues.
Yeah, this just might be one of those compositions where Buff Mistweaver is just going to win? Just after seeing these games play out. Look at Bank's mana. He's drinking infinite tea, and he comes in for the touch of death too.
Yeah, a team that got knocked out the round before in Cup number 1, didn't even make it to the lower round 10, is now all of a sudden taking down convincingly a team that made it all the way to the all the way to 3rd place last time. A team that's arguably in contention for, a top 3 position, if not a top 2 position, is just losing handily to Buff Mistweaver, a team that I think a lot of us were looking at as, like a newcomer, an up-and-comer, someone that we were interested in seeing develop. But
I mean... I really like the diversity of these cups. Like, we're seeing so many different specializations actually played and can win. I mean, most of the people, I'm going to be honest, so you saw the Mistweaver Monk buffs. Most Mistweaver Monks were like, yeah, that's just nothing. Like, enveloping this 15%, soothing this 15%, but it's like, and you start experimenting with a little crit, and that crit makes your healing do a little bit more, You're getting more mana, and then it's like Cherry said. I mean, for Mistweaver Monk, you want to be building comps around this specialization, and this is a good comp. Like, this, it's very unorthodox, we'll say that, but you have everything. You have, like, let's just think about what they have. They have infinite defensive cooldowns. They have Sleepwalk, so they have a fear diminishing return. They have Trap, so they've got both like the Poly DR as well as the Fear DR. They've got the AoE stun from Smite, the AoE stun from Bank, the single target stun from Hidden. They have tons of mobility. Like, this is a good comp. Like, just thinking about it, they have pretty much everything you would want in a good composition.
Also, that Ring of Peace, man. I'm a Windwalker monk, and I've been, been playing the Conduit build for a while that still had the Ring of Peace. You can make magic happen with a nice, well-placed Ring of Peace. You can not only, environment denial and split people up, you can knock someone out of line of sight, you can interrupt, and it's a short cooldown, too. And Bank's been using it at some clutch moments. I just feel like the sky's the limit for this team. I was definitely counting them out, but now I'm starting to see the light. And I think DOBOB is probably feeling the pressure at this point. They are on match point, 30 seconds to go until they lock in their same composition. Looking at their past compositions, I'm just seeing exactly how you articulated it, Ben. These guys have been locking in Mage nonstop, and it makes sense. Thessia is just such a powerhouse, but I think he might have met his match here with Bus Mistweaver.
Yep. All right. Let's see. Arcane. Okay. Arcane Feral. This has more potential, I think, but still a little bit scary, I think, for Thessia on the Arcane Mage. Arcane Mage is really popular right now on the NA servers. A lot of the mages are opting to play Arcane. So we'll see. You do a lot of damage. Sun Fury got, not really Sun Fury, but Lay Drinker got some nerfs, so we'll see if he ends up playing Spellslinger, which I think is actually a really solid pick, or what talents he decides to go with, but I still feel like Buff Mistweaver is looking good for these games. I think they still have a comp advantage.
Yeah, lots of interrupts, too, to stop the Cyclones that Flappers might bring to the table, as opposed to, like, the immediate stuns from the Rogue, perhaps. But I have a question for you. Aurora Sacrifice, we talked about how it was really impactful against Combustion. What about against Arcane? Is Aurora Sacrifice still valuable against Arcane, or is switching to this specialization kind of take that button off the table?
So here's the thing about Arcane. So Arcane plays really low crit. Nobody plays any crit on Arcane ever. It's very rare you see anyone play crit. So haste. Arcane, it's one of those specializations where if you crit, you kind of just win. Your damage is so high. If you get lucky crits, you just kill somebody instantly. So I think there's still value in the Aurora Sacrifice as like an insurance against like a big Barrage crit or Arcane Blast crit. But it's not super effective in the sense that like Arcane does not rely on crits to actually win the game. So it's like, it's a little bit of an insurance policy, but overall it's not that big of a deal.
Okay. So still another button for them to rotate through. If you're unfamiliar with this button, I think it's one of those buttons that, especially like when I was playing Ret Hunter a lot, it was one of those things that I was completely sleeping on. And then I found a hunter that, knew how to use those modifier macros, those party macros to use on me whenever that mage was going in. And it like completely changed the matchup for me. So if you're a hunter out there, make sure that you have this in a very good bind. A bind that
completely.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say a bind that you could also use not just on yourself, but also on a teammate without targeting them. It's got to be quick.
Yeah. Roar of Sacrifice is just a complete hard counter to Fire Mage. Like, I mean, there's ways as the mage you can play around it, but if you combust on a target and they get Roar of Sacrifice, you actually can't hurt them. Like, it's like, it might as well be Divine Shield as far as I'm concerned. So,
oh, wow.
It completely stops the setup. Yeah, because like if you're not getting crits as a Fire Mage, you're not building up Hot Streak, right? And that's how you get Pyro Blast.
You're not getting those procs. I see.
Yeah, you can't do anything. Yeah,
that's huge. Yeah, I mean, like if you ever watch a Fire Mage get those procs, I mean that's kind of what that button's for. Is just to get going, to just spam those instants.
A good hunter is quite annoying.
All right, so we like to see the Arcane Mage transition. Is it too little, too late? However, they are at match point. I never thought I was going to say that DOBOB is down 0-2 here in the lower bracket versus Buff Mistweaver, but I said this earlier on in the day when it came to YOLO Inc. This is a cup that is a really big deal. There's only 3 cups, and you don't want to be like, pushing last minute in cup number 3, especially because in cup number 3, that's when all the teams kind of like do their last minute roster swap to do like a deep run, to attempt a deep run, and the competition is just so volatile and you don't know how to prepare just yet. You really need to collect these points as early as possible, and this is the last opportunity for Buff Mistweaver to do that. So a little bit of a mom spaghetti moment for them, and they're stepping up to the plate against some of the best teams in the tournament. Smite on that
That's
dragon,
cool.
getting those insane stuns. I love to see like when the rogue mage pulls back and they're like behind the pillar or whatever, and you would think that like defensive positioning would allow, you know, an overextension that the rogue mage can capitalize on, and then you just see Smite stun everyone behind the pillar. It's a fantastic way to like an anti, and you would think that like defensive positioning would allow, you know, an overextension that the rogue mage can capitalize on, and then you just see Smite stun everyone behind the pillar. It's a fantastic way to like an anti-turtle strat.
Smite's actually playing a talent Devastation Evokers don't play that often, which is Source of Magic and Potent Mana. So, Source of Magic, redirect your excess magic to a friendly healer for 1 hour. When you cast an empowered spell, you restore their mana. So he's giving passive extra mana to bank, and also,
oh wow,
whoever has that buff Source of Magic does 3% more healing and damage. So it's a good way to buff your healer. It's a little bit it's a bit expensive. You give up some like self healing, but you're making bank a lot more powerful, and that gives buff Mistweaver Monk. They have the late game edge. They're going to out mana Relza like almost no matter what. So as long as they survive and do this amount of damage, it's looking good for buff Mistweaver.
All right, full polymorph lands as the opener lands on the Smite. Huge damage. There's the Trinket Cocoon immediately, just like the Rogue Mage openers. DOBOB has that opener on lock, but they got to chew through it. They're swapping the damage over on the Flappers. Huge damage on him. Ring of Peace is going to knock Flappers even further away. He goes into the bear form, but he catches some huge heal. That was the angel form and the divine hymn from Relza to top off his Feral Druid right there. He's not going to have that every single time, but a worthy trade, I would say. But the damage is not done just yet. He's forced into bear form over and over and over again. Polymorphs onto Smite to stop a bit of that pressure. Flapper's now trying to look for a clone. He doesn't get it, but there's a lot more casts all of a sudden that buff Mistweaver need to deal with.
Yep, Tessia is playing the Sun Fury Arcane Mage, so when he gets that surge off, he's going to summon the Phoenix and do a lot of damage. Good line of sight here by Tessia. Gets the full Dragon's Breath here onto bank. Can he land a Polymorph? He does, but he gets stunned up. Smite doing a good job wrapping around the pillar with that deep breath, just time freezing himself, just not messing around, knows his team's in crowd control. Flappers on the back foot, Hidden doing quite a bit of burst, and I like just trading out that time stop. Smite gets interrupted, now into a full bash. The damage is here. Tessia looks for a Polymorph once again, isn't able to find it. Actually finds it on Hidden. It's immediately dispelled off there by Bank. Full Cyclone now connecting. Flappers doing a good job backing up Tessia, and these Cyclones, I like them a lot. It just gives more freedom in the match. It basically is soaking interrupts as well. You soak up some interrupts so your mage can actually get a little bit more cast off, look for polymorphs, but still, Flappers is just sitting in the open. He's going to be taking a lot of damage in this match.
Yeah, I think I like that buff Mistweaver is just kind of rotating and forcing this Feral Druid to overextend over and over and over again, because in a stun in cat form, it could be a really devastating moment, and they've been taking advantage of it. But Cocoon and Trinket for Bank Mistweaver are already off cooldown, so that opener that got those buttons are already basically nullified. Flappers is trying to reconnect. He's trying to look for that Cyclone, but he's constantly getting stopped, eating up all those interrupts. But Thessia is not able to get into position to follow it up just yet. I think Thessia also understands that he could easily be swapped to, especially on as a mage. That he's been kind of the main kill target. But here we go. Here's the big damage onto Smite. Flappers trinkets the in cap. They could easily take him down, but the time stop is going to freeze him.
Oh, the Cyclone!
The Cyclone on his trinket, and Smite goes down. Huge small window that DOBOB finds and will take out that dragon. That was insane. There's Cocoon available, but insane cross CC is going to give them the window they need to get a point on the board. I can't wait to see that replay.
Yeah, I think Bank made a mistake. Like, he didn't actually trinket the poly into a Cyclone. He trinketed something before the poly, I think. So I don't know what he trinketed. So let's take a look. He gets bashed up. Now, this is the beginning of the game, so this is a different moment. This is the Trinket Cocoon at the beginning of the game. I think it's totally fine. So we get an interrupt, and he trinkets the polymorph into a re-polymorph. So Tessia instantly trinkets or polys his trinket, and then he gets Cyclone out of that. It's really awkward, too, because if he actually could... So, like... Oh, man, it's just so annoying. Like, I think Smite is in a time stop. Let's see how this happens. So he's interrupted. No, this is what happened. Bank trinketed Poly when he was already interrupted, so he couldn't trinket Cocoon. I think he got counterspelled into a Poly, trinketed the Poly while he was already interrupted, so he couldn't actually get the Cocoon off. So that was just super unfortunate. Let's take a look, because I think if he actually... If he saves his trinket, there's a counterspell. Poly No, he actually, that was just, yeah. Oh my gosh. Tessia
Dude,
just pre-read the situation.
Milliseconds of time that we're talking about here. Like, we're slowing this down.
He actually couldn't, I'm pretty sure he couldn't trinket Cocoon. He got repolyed on his trinket so fast. Like, I want to go into giga slow motion. I don't even know if we have the technology for that.
The
but like,
slowest of
look at
motion.
This. Immediately, like, he couldn't even trinket Cocoon. That's so sad, because if he got the Cocoon off, they're actually not in that bad of a spot.
Right. But it's teams like DOBOB that will find these small windows of opportunity. It's so devastating. But the question is, can they do it two more times in a row? Well,
and, I mean, here's the elephant in the room. Like, Buff Mistweaver put themselves in a really good position, because even, they lost this game, but now they get to go to a small map, like Ruins of Lordaeron maybe. And then even if they lose on Ruins, okay, great. We're going to go to, like, Dalaran Sewers. So they get to play small maps, which I think is definitely in favor of this Buff Mistweaver Monk. As Evoker wants to be kind of in, close proximity to their opponents. But you can tell Smite was shut down a lot more in this game. So eating the Cyclones, eating more interrupts. It seems like Flappers did a much better job kind of stopping his damage in this match and really limiting what he could do.
Dude, I am just so impressed with the play that we're seeing, not only on the side of Buff Mistweaver. You were talking a little bit about those theory crafting, new builds that you don't necessarily see every day, but also just the small windows of outplay that just make huge impact. But Elysian Hold, or Empyrean Domain, Empyrean Domain, what do you think about this map choice? This was Buff Mistweaver's map choice.
Maybe they're just scared of Bank getting crowd controlled, so they want to just have more open space. Like, I was thinking about it, like, if they go to Ruins of Lordaeron, then I think Bank's going to be susceptible to being stunned into a fear, into lots of different options.
Right.
Tessia right now, what's he running here? He's got quite a bit of versatility. He's playing the High Mountain. He's playing Sun Fury. Everything looks kind of standard. He's actually still playing Lay Drinker, even though it got pretty significantly nerfed. He's opting to continue to play it.
All right. Well, I trust this man. I think that this guy's been playing Mage
He knows what he's doing.
But we'll have to wait and see. I do love that metas shake up even without changes. I love that people are constantly theory crafting and making cool new builds. We will get a replay. It looks like one of the teams wasn't somehow not ready just yet, but they dipped before the gates open. And so we're just going to go ahead and remake this lobby real quick. But what I was saying is that if you're an interested, aspiring competitor yourself, you want to get into the Arena World Championship, play with your friends, and even if it's not, the most represented composition, figure stuff out, try new stuff. Like, that's how metas shift a lot of times, is just by other people discovering new powerful compositions. And you're playing maybe a class that's a little bit less represented, build a composition around it. Just like Buff Mistweaver, and they're making magic happen. So if you think that you want to get into this sort of thing, don't be intimidated by not having the most meta composition. If you're not Rogue Mage every single season, it's perfectly fine. You can still compete and you can still make it.
All right, here we go. I mean, I don't think anyone expected kind of the outcome of this match. So we'll see how it ends up playing out. I still like the composition. The thing is, we talked about Buff Mistweaver Monk. They have so many cooldown options. The one thing they need to just do is not, actually be able to get them off. Don't overlap defensive cooldowns, and don't trinket into another polymorph, because you need to be very, very careful of that one. I don't blame him for it happening, but that's something you can watch for, right? Like, you can see Tessia is casting another polymorph, and instead of trinketing right at the end of the cast, you just wait a second and just trinket at the beginning of the cast, and that basically cannot happen. So it doesn't happen that often, but I feel like Buff Mistweaver Monk, they kind of got caught in a really bad spot there, and DOBOB made some insane plays.
Yep, this is a small mistake. And now, okay, we're going to be remaking it yet again. I'm curious what's going down here between these two teams. Some mind games, perhaps? I don't know. There's probably just some sort of UI error or something.
Yeah, Tessia, actually, he's swapping over to Night Elf too, so feeling more confident, maybe doesn't need the High Mountain to survive. Just have the Night Elf to maybe make some plays, immune some casts, drop the targeting on him. So DOBOB maybe feeling a little bit more confident in this particular matchup. I think Buff Mistweaver, they had the ultimate counter against a Fire Mage, but Arcane should be a lot more difficult for them. But I still think that they can win this. I still think they can win this and upset DOBOB.
It would be an insane upset, and man, that would mean that I think every single prediction of mine was wrong. Every single one? No,
that's fine.
I got one right. I voted for Echo, so I think I got one. But Chan is gonna need to come and carry eventually.
I didn't vote for Echo. I got that one wrong too. Like, it's been a rough day. You know, it has not been ideal for my predictions. But
we might not get those channel points, but at least we got some insane games. Because if we're getting surprised after watching so many years of arena tournaments, that means it's some good competition for sure. Arcane Mage on a map like this, though, I feel like is quite a bit of breathing room. It's interesting. We saw on Maldraxxus, Thessia was kind of positioned very far away. It was difficult for them to connect, so they opted to be going on flappers. I'm curious if that's going to be the right strategy in a later game, that they do get the cocoon off.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Interesting game here, an interesting matchup. The Arcane Mage Pharaoh Druid Holy Priest going up against Bank, Hidden, and Smite, playing a very unorthodox Devastation Evoker, Beast Mastery Hunter, and Mistweaver Monk. They've got infinite cooldowns to rotate through, but they just need to make sure they don't overlap. It's like Buff Mistweaver Monk, they just need to make sure they're preemptively using the cooldowns at the right time, and I feel like they can pretty much infinitely rotate. For DOBOB, they need to cause mistakes. They need to cause a panic. I feel like Arcane Mage is super good at doing that. It does an insane amount of damage, especially when you get that Arcane Surge up.
All right. The gate is open. Wow, these two stealth classes ran right by each other. Flappers found Hidden, but he can't find him again. He's got to get that stun. But it looks like Smite and Thessia on the back foot are just kind of teeing off at each other. Hidden finally does come out. Flapper's not just opening just yet. He finally does open. And it looks like they want to go after Smite. Smite pushed in a very aggressive position, and Thessia will be the main kill target here for Buff Mistweaver this time around.
Oh, Marks on her. I didn't even notice that. He actually went Marks. So
True Shot over, baby.
Get out off the Beastmaster. Big stun. Nice combo there onto Thessia. Thessia is getting absolutely destroyed. A full trap lands, and that's the big map makes a lot more sense. It's just small pillars. So I think Smite's just going to play in the face of Thessia. Arcane Surge gets cast, though. Thessia has a lot of damage available. He actually just really cheekily casts the Arcane Surge on the statue in the middle of the map. So everyone's out of line of sight. He just uses the statue, and that can really empower his damage. We'll see how Buff Mistweaver Monk reacts. So far, so good, though. It's been minimal damage on them with the Surge.
Yep. And, honestly, they didn't get the block, or they didn't get the Trinket Cocoon in the opener as well from DOBOB, as they've been known to do. So both teams kind of taking a little bit more of a reserved position and an aggressive playstyle here so far. Thessia looking for a Ring of Frost, but he's going to get interrupted by that Ring of Peace. That's a job by Bank as well. Hidden and Smite getting ready to get aggressive, but both teams actually pushing in to get aggressive. Relza also in there. Bash follows up onto Bank. If there's a follow-up, there is a full Ring of Frost, and Smite's going to go ahead and respect this damage with his wall, but still quite a bit of pressure landing out onto him as Bank's caught into a follow-up fear. Flapper's looking for a clone, but he gets stopped on it, and Bank will finally keep his dragon nice and healthy.
Yep, nice rescue there by Smite. Doesn't overreact, uses the Obsidian Scale, uses the rescue, and crosses the map. And all of a sudden, Thessia being a Night Elf makes a lot more sense, because Shadow Meld gets really good value. You can Shadow Meld like a Rapid Fire. You can avoid a ton of damage and burst. So I like this decision by Thessia. Looking for an Arcane Surge once again, but they're just ranging him. He gets it on the statue once again. Big amounts of damage incoming from this Surge. They need to line of sight the Phoenix. There's a Phoenix just blasting them, and I think so far they're mostly avoiding that damage. Smite going for a big stun here. Lands it on Flappers. Thessia does a good job avoiding it completely. Drops the Ring of Frost. Smite runs into that, so good denial of damage during that Deep Breath window.
Yep, Incarnation's still active, so Smite's feeling it a little bit. Now Bank's getting stunned up. The Cyclone will not land. It gets incapacitated at the very last second. Bank avoids that for now, so Smite should be completely fine. True Shot or up for Hidden, but he's the one taking about half the damage as well. That's the position defensively, so if Smite or Hidden want to push in and get that damage onto this mage, they're going to have to overextend, and they know that. So they swatch the damage over out onto Flappers. Flappers again looking and eating those interrupts with that Cyclone. Relza getting in position to get aggressive as well. Thessia blinking in to try to get the Polymorph, and he doesn't land it, but the Cyclone does, and that'll be the Trinket Cocoon from Bank.
Don't mind it. Just get the cocoon on cooldown, but Smite gets cycloned up, unfortunately. We'll see what they can do. They need to start finding some damage. They do have a massive mana lead once again, so if they can just survive, keep crossing the map, get the damage rolling, that could be a win condition here for buff Mistweaver Monk. Relza could potentially sit down for a drink if he needs it. Smite right now, continuing to throw out the damage, crossing the map, and it's just run away from the kitty the entire game. Big stun potentially coming in. There's the Arcane Surge. Really desperate moment here. Smite needs to be careful. Immediately just hiding out of line of sight once again. He gets stunned up though. This is devastating. Bank needs to connect some heals. Can he gets Dragon's Breath? The stun comes in. Bank is in endless crowd control. Rescue across the map. Time stop. Love the time stop. Master Spell coming in. The Cyclone lands. They have infinite crowd control on the Mistweaver Monk. Finally decides to trick it out. Hidden getting some counter pressure for the team, but nicely done there. That Will of Forsaken paying dividends for Bank, allowing him to get the crowd or get the healing rolling onto Smite. But this is a scary situation because I feel like Bank doesn't have his trinket for quite some time. If they get another crowd control chain like that, it could just be lights out.
Yeah, I mean, those are the quick moments where mistakes can easily happen, as we've already seen. So a little bit more than that. But the Hidden's got his True Shadow Aura. He wants to get aggressive. He's just line of sighting. It looks like Relza might be trying to go for a drink. He wasn't able to get it. He's going to go get a cross CC Fear onto Hidden. Hidden is so far away. Bank is in a polymorph, and Smite's he is all alone. That's another time stop. Is going to stop that go. But the Incarnation is popped for Flapper, so Smite's got to be careful. That's the Cocoon and the Trinket to follow it up. Now Flapper's now at low health. He's got to be careful. He got the buttons, and he's just going to dip. He's like, I got my value. I'm not going to get too aggressive. And he got behind the pillar and got a little bit of heals, but he's still not out of it just yet. He's still forcing this bear form. He's so low in the middle of the map. Hidden is just teeing off on this poor kitty cat, but now he's getting topped off, and Flappers wants to get aggressive. In cap out of line of sight just to stop a little bit of this pressure. Huge damage continues to fall onto Flappers. Bash goes out on the Bank, and it's going to be followed up by Polymorph regardless of that rescue. Flappers at half health is still chasing down this dragon, and he's going to catch that Guardian Spirit, and that's going to be able to keep him topped off, increase that healing drastically, and keep him aggressive.
Oh, this is so back and forth. One good crowd control chain could end the game. Smite is just preemptively running. He's already used the time stop. He's used his Obsidian Scales. There's no defensive cooldowns left whatsoever, but at the same time, Flappers is low. Relza has no mana left. Anyone could win this game. If they keep pushing and get crowd control on Bank, this is game over, but Smite and Bank doing an excellent job just running. They're forcing Flappers into the open. Hidden's getting a lot of damage. You get the Void Shift from Relza, but now Smite's in trouble. This is danger time. If a Polymorph lands, Smite, how are you going to survive? The full stun lands. He's got Cocoon, but it is not enough. It is not enough. Beautiful crowd control chain there.
Mind you.
DOBOB knew. This is the thing. This is what makes this team so devastating, is that they knew. It's like, it's all or nothing. If we let them rotate their cooldowns, we're not going to win. We have to push when they have no trinkets, and they did it. They threw caution to the wind. They get the Void Shift, and they battle it back. They're 2-2 now in this series.
Unreal. Are they actually going to do the reverse sweep here? Are they actually going to knock Mistweaver out by winning 3 times in a row? Looks like the Feral Arcane was the ticket so far. Mistweaver, they have to win in this next map or they will be eliminated. But so far, I've been so impressed. Every single one of these games, you see a very clear win condition for either side. I mean, look at the mana bars here in this replay. Buff Mistweaver was sitting very pretty. They even had the cooldowns to continue to rotate. They were just caught in that CC, and that's the type of nature that you have to kind of rotate around with a composition like Feral Druid, Arcane Mage. Even the Holy Priest was getting in there with the Chastise and the Fears, the cross CC Fears. There was a couple of Fears that kind of just took Hidden out of the game that forced exactly this time stop that we're watching right now. If he had that a little bit later, if he had like maybe a little bit more peels from Hidden during those windows, maybe that, or even like a trap to kind of like force the momentum back out of their favor or in their favor, that might have been what they needed to continue to rotate deeper into the game. But DOBOB do it. They are making the hero run back into this, and they are not going to be eliminated just yet. But Buff Mistweaver, they have the potential to win. They have the win conditions, but can they get to that late game is really the question. Relza was so close to being tapped.
It was pretty late. I wonder, like, I kind of wonder if they should be focusing more. Like, do they like these big maps? Is this a strat?
I don't think
just
so.
running away and
I think
trying
you
to
were
live,
right.
or
yeah,
we play more aggressive on the small maps with the Beast Mastery Hunter once again? Like, I don't really know, to be honest with you. But I kind of like when they had more pressure on Tessia and he was just scared the whole game. And this just feels like they're playing a lot more passive.
Yeah, it's almost like the best defensive play. We say this all the time. It's like one of my favorite sayings. But, you know, a good defense is a strong offense, right? Like, some of the best defensive positions that you can have is forcing your opponent defensive, right? Like, if they're able to connect to this mage and keep them spooked, keep them defensively positioned, you're going to have to deal with a whole lot less polymorphs. You're going to have to deal with a whole lot less, you know, ramp. You want this mage defensive. In the games that we saw Buff Mistweaver beat DOBOB, it seemed like Thessia was just kind of like on his back foot, and they were trading health bars over and over and over again. Here, it just looks like Buff Mistweaver is like squirming to trade.
I mean, a big thing in these games too is just Flappers. Cyclones are so good, and even just casting Cyclone and getting kicked that's a W. Because now Relza and Tessia don't have to worry about interrupts at all. So just having Flappers in there being annoying with Cyclones is a complete game changer, as we can see in these games. But where are we going? Is it going to be another big map? Did we like that? Or are we going to a small map? Is it going to be Marks Hunter? Is it going to be Beast Mastery Hunter? This is like when I made my initial prediction about like Mistweaver Monk struggling in mages. This is kind of what I was anticipating, you know, just infinite crowd control. But turns out it required the Feral Druid too. You needed the Feral to be in there to, you know, mix it up with those Cyclones. And now it's looking more like the matchup, you know, I know and love, where you just have such a difficult time as that Mistweaver Monk.
All right, Tiger's Peak is going to be the map that gets locked in. Not the smallest map in the world, but a relatively balanced map. I've seen this map, you know, bite people in the back quite a few times, like especially like those little platforms. They can be tricky to utilize correctly, and in like such fast-paced games like this, it could easily go either way. But that's going to be the map choice chosen by Buff Mistweaver. They have that composition and map advantage yet again, as DOBOB has won twice in a row at this point. Can they do it 3 times in a row is the question. We are on match point here in this lower bracket series. The loser of this series will be eliminated from Cup 2. They will not be able to earn any more points past what they've already earned and what they would be, you know, placed in if they get eliminated right now. And that's a big deal. We are halfway through the season. We are at the halfway mark through the season. Points are needed right here, right now.
Tense moment. Buff Mistweaver Monk, they just need to chill. They just need to take a deep breath, play their game, play with the confidence we saw in game number 1 and game number 2. Arcane Surge trades once again and make a push. We are going to be seeing Cassidy in this game, so bringing in a Pharaoh Druid of their own in this match. I don't know. I'm a bit hesitant. We'll have to wait and see what they can get done. Cassidy looking for a Cyclone. Gets interrupted. Bank right now into a Fear out of the Ring of Frost. Smite once again in trouble. Uses his Obsidian Scales to reduce incoming damage. And this is actually one of the first openers we've seen Bank not have to just Trinket and Life Cocoon. So maybe the Pharaoh Druid of their own is going to be a good pick for them.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Cassidy too. Cassidy, if you're unfamiliar, is one of those highly regarded Feral Druids, a Feral Druid main, if you will. So we're going to see some solid play from him, some solid clones. Flappers is feeling the pressure throughout this game. He's desperately trying to get onto this Evoker, but he's got to be spooked as well, as every single time he overextends, it could easily mean a Trinket. It could easily mean a defensive cooldown. And he's so low, he nearly just falls. That'll be the Guardian Spirit, the Bear Form, and the Life Grip. He's still not out of it just yet. He's got to get top. Thessia also getting slowed down by those Cyclones. And so far, so good for the Feral Druid pick for Buff Mistweaver.
I like it. Just an interrupt soaker for your team, so Bank doesn't have to deal with all of that. In addition, Cassidy's just immune to Polymorph, which is super beneficial. You're not going to get caught nearly as easy from Tessia. So I like this composition for Buff Mistweaver Monk, putting it all on the line here. Cassidy versus Flappers, 2 Feral Druid legends. Bank Mistweaver once again going for some manatees, keeping that mana nice and high, full mana at this point of the game. So they should have the late game advantage if it gets to that point. Smite now in danger. Time stop. Just trades the time stop immediately. Bank has Trinket. He's got the Life Cocoon. He Trinket gets the Life Cocoon. They make a swap on Cassidy. Cassidy is getting owned here by Tessia. The Arcane Mage just doing devastating amounts of damage. You can see his damage is just sky high at this moment in the game. Really pressuring Cassidy as well as just the entire team of Buff Mistweaver Monk.
Yeah, now Flapper's forced into bear form. He's taking a lot of damage himself. Cassidy's got to be, it's such a hard mind game to play where it's like you want to be doing damage, you want to keep the momentum up on Flappers, but you also don't want to just fall. And so these Feral Druids have to have that presence of mind. They have to have that trust in their healer to keep them aggressive, but this is the incarnation for Cassidy. Flapper's down to half health. He's going to Bark Skin. This is the angel form from Relza. He's not going to be able to be CC'd. He's immune for that CC, but it is finally down now. Flapper's reconnecting onto Smite. He's pushing in. Thessia also looking for the polymorphs, and he lands one. Full polymorph lands onto Bank. Smite going to go ahead and use that wall of his, and he's still taking a bit of pressure for now, but Flappers is the one that's got to be a little scared. Thessia finally caught into a cyclone of his own, is going to slow down a lot of that damage, but Guardian Spirit's back off of cooldown. Flappers is so low! The survival instinct at just a millimeter of health bar. That's also the Ray of Hope. That's also the Ray of Hope. But is it going to be positive? It is. Flappers gets topped because of that.
Oh my gosh. What is that damage? Smite just completely owning Flappers. The Sleepwalk comes in. Flappers is not out of it yet. Finally, some big heals connect. That's going to be the Will of Forsaken there from Relza. But you really get the feeling that Buff Mystery Monk, they can win this. They have the Trinket Life Cocoon available. Here comes the Arcane Surge. This is the scariest moment of the game. You need to survive this Surge. Tessia, look at them. They're all line of sighting Tessia. They want nothing to do with this Arcane Mage. A big double stun coming in as well. Trying to reverse the pressure. Oh, nicely done there by the team of BUFFMW. Let's see if they can continue this pressure. Cassidy now getting swapped to. Tessia looking for a potential polymorph. I guess double Dragon's Breath. Polymorph lands. This is danger time, but at the same time, it's Flappers on the back foot. Smite doing a good job with this renewing Blaze. Just continuing to push the pace. And this is the most annoying Devastation Evoker is you pop all your cooldowns to kill them, and they don't care. They just run at you, just spamming Disintegrate with their Obsidian
Mantle.
Good offense
or a good defense is a strong offense. It's like, oh, you got a full CC on my healer? Well, let me just, disintegrate your face off. Guardian Spirit's going to be used, respecting a lot more of this pressure on the Flappers, and this poor Flappers cannot get in there. He could not get aggressive without just taking a huge chunk of damage in his face. He's going to get stunned up. That's going to be the ring. That's going to be the Ray of Hope follow-up. Is it going to be positive? However, Relza caught into an in-cap. If there's any more follow-up CC onto that, surely that'll be it for Flappers. He's going to get into the angel form. Hopefully that'll be enough. It looks like it is, but Flappers is on the defensive, and throughout all of that, Bank was forced to use a cocoon. I didn't even notice the other pressure from the other side.
I can't believe this. They might do it. Leg sweep comes in. The damage from BUFFMW is sky high. Flappers once again in bear form, just kiting around. Here comes the Arcane Surge. You cannot mess around. Arcane Surge is devastating. Smite is in danger. Bank. He gets polymorphed on his trinket, and Smite might get just destroyed. He rescues Living Flame Spam coming in. Soothing Mist comes in. That was such a close call, but BUFFMW, they hold on. Now look at this. Relz is out of mana, and Bank Mystery Monk, the crit and Manatee is just absolutely paying dividends here as they might eliminate DOBOB from the tournament. Nobody expected this. Nobody thought Buff Mystery Monk could do it, but they are just so incredibly close to closing out this game, but they are not making it easy. Smite still under fire. It is a back and forth. Somehow DOBOB recovers, but I don't know how much longer they can keep this up with Relza having no mana.
I wholeheartedly agree. Guardian Spirit's all great and all, but if you don't have the mana to Serenity, it's not going to do a whole lot left, and the cross pressure is starting to mount. Bank caught into some polymorphs. Cassidy dipping lower and lower. Thessia lighting him up. Cassidy sees it. He's going to line of sight. He's in that bear form, and he's going to get topped off. Flappers now. He knows he needs to get on the run. Relz is dropping for a drink. He's getting some sips, but he's got to stand up. He's got to get that cooldown onto Flappers. Keep him alive for now. Bank going in for the leg sweep. He gets a huge leg sweep. Thessia caught into the cross CC as well. Flappers is going to use survival instincts ahead of time, but he gets interrupted on his cyclone. He's pushing in. He's trying to turn this around. He knows his time is running out. He knows he's about to be eliminated if he doesn't make a play right here, right now, but the cocoon just gets chopped through. Smite goes down! And so does Flappers. A cross kill. Cassidy's in trouble. He's in bear form. He's pulling back. They have the mana lead. No. Cassidy, you cannot throw. You have to hold back. He eats a little bit of that poly DR for now, but he's pushing in. He wants to get in there because he sees that Relza's drinking. This is huge. If Relza can get mana, Ben, this could easily be a real 2v2.
Res! He's using Resuscitate. I think Tessia will be able to shut it down. It definitely is going to be able to shut that down, but this is back and forth. I'm honestly afraid. I feel like DOBOB, if they can recover this, they're going to have an advantage with that Arcane Mage. I mean, the Arcane Phoenix is just so insane. However, I don't know. This isn't a matchup I've seen play out too often.
Right?
We'll have to see what Buff Mystery can do. Full stun lands. Bank, of course, is not playing the Song of TG, and I bet he wishes he was playing it in this particular 2v2 match. Cassidy getting so low on health.
Gosh.
I mean, these surges are just doing a ton of damage. Power infusion. Bank manages to top him off. He's going to be burning through that Mana Tea relatively quickly. Here comes the full paralysis, but Tessia seems to be A-okay, and I don't know. I feel like I'm favoring DOBOB here, but this is just so intense for a Game 5 elimination.
Oh my gosh, tournament lives on the line in a cross kill, 38% dampening. Relza getting yet another drink. Cassie can't let it happen, but he also just can't be taking this free damage this late into the game. And then all of a sudden, Mana's not gonna be even very easily. Thessia doing a fantastic job not letting this Feral Druid reconnect and just kiting him forever, giving Relza the breathing room to try to catch this up and get that mana opportunity back into even playing field. Stuns go out onto Cassidy. The bash follows up onto Relza. It makes me think maybe they should just be trying to push pressure onto this priest. It's a lot easier to connect to a priest than a mage, but leaving an arcane mage to free cast sounds like a very scary decision. This is such a hard call to make. Buff Mistweaver, what are they going to do? They finally lands a stun onto Thessia. It gets life grip, the incap to follow it up. Cassidy looks for a clone, but he gets locked by Thessia on it. He's reconnecting onto this mage, and it's going to be harder and harder for this priest to heal through all these bleeds as we get deeper and deeper into dampening. Something else to note, I believe Feral Druids do have a Mortal Strike. Correct me if I'm wrong, Elliot. So that might be a contributing factor as we get deeper into this game.
Oh, I'm scared. I don't know. I mean, this is such a tense situation for all of the players that are left in this game. You definitely don't want to be letting your teammates down, but dampening is getting extremely high. These are all, the cream of the crop, the best players that there are, some of the best players that there are in this game. So I'm curious to see how they do it. Counterspell lands here on the bank. He has Life Cocoon if he needs it, so he can always trade out the Life Cocoon, but he's just doing so well on mana. If they just go after Relza, this is a strategy I actually like. Just don't go after the mage. Instead of going after the mage, just control the mage and go after the priest. Throw Cyclones on the mage, Paralyze on the mage, Interrupts on the mage, and just do damage to Relza. It could be bait, like throughout the history of World of Warcraft, mages have been decent targets to go after, but I swear they're not that good at targets to go after
especially
anymore,
one like
especially in a
Thessia,
matchup like this. Yeah,
Wholeheartedly agree, yeah.
I just win on mana, make the trades, throw your instant CC on the mage, and just take down Relza. I think it's the best thing you could do.
Play patient. It's real. Oh my gosh! A huge piece of damage hits Cassidy. It's gonna force the cocoon. A resurrect from Relza's trying to get it, but a nice ring of peace is gonna boop Relza back into that wall, into the main, into the bash follow up. This could easily be it for Relza. He's on the defensive end. That is going to be the Guardian Spear. It should be enough to keep him alive, but at 50% dampening, it just doesn't seem to be allowing him to be okay. But Cassidy's gonna be caught into that Ring of Frost. It's gonna peel for his priest, and that was lots of buttons. A fear goes out onto Cassie defensively, and Relza's mana is becoming scarier and scarier as we get deeper into this game. But Thessia, we just saw, can easily just one-shot at any given moment. In 30 seconds, I feel like it might happen again.
They have Life Cocoon, though. They have Life Cocoon. They're all over Relza. I think they might be able to do it. Buff Mistweaver Monk, defying the odds, taking down Relza. There's no cooldowns left. He's got the trinket. Will he make the trade? Bank Mistweaver doing everything he can to just avoid some of that incoming damage. Cassie line of sights during the counterspell, finds a Cyclone. Oh, beautiful Cyclone on Tessia. This is their moment to make a push. Tessia, he just trinkets out. Cassie gets feared away once again. It's like they have so much pressure on Relza, but this can be reversed so quickly. Double Dragon's Breath comes in into potential polymorph. Cassidy kicks it immediately. Here's the leg sweep onto Tessia. Big crackle on Relza, and this uptime. Wow. This is devastating. Dampening is high. Relza's got nothing left. Cassidy and Bank are all over him. Full polymorph lance. They need to stop the surge. The surge! Line of sight. That Phoenix can just solo anybody in the match. They need to be very careful at this point in the game. Cassidy, I mean, he's in bear form right now, but it might not be enough. He shreds through the Life Cocoon. And Tessia finally getting stunned up. Relza goes into the angel form. They're going after Tessia, but honestly, I just want to see control on him. Get the Cyclone. He gets gripped away. They're doing such a good job avoiding the crowd control, but that Arcane Surge, that Arcane Mage damage is insane right now. Cassidy looking for a Cyclone. He finds it on the Tessia. Can they recover? They need to get the damage rolling here onto Relza, but Cassidy is just caught into a stun. He can't get out of line of sight. I mean, 62% dampening. Bank is still holding onto his mana so well in this match. He almost has Life Cocoon off cooldown once again. I still feel like Buff Mistweaver, they're in a good position to potentially win this game.
63% dampening. This is insane. He has Ice Block available to him. Relza positioning himself. I think he's going for a drink. If Thessia can just trade this, he bloods. He trains it, and Relza's going to get huge heals. A Ring of Peace knocks him off of it. Can he go and top him off? The incap immediately. Oh my gosh, he finally comes out of it. Cassidy reconnecting, full main lambs, the crackling, lots of damage. Kinrel's even heal through this at this point so much, and that's going to be the Ray of Hope. That's going to be the Guardian, but that is also a Cyclone, and it's positive. He gets topped. Kinrel's continue to do this, getting closer and closer, 70% dampening. He did get that drink that seems to be enough, but Cassidy on the back foot, he has no survival instincts for 10 seconds. The cocoon gets completely chopped through. A bash to stop this offensive pressure. The life grip. Desi is edged so low he can easily get touch of death, and he does. Bank, sign my mouse pad. They do it. They win the series 3-2. Unreal. We counted them out, and then all of a sudden we thought they were insane. Then we counted them out again, and they did it. They continue to keep their tournament lives alive. They did it, and they beat one of the best teams in the bracket. DOBOB falls.
This is going to my top 5. We're seeing this tomorrow in the top 5.
Absolutely.
So 100%. Spoiler alert. So back and forth. What a great game. I mean, I feel like I just love the fact that this came down to both teams just locking in Feral Druids. Like both of them just like, all right, bringing in the heavy hitters. You know, the 4th player on the roster. Flappers goes down, a beautiful cross kill, and we get this beautiful 2 versus 2 situation. Tessia, he ends up trading the ice block to allow Relza to drink, but dampening is just so incredibly high. They just cannot recover. Relza can't heal him up, and they take him down. Both teams played well. I feel like this 2v2 was played well by both teams, but this like, I'm not going to lie. This Mistweaver build with infinite mana and crit looks good. Like, you just never run out of mana. It's definitely a good thing to, it's a good situation to be in. So I don't know. Maybe we'll end up seeing more Mistweavers play as a result, or maybe Bank's just absolutely insane, or both.
I just know that Cherry, our Mistweaver extraordinaire observer, has the biggest smile on her face right now.
For sure. Also, Ven, you got some nice points from that.
I am not gonna lie. Like, so my prediction that I took the Zico strat. Like, I predicted on the desk that DOBOB was gonna win, but then I saw the odds and I was like, you know, I'll put a little points here on Buff Mistweaver, and I've got a lot of investor. Points, just say that.
What was your payout?
I don't know what the payout is.
It's not distributed just yet, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
But I know that I lost all of my points, so that's cool.
I think I got like 21,000. Oh, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Not bad.
That's not bad.
Can't complain, yeah.
You know what it is? You know why they won? Bank listened to me and changed up his transmog.
That's gotta be it.
Gave him that DPS buff. You know, you look good, you play well. Zico was saying that last week, but I mean, what an incredible series. Literally not a single person predicted that. This team thrives clearly on being the underdog. They knew what they were up against, and they made it work for them. But now the real question in my mind, Venruki, is what is next for Buff Mistweaver? I mean, can they take on some of these other teams? Or is that kind of the end of the road there? Like, is that the end of the success that we're going to see? Or do you think they continue on this path here?
I mean, if you beat DOBOB, you're in a good, like, there's a good chance you can win. Like, DOBOB's a team that could definitely win, you know, a consistent, heavy hitter, high performing team. You take down DOBOB, that gives me a lot of confidence that you deserve to be, you know, in that upper echelon of teams, and you could probably go toe to toe with anyone. So, team's looking really good. Cassidy being a hero.
What a pretty dress.
Yeah, it looks
got a nice backpack. Cassidy's got the backpack on. Everybody hop in.
I didn't know you could have different facial tattoo colors versus like, your body. Is that a body tattoo? What is that appearance?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a little tattoo thing. Is it just in the barbershop? Like in the situation? I haven't played a night elf in a while. You got a lot of customization options nowadays, but either way, looking good, Cassidy. Love the transmog. And that means that we can take a look at the bracket now, where it's currently updated. We've got Buff Mistweaver, of course, just getting off of that series against DOBOB. And that means that they're going to play the winner of this next up series, Under Pressure or Full Smart. And based on what we just saw from them, I think they're sure to be prepared for either of those teams. But we got to figure out who's going to win that actual series, and that is our next up series, our last of the day as well. We're going to head to a break. When we get back, it is the last series of the day, lower bracket as well, Under Pressure versus Full Smart. Before we do that, though, we will be heading to another game. Are you guys ready?
Well, are we playing the same one? I was like, that looked like a fun game.
You're playing Whose Spell Is It Anyways?
Okay.
Try to decipher the spell based only on the information available to you.
I like this one too.
from the tooltip. I like this one too. All right, let's see if we can do it this week.
Let's work together.
No.
Cosmic
on
void
my own.
energy
You guys are on your
causing
own,
blank
sorry.
shadow. Oh man.
Causing. Is it another Legion thing or another
Oh, I'm thinking
That looks
this
like a
is,
zero.
midnight
midnight.
thing?
What is this, like a
Huh?
10-yard range thing?
I think this is a midnight ability. I
Oh.
think this is the
Is
new
this a Shadow
Demon
Priest
Hunter
ability?
spec.
Oh,
New Demon
de-
Hunter spec.
Oh.
Cosmic Void Energy, like
True.
I think. What's their filler spell called? The one that like it's the 1.5 second cast. It's gonna pop up here, and that's gonna be it.
I-beam?
No, not I-beam. It's the one that like it's
Annihilation?
not I-beam. Not Annihilation. No. I don't think
Fellblade?
They have Annihilation. They don't have Fellblade either.
You talking about
we're-
Demon Hunters?
No, I think
I'm
this
talking
is
about the new Demon Hunters.
The
Oh, the
new
new
Demon
one.
Hunter.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about that.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Havoc. Okay, so okay, Void Ray is the new I-beam. I don't think Collapsing Star is that a Devour ability?
Yes.
It is, yeah, but I
Yeah.
don't think that's it.
No, the
Is
the
Void
yard
Torrent?
range is what's throwing me. It's a casted yard
No.
range.
Yeah, they have.
What's
is it
casted
called?
though? I have no idea. Like
Oh, I
the
think it's
only thing
called
I think of that's
Consume.
casted is the hunt.
It's Consume. What I'm thinking about is
I
called
don't think it's
Consume.
1.5 though.
And it's not that.
Consume. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we have options now. Oh, I didn't even notice the options, dude. Void Torrent, Collapsing Star is not it for sure.
I think it's
you
Void
guys are-
Blast actually.
Ooh.
It's Void Ray and Void Torrent are both channels, right?
Yes.
And Collapsing
Yeah.
Star, I'm pretty sure is instant.
Yep.
No, maybe it's not. Is it?
I'm
Oh,
pretty
wait a
sure
minute.
Collapsing Star is instant, dude.
Okay, I think it's A then. Void Blast. I feel pretty
I don't
confident
even
about
know
that.
what
We've been
Void
seeing a lot of
Blast is.
Void
Yeah, I'll
Reaver.
go with. Yeah, I think I'm with you. I'll do Void Blast.
I'm going with A.
Void Blast or Void Torrent?
Yeah, Void.
Void.
Yeah, exactly. That's where mine's head's at too. Is A or D? Do you know anything about D, Ben? Void Torrent? Is that a
Torrent?
channel?
Yeah, that's a channel, I think. Yeah.
Okay, then it's got to be A.
I think
I
it's
think
A.
it's
Yeah.
A.
My heart's telling me A. Final answer.
I believe
Right.
Ben's heart. Let's do it. Come on, Aya.
Thank you.
A.
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 Okay,
Oh,
so
that's a
definitely
good
wasn't D.
sign. Good sign. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Thanks
For the
heart
record,
carry,
the ability
Ben.
I was thinking about is called Consume.
I know which one you're talking about. 40-yard range. Wow. I'm excited to play this spec.
This is a Shadow Priest ability.
All right, let's get the icon. Let's see. I'm ready.
Oh, this is just Shadow Priest?
Yeah, this is
B.
yeah, Shadow.
Hero
What's
Town
D
stuff.
with just that little
dude.
dot on it, a little mole.
I
That's
feel
all
like
weird. It's gotta be B. Oh yeah, D's got a little eye. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
like a little
I don't
fish.
like the mole.
Little fishy.
What do we think about the stars?
I think the
Like-
stars look correct to me. I feel like it's a
like-
little
I feel like it's B.
because like it wants to be in like space, right? I feel like the other ones aren't intuitively space. In the
Yeah, I feel like
void.
it's easy. Here's what I think. I think it's easy to Photoshop the stars out and not in. So
Ooh,
I'm going with
I
D.
like that strat. All right, B. I hard agree
I
with
think
B.
they're trying to trick us. Yeah. B. Final answer. And I also think the color makes the most sense. It's got
Yeah.
so many variables. You know, it's got the stars and the better color.
Yeah, the C has like less strands. Dude, this is intense. Yo, shouts out to
Yeah.
production. This is hard. This is genuinely
They
really
make it
tough.
really hard.
I'm like inspecting each pixel over here, dude.
They
But
even
I
made it
do-
all blurry this time for us. All
This,
pixely.
I think the stars are the giveaway. I think it's got to be B.
Yeah, me
Okay.
too. E looks good.
You locked in
Production?
B2, Aya? We all B?
Yeah, B.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Aha!
Yes.
Hey! Damn, we're sick
2
at
for
this.
2. Easy.
I'm proud of us.
Me too.
Make a great team.
Heck yeah.
Okay. Nature swiftness.
What are we guessing?
Okay, we need to say wait, yeah. What are we guessing? The rest of it? The icon?
I don't know.
Production?
Nature swiftness
Oh.
drew it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Your next blank or blank is instant cast. What?
Okay. So I have some insight here, okay?
Okay.
Yes.
So A and because Legion Remix and Retail are the same. So you can't have both answers be
Okay,
right.
good
So
to
those
know,
are
good
just
to know.
out. So it's C or D for sure.
Is there options for shaman abilities to be instant? Your next blank or blank is instant cast? It makes me feel like it's druid.
Yeah, your next eel or for sure.
Is there options for shaman abilities to be instant? Your next blank or blank is instant cast? It makes me feel like it's druid.
Yeah, your next eel or damage dealing ability is instant cast.
Right.
I think it's true for both of them though.
Oh, really?
So the question
I don't know.
is-
Hex can be used in... No, it can't. Never mind.
You can like NS Lava Burst, I think. I don't know. Can you? Ugh.
Dude, this is so hard.
I don't even know. Like, I feel like it's true. Dang.
I'm gonna go with C. I don't know.
You think
so?
it's Druid on Midnight Alpha?
It's calling to me. I don't know. I haven't played Druid on Midnight Alpha, but it seems right.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh, this is
I
intense.
think Nature Swiftness is a one minute cooldown flat on retail, and this looks like it's like a 1.5. So I think
Yeah,
it's
it's got
C.
change.
I think it's C because I don't think it's Shaman on retail. Because I think Shaman on retail NS is just 1 minute flat. That's the only thing
valid.
I'm going off of. So I'm going C. Final answer.
C final answer sounds good to me. It was my initial instinct too, but now that you said that shaman might have the opportunity to do it as well. Oh my gosh, no, I should have listened to you. Oh. You're the next healing or damaging nature spell is instant and costs no mana. And costs no mana. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Free of charge. Dang it.
Nice.
I want to know the tooltip for the Midnight Alpha NS.
The Midnight and Legion stuff was like, I was like, oh, it must be this.
no way.
There's no way there's a thumb, right? I don't think that.
Okay,
I don't
it's
think
not-
it's not A. There's no way
It's not D.
Wait,
I
why
think
isn't
it's
it
D
D?
either. Because it like goes out. I don't think it goes out like that.
Oh yeah.
Like off the screen, you know.
Okay, but does the end of the claw have like? You see how it's like? I think it's C.
Yeah, a little stubby.
Are we sure it doesn't have the claw? Like,
The
No.
thumb thing on A, like the.
you think it has no claw?
I feel like it has no
guess-
claw. I could
Okay,
be,
I-
dude. I could be.
Because
so
it's
wrong.
like
I'm leaning towards. I don't think it's C or D. So to me, it's either A or B. Claw, like thumb or no thumb kind of thing.
Okay.
And I'm not sure.
you think it has that thing on the wrist or whatever?
I do, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I feel like
It
that's,
looks
that's
weird.
jumping out to me as
I
real.
think it's B then.
I feel like it's B or C. I feel like it's
I feel very confident in like the 4 thingy in the top right.
Okay.
it's like a claw thing, like a bird. I don't know what it's.
Like a
I don't know what
wrist?
kind of thing it's supposed to.
I
Yeah,
don't know what this is. It looks like a claw.
Looks like a bird foot.
Dude, if
But-
what's that?
But then I guess it would be A. I don't know.
It's either A or B. That's my.
I just,
thoughts.
dude, if it's A, my mind is going to be blown. It just
Let's
looks
go with
so
B then.
wrong to me.
Okay.
But
I
I
was
could
leaning
do
towards A, but I'll go B.
To me,
I'll go
it's
B.
to me it's B or C.
Dude, that's
But,
so
like-
BM production. What the?
Okay.
We put these logos up since we started playing this game. No pressure, though. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Okay,
maybe
well-
the shaman has the thumb, or the druid has the thumb, and shaman doesn't.
Oh my god, could you imagine?
I'm going B. Final answer. Lock it in. Personally.
I'm going B as well. I'll go B with you.
You've convinced me on the wrist. So
Yeah.
if you're confident, yeah, B. Yeah, B.
It's like a little
B,
gripper.
B, 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 B. It's either B or C, but I'm saying B. I'm walking in with
Is
you
it
guys.
supposed to be with you?
You've convinced me on the wrist. So
Yeah.
if you're confident, yeah, B. Yeah, B.
It's like a little
B,
gripper.
B, 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 B. It's either B or C, but I'm saying B. I'm walking in with you
Is it
guys.
supposed to be like a bird foot?
We
Like a
go down
like a
together.
talon
Yeah, I've
We're-
always
we're
viewed
never
it as a
gonna know.
talon.
or a talon, as Kalamazoo would say. Nobody knows that
Talon.
here. A talon.
Is he southern?
Yeah, oh yeah, he's a Florida man.
Oh,
All right.
I love being a
nice.
southern
Okay,
boy.
woo, we did it.
We got it right.
Very
Nice.
nice.
Dude, are we? Wait, did we win every single one? No, we lost one of them.
No, we did.
Aw,
we did
3 out of
definitely
4
did
ain't bad
not.
though.
We did, yeah, we did
4 is
pretty
not bad.
good.
We did really
great.
good in comparison to how
Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting a little. Yeah, thank you, production.
Yeah, I'm so proud. Who types these messages? Wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Does it just kind of come
It's a
from?
secret.
Mm.
It's my dad.
All right. Well, let us know how you did with that. And with that, we are going to be going to a break and coming up to the last series of the day. It's an lower bracket series. Also, the loser of this one, unfortunately, knocked out. Winner moves on to Championship Sunday to face off against Buff Mistweaver, the team that just sent DOBOB out of the tournament. So it's going to be a slippery slope, a very steep hike for any of the teams that are still left here in the EU region. So stick around. It's Under Pressure versus Full Smart coming up next after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's the last series of the day. It is Under Pressure versus Full Smart. These teams fighting for that last spot in the top four for Championship Sunday for the EU region. They are hungry to stay in it. It's Under Pressure versus Full Smart, Super T's.
Yep, and Under Pressure, I don't know, man. It just feels like they're fishing for compositions like Double Demon Hunter. Maybe they had a couple of close moments, but it just feels like they're really fishing to try and figure out what their compositions are going to be in the current meta. Whereas Full Smart, they're locked in. They're dialed in. Jungle, easy pick for them. No second thoughts there to reconsider. So to me, I'm leaning more so similar to the chat here to Full Smart at the moment. Now, maybe Under Pressure's Ret Paladin comps might be challenging for Jungle, is the only consideration, but I just feel like based off of momentum, Full Smart are in a great spot. And hey, I said my thoughts, and now the chat's going the opposite, so that's a good move. That's very wise of you, Twitch chat.
Wow, that's interesting.
Very wise.
I think the
Full Smart's going to win, and watch the bar go pink.
I feel like the Double Demon Hunter won them over. They saw that like close series, or those close moments, as you say, and they're like, no, like Under Pressure. They have it. They could absolutely bring it back.
Are we going to see that again? Double Demon Hunter? I mean, if we see Double Demon Hunter versus Jungle, how does that play out, D-Machine?
Not good for them. I have no faith in the Double Demon Hunter whatsoever. I'm sorry. There was some close moments. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't think that they have the answer. We've seen Double Demon Hunter from Under Pressure in a top 8, and then in the last cup we saw Demon Hunter. What was it? Boomkin. I'm unconvinced Full Smart, however, they came back yet again. Oh, and we do get to see the comps locked in. We have a DK Demon Hunter Holy Priest for the side of Under Pressure versus the Discipline Priest Hunter. Is that a Survival Hunter? Feral Druid.
It is a survival hunter, but Kankito's not on a preservation evoker. We saw Bank try and do this earlier, and he just fell over in 2 seconds. So let's see if Kankito can manage to survive, because this is a very difficult comp to survive getting trained down by, and you're definitely going to get trained down by this Death Knight Demon Hunter. So far, he survives the Strangulate. Pretty scoff-free. Trying to get around the corner here. Pulling back to his teammates. Kankito fakes a kick. He's going to get a lot of damage out here. So Houston's going to use anti-magic zone. That's a really smart idea during the Discipline Priest damage, as the other two are doing mostly physical. Nice trap on Lone Tar. Houston's the target. No Icebound Fortitude. Oh my god, he got the Ray. He might get cloned low on his Ray. If Tony gets it here, it's going to be insane. He's trying to get the clone. He's trying to get it. The anti-magic shield immunes it.
Wow.
Ray is going to top him. Oh man, Tony, if he got that, it might have been just game over. But now Kankito being pressured into the Chaos Neva. Trades Pain Suppression.
Yep, it seems like that's going to be enough for now, but he's not going to be able to do that all game long. He does have another one available to him to lock in. Tony's going to go ahead and clone up MVQ, slow down some of this damage, and Kankito's finally getting a breath, so he's trying to get that void damage off that he's spec'd into in that hero talent. The fear does land out onto Lone Tar. It will be willed. It will be willed, and maybe that's enough, but he needs the throughput. Both Houston and MVQ are slowly taking more and more damage, but another Pain Suppression is going to be used by Kankito. Every button in this dude's spellbook is going to be gone in just a few more goes.
I mean, Houston's running out of buttons as well. Nice low health Cyclone here. If they can swap that onto Lone Tar, anti-magic shield on him. They can't trap him. They can't clone him. Nice anti-magic shields from Houston throughout this game, but now he's out of it. Are they going to land the trap? Caster grapples in. He's baiting the death and the fade. He baits the fade. Kankito's being pressured. Gets grip back, though. And it looks like Lone Tar was able to fade the fear. But Kankito might just die. Void shifts over to Tony, but there's no cooldowns left. And Kankito is getting chopped under pressure. Put the first point on the board. And now Full Smart might be, reconsidering
that wasn't even 2 minutes, Supatis. Not even 2 minutes. Is this simply going to be like Kankito get back on that dragon sort of situation?
Probably, considering how much damage Kasu did. Looking at that, I feel like you don't even need a Void Weaver if you have that much damage on your team. It's a little bit overkill, and the Preservation Evoker will have a much easier time with hover and immunity to snares and just flying around the map. I'm kind of wondering what they were expecting with this. Were they expecting a Ret Paladin? And they were expecting, Kankito could just sit in the back? Well, no, I'm just wondering if they were expecting a comp that couldn't train a healer, so Kankito could get away with this, because some comps they can't attack the healer, and then if you're a new Disc Priest, it's really easy for you to get a lot of value out of it. But if you're a new Disc Priest against a comp that just rides you the entire time, it's definitely a lot more stressful, a lot more difficult to actually pull off. And this is a main comp, in my opinion, for Houston and MVQ. This is a comp that MVQ played at Gamescom with Direwolves, right? And this is a comp that he's very familiar with, so I don't know how easily you're going to lock an ult in this type of situation against Under Pressure. So they just swelled up, huge momentum. And we're able to just overwhelm them basically here at the end of the game. So moving into game 2, I think I'd rather see a dragon in this matchup. I can't imagine what would he be afraid of as preservation? Because I don't think Under Pressure have any rogue comps that you'd be afraid of. They don't have any main mage comps that you'd be afraid of. So I don't know why the dragon wouldn't be an okay pick here for him.
Well, definitely lost that blind pick, but now they will have the opportunity. They will have the opportunity to see what it is that they're getting to play against, and they can lock in. So whatever it is that they are afraid of, they will have a heads up and can lock in accordingly. But unimpressed with that, with the performance of that first. Maybe they just lost the composition war of the blind pick, but Under Pressure going to go ahead and just lock in the DK Demon Hunter Holy Priest composition yet again, and a composition that I do enjoy seeing a bit more than the Boomkin. I just Boomkins in general. What's going on, Supatis? What's going on with your brethren?
Sam I am sort of doing better. He was winning some games later on, and maybe he's going to win tomorrow with the changes to Sentinel and Marksman Hunter. Maybe we see some Boomy Hunter again. But I think C2C's been practicing mostly Outlaw Rogue DK. Most of the Boomkins are just kind of falling over and dying is the main issue, which is so weird, because when I was playing it on ladder, I feel like I'm a rock star, and Boomy was maybe the most popular range DPS or second most popular range DPS on the ladder, so I was really expecting it to be getting a decent performance in the tournament. So not getting the best showing so far. Under Pressure, probably not a team that are going to utilize it here. I don't think anyone on this roster, maybe Houston, could play it as a fifth alt or something, but I kind of doubt it. So full smart here. Are they going to break out the Marksman Hunter and have like a range DPS? Maybe they're worried about stacking up and getting cleaved because Death Knight Demon Hunter has a lot of AoE damage. Yeah. So they might switch out for Marksman or Beast Mastery, and they likely will switch Kenkido off of Disciplined Priest to Preservation Evoker. I wonder if they thought there'd be like an Ellie Shaman comp and it would get dampened, because Pres Evokers have been running out of mana. So maybe they thought that they could get the Disc Priest. Ellies can't really go after the healer too easily. It'll just be a nice little pad healer. He can just do max damage. We'll win late game. And then they didn't get the Ellie matchup. They got a Zerg matchup. That was like the exact opposite of that type of situation. I really don't think they need to overthink this. Like, they look so good on the Preservation Evoker jungle. Just play that. I think it's going to be their best bet. But they're running the clock, so maybe they have something else in mind. And so the Prez and the Marksman, so they're going to bring the range
instead of survival too. Yep.
Yeah, they don't want to stack up. And I think the Marksman can get a ton of damage on a Demon Hunter. It's just MVQ's had like 2 Kryptonites the past 2 seasons. It's been Subtlety Rogues and it's been Marksman Hunters. Just like one-shotting him most of the time in tournament play. So I think this is a smart move by Full Smart. And Empyrean Domain's a great Marksman Hunter map as well. Small pillars and a lot of open space to be able to kite around. So this is well drafted by Full Smart. And maybe it's just a little bit of an unlucky game number 1 as far as matchup, because I think this is very well constructed here for game number 2.
Yep, looks solid to me on paper anyway, but we're going to have to wait and see. This is a lower bracket series, and going into game number 2, I mean, if this series goes the distance, all of a sudden that, one loss in the very beginning could be a huge contributing factor to which team ends up moving on and which team gets eliminated. So Full Smart, this has got to be the composition that works for them. They got to make this work right now. Something else to know, Full Smart was a team that made it to the top 8 last tournament in Cup number 1, and they knocked out YOLO Inc., and they went on and they fell to Echo in lower round 10. So they don't have a huge amount of points here, as you can see in the leaderboard. Full Smart, they're at 4th place, tied with CLEAVEPILLED and Under Pressure, and Buff Mistweaver. Buff Mistweaver having a fantastic showing this time around. They need to farm these points in this cup, or they could easily avoid the gauntlet altogether if any new teams rise up in Cup 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big 3-4-way tiebreakers like segment of the tournament where they all have 80 points. So Full Smart win this tournament, they start to get a lead over everybody for that 4th spot and getting closer to maybe stealing the 3rd spot in the gauntlet now that DOBOB's out of the running for this cup. So a lot of the European region has opened up because of that. We said it was a deja vu tournament, but DOBOB being out on day 1 is definitely not what happened. They were dominating day 1. So this is what I mean. You can get the same bracket, but totally different results. And Under Pressure now, this composition looks good for them so far. Full Smart going back under their main composition, though. And they really wanted to work here. They'd much rather just run away with this series. Cassie is running the High Mountain Tauren, so is Tony. You get 3 High Mountains. Houston is a High Mountain Death Knight. Tony's going to open up in the Death Knight. Stun Trap. Is he running Diamond Ice for the reverse? Oh, Anti-Magic Shield again from Houston to immune the Freezing Trap. So he scatters him anyways, so it's good compensation. They force Icebound Fortitude. Mind you, I think that's more than fair for True Shot and Incarnation. Nice Fear on Kenkido here from Lontar. Ducking into Angel form now to make sure that his teammates are topped as they've traded significant cooldowns in this initial exchange. Casu still has True Shot, gets rescued away with an aim shot being channeled there, going for another one. Oh, but he is getting popped just to disengage out of there. He's got his Master's Call to immune the snares. He's got his Survival of the Fittest. He's continuing to just train damage down into Houston. Tony's chasing Lontar. He gets asphyxiated into a Fear around the corner. Kenkido blinks into Dispel, but it gets gripped into a blind. Katsu's in trouble, and they forced the turtle already.
Wow.
Now they're making a swap. He's just dead. He's just outright dead. He has to Communion. He has to use Obsidian skills. Katsu is dead on the swap. They're just getting absolutely rocked right now under pressure. This is a completely different team.
Yeah, Mame lands on the Fusion to slow down this Death Knight's pressure. The bash on the Lone Tar, he gets the AMS off, however, and it can't be followed up. The Guardian on the Fusion, he's going to be A-okay throughout this. Symbol of Hope in the backline, but Fusion is still taking so much pressure throughout that. But a fantastic AMS from Fusion to stop that CC chain on the Lone Tar. That could have easily been the Death Knight's life, but Fusion is staying in it and staying aggressive. There's very few buttons left on the side of Full Smart. If they can keep this momentum alive, surely this will be it. Fear lands onto Kenkido. If there's any follow-up, there's the Chastise, but Houston's going to be completely fine. He's using the defense, or he's using his Death Coils to heal just a little bit, and he seems completely fine throughout that whole CC chain. And under pressure, it just seems like a complete tank.
Oh my God. High Mountain Tauren trying to get out of there. Exhilaration to heal back up, but he's running out of options fast. Tony gets feared. Houston's dying as well. Maybe there's a chance with this volley. If he gets a big crit right before he goes down here, he gets rescued around the corner. He's swapping on Lone Tar. Oh, this is desperation. This reeks of desperation if he starts attacking Lone Tar. They do have MPQ rooted over in the corner, but he just gets right back into the game. He's going to go into a Cyclone. Tony's ramping damage. He's got Tiger's Fury, but he's going to instantly Icebound Fortitude the Incarn 1-for-1 once again. They're trying to kill him through Icebound Fortitude. Can they actually pull it off? Tony gets kicked on the clone out of the trap. Kenkido is stunned. Cassie's trying to kite away. He's got his true shot. Maybe he gets a big crit off this clone if he can time an aim shot off the end of this clone. Is he going to go for it? Oh, he gets gripped on his aim shot into a double blind. He's getting shut down. He's got Roar Sacrifice in 1 second. He gets stunned. He pops that instantly. Kenkido does have rewind and time dilation. Maybe he can stall the game a little bit longer here for his team to get a chance, but Lone Tar's an angel. He's free casting flash heals in the back line. Kenkido staying next to him to go for a sleep. They do get a full stun. There's the stun. Where's the trap? Can Andy Magic shield it? Houston was stunned. He was stunned, so he couldn't do it. That was smart. They cover him, and they get the Cyclone. They get the trinket. He's just dying through the volley. Casu's starting to turn this around. Can he keep it? He's actually survived to his turtle. He's got another aspect of the turtle. No trinket, though. If he gets caught in a stun, he's trying to reposition. Kenkido knocks him away. Houston grips him. Casu can't escape. He just used Cheetah. He's stuck here for a little bit. He's going to use Exhilaration, trying to get a heal. Rapid Fire. They need crowd control. Casu going to get rescued away. Tony's looking for Cyclone. He Cyclone's Houston low health. If he swaps that clone to Lone Tar, he'd be really good, but I don't think he can. He's afraid of getting feared behind a pillar, which Lone Tar's probably going to do soon. He bashes him for a trap. Andy Magic shields it. If Houston's not covered, he just immunes every freezing trap. They probably got to scatter him. There's the scatter shot, no trinket. Can they get a clone to sleep? If they get sleep, they can win. They got the sleepwalk. Andy Magic zone, is it going to be enough? Wow, what was that? Lone Tar actually, he had Will Forsaken. Will's out of the sleep, gets a big heal with the Apotheosis. They have to survive even longer with a full fear on Kenkido now. Full smart, they're running out of mana. Cooldowns are looking slim, but I think they might still have a chance. They just need to get cross control. They have to have Houston out of the game. They need to deny the anti-magic shield on the push. Big damage. There's the stun. Where's the anti-magic shield? He pops it on himself there. He had to. Lone Tar life swaps. They're forcing major cooldowns, but can they actually do this?
They got Turtle available still, Sid, and they also still have Emerald Communion. Maybe they need to press it. They do get the Turtle and the Emerald Communion.
Overlap.
That's going to give them some well-needed mana back, but there's so few buttons available for Full Smart. If Under Pressure can keep this pressure up, Casu will surely fall. Trap comes up in just 3 short seconds. AMS in 5. If they gets it right away, there's a scatter into the full sleep. Houston, you got to be scared. He has Icebound Fortitude, but he's holding on to it because there's the Guardian, and he's in a Cyclone. He can't use it just yet. I assume he's going to pop it as soon as he comes out. The Ray of Hope also available to stop his damage if need be. This is the True Shot Aura. This is so much damage. Icebound Fortitude, the Ray of Hope. Every single button for Under Pressure is going to be used, and Houston does get topped, and the time is running out. Casu has that trap back up. No AMS to eat it. Full Cyclone. Houston can go down right here, right now. Kenkido brought his team. Is this going to be another cross kill? Roar Sacrifice. Houston has no AMS for 10 seconds in the full trap. Lone Tar finally gets out of it. The Fade to follow it up. He booped him out of the darkness. The Fade, regardless, gets eaten by a sleep. Casu getting a huge heal from Kenkido. Both teams seem to have stabilized for now, but very few buttons on both sides.
Ooh, full fear on Kenkido. Casu has no cooldowns. Houston is low health. It's a race to the finish. It looks like Casu is going to fall first and Under Pressure. Move to match point. I mean, I thought it was over for Full Smart like 3 minutes ago, so I mean, staying alive to this point. Casu's doing an impressive amount of damage despite being kind of run down the entire game, but Under Pressure seemed to have their number, and they're seeming to not crack Under Pressure in this situation in the lower bracket, facing elimination. They did not have a great run for themselves last week. They really need this to show the world, really, that they've still got what it takes to win some of these cups, to qualify and get close to the top 3. Top 4 situation, so you've got that more certainty at least for qualifying to the finals for the big payout, for the massive prize for the European Grand Finals. You want to be as high up on the leaderboard as possible. A wild game. I almost wonder if this wasn't overlapped. Maybe they'd have another trade. They could have kept this going. They could have finished Houston, because I guess he couldn't communion technically here in the Imprison, but it just any overlap at all, any minor detail that's missed is almost immediately punished in the tournament today. You're not going to get away with anything, and now you're on match point. The ult this priest didn't work. Their main comp looks good, but it's also scary.
Dude, I've been wrong on every prediction here, which is really cool. Like Buff Mistweaver, that was an incredible, upset. But this is a huge upset in my mind as well. Under Pressure, bringing out the Death Knight. something that we don't see a whole lot of, and making it work in style, mind you. These AMSs onto Lone Tower to prevent the CC follow-up is exactly what you need to do against a team like a Jungle Cleave from Full Smart. But I will say this, Kankito on that Dragon, game number 2 felt a lot better for me, but it's a tall order to come back three games in a row, but not an order we haven't seen before. I mean, DOBOB nearly just did that.
Yep, they were very close, 2v2 situation. That was our first cross kill, I think, of the season. So definitely an entertaining series. If you missed that one that happened earlier on today between DOBOB and Bank Mistweaver, I want to say this feels like it's an upset, but at the same time, they look so good on this Demon Hunter Death Knight. It makes me wonder why they didn't utilize it earlier on in the tournament. Because they look so polished on it. But now Full Smart, they are struggling in order to have an answer here, because that matchup feels like they can win, but it's incredibly hard, and you'd much rather have a little bit of an easier time. I kind of want to see Houston try survival, but then it's like, if it doesn't work, you're out of the tournament. So
yeah,
but he looked so good on survival. It really just felt like they were falling behind because of inexperience on the priest, whereas survival just overall had so much damage on 2 targets, and it seemed a little more durable. You don't have to stand still, you cast aim shot. But picking Maldraxxus makes me think that they're not going to change that. Actually, they might randomly go back on Priest and just play Marksman Priest. Maybe.
I don't know if I like that. We'll see. Full Smart's got to do something, though. And though the composition did look a little bit better on the Dragon, it wasn't convincing by any means. It was incredibly close. There was just a few short windows in which that under pressure could have easily fallen. I mean, Houston had to use his AMS on himself multiple times defensively, as opposed to using or saving it as a CC denial for his healer. And I think those type of windows, if they can be capitalized on, could capture the momentum in the CC chain that Full Smart needs to get under pressure in a kill window. So they definitely have shown that they're capable, but can they keep their head clear? Can they stay focused when their tournament lives are on the line? Down 2 games in a row here in the lower bracket of Cup number 2. Maldraxxus, as you said, it's going to be the map locked in. It's not necessarily a smaller map, which kind of leads me to believe one angle of comp is going to be locked in, but they are running out the timer to the very last second, trying to strategize. Usually when someone runs out the timer, it's because they're trying to get in their opponent's head, but here we're going to see a priest and a survival. They're going back to the original composition. Oh, I guess it's holy instead of discipline, though, right?
I think it's a big difference. I think it's not guaranteed. Holy Priest is actually pretty weak at getting trained as well, but it's a bit easier because you don't have to focus on doing damage at the same time. They're definitely worried about mana. I think that's what their biggest thing in discussion right now is like, that was a good game, but we were actually too. So it's like we can't play with the Prezi Evoker because we're going to lose on mana, even if we manage to get the game to go a little bit further. I think the Survival Hunter is good, though. I just feel like Casu is just not having a great time. Basically, they get 100% uptime, and I feel like this is just not a good exchange for them. Only playing the Wildstalker build here. Not the biggest fan of the Transmog. Seems like he's got 2 Mogs going on at the same time. Like, he forgot to put his pants on or something.
Pivot Mog.
Yeah, a what?
A pivot Mog, like one of those Mogs where you have to change up some of your gear halfway
to go before you can finish it, and then you're just missing half of it here. So, I mean, this is so rough for Tony because they looked so good earlier on. I really thought YOLO Inc was gonna have their number the previous series. They looked so good, and now it seems like they're struggling to have an answer to deal with this melee cleave. With the Unholy Death Knight Demon Hunter. Kind of wonder if Direwolves will try this comp in North America. I've been kind of fishing at specs we see for Europe, if any of the North American teams are also making considerations for swaps as well over there. And then Kankito, of course, playing the Warden Preservation Evoker. But he's actually switching to Holy Priest, so I don't think we have his armory, but this is the build I imagine that he was playing last game. And it's a really fun spec, Preservation Evoker, since its inception in Dragonflight. I think it's an entirely unique experience when it comes to being a healer, but also can be a bit challenging because you've got to be flying into the fight quite frequently in order to get your most effective heals.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, too. Preservation Evokers, their range of their casts aren't necessarily as far as some of the other healers, so maybe you have to be a little bit more in the battle.
Yes, 100%. You're not going to have the chill at the pillar strategy with your little tea and just sipping it, and that's not the Dragon experience. The Dragon experience is, oh my god, we're going in, I guess, and you're just flying in, and you've got to be doing a lot. It's very high action specialization, but some people like that. In this specific instance, Kankito's opting out of it, though. He's going to be going to Holy Priest, which is likely more passive. Kind of stay in the back, focus on healing output, keep his team aggressive. They had a significantly higher damage in like the head-to-head between the Survival Feral and the DK Demon Hunter, so if this comes to just like a pure exchange in the middle between them, I kind of anticipate Full Smart to get ahead. Maybe they also need this as a consideration for other comps, because Under Pressure could play something else, and maybe they think they need Holy Priest to win those matchups, so they want to see how this is going to play out, because this Priest just got bowled over. The Preservation Invoker ran out of mana. It was super stressful. So hopefully the Holy Priest will not get bowled over, and it will not be out of mana is their goal here on match point. But Full Smart, they face elimination. This is a battle for 4th place right now in the overall standings. These teams are tied 80 points apiece between them, so a lot on the line between them.
Absolutely. I do personally like a Holy Priest. I'm a big fan. I think that like with a lot of their main heals being instant gives them a little bit more breathing room to, you know, get that utility out. Possibly whether it's a Chastise Fear or even just some cheeky Dispels every now and then. So it's interesting to see, but Under Pressure definitely not allowing that Void Weaver to get that momentum and that damage that it needs to lock in. But Lone Tar immediately going to go into that Angel form and drop that him as Tony and Casu open, but that was not the incarnation just yet. Chastise on the Kankito. Let's see if there's any follow-up CC. There isn't. It's going to be faded. He's going to go into his own Angel throughout that. Scatter goes out on the Lone Tar and fused and caught into a Cyclone. Both teams just kind of stopping each other in this opener here in game number 3.
I kind of wonder if Cassius should start using Diamond Ice on the Demon Hunter, just because he can't land it on the healer. There's just an anti-magic shield almost every time for it. So, unless they're going to attack him, because it'll reset the bleeds. But if they're not going to attack him, I'd actually really like to see him start freezing trapping on the I-beams and things like that, because I feel like MVQs is getting a lot of uptime. They do get a Diamond Ice trap here, but it's not full duration. I kind of wonder if they could win like a dampening fight if they're just crowd controlling MVQ and not letting him do anything with clones and traps and roots. They're just kind of focusing down the Death Knight. Right now, oh my god, Lone Tar is just playing so well. You're getting so much crowd control on Kankito. They've already got Turtle forced. It's match point. They're facing elimination. They're falling behind. Tony's trying to help, but don't really do too much here. Getting bleeds and looking for clones. He's getting grip, double blind, MVQ in position, maybe for an imprison. He's staying a little bit close to Lone Tar. He's not going to go for it. Just ducks back in. There's the stun. There's the anti-magic shield. So you're not going to be getting a trap today, Casu. This is where he's probably just going to scatter him. And this is where it's like, I'm thinking like, just trap the Demon Hunter on his cooldown window. Stop his I-beam, stop his Essence Break. A little bit more crowd control on MVQ, because he's just kind of having free reign at the moment. I don't think we've seen a root or anything on him just yet. He's got I-beam right now. It'd be great to just trap him on that. They do get a clone on him during it, which is great. But Kankito's Chastise. Nice roots on Lone Tar, actually. You can't get there for the fear. Nice silence on Lone Tar. Houston is a bit low, but they stun Kankito. Nice Cyclones from Tony. Is he going to get this one? Anti-magic shield. Oh, I hit the trap and it hit the clone. That was a big anti-magic shield.
Make sure to bind that, y'all. I know there's some DKs in chat, and I was talking about it with huge damage going out onto Cassie right now. Is going to get the Guardian Spirit. Fuston also is going to be catching his own Ray of Hope there. Tony being interrupted on his Cyclone follow-ups, and both teams stopping each other's momentum quite well. Mana looking decently even to follow it up in a very calculated and slower game here. Neither team wanting to just throw it all away just yet. Both teams playing very, I would say, conservative at this point. But no turtle available is getting a little spooky. In prison, lands on Nicasio. If there's any follow-up CC on a Kankito and he knows it, he's going to get stunned. This could just be it. That's going to be the trinket swap. Cassie's still not out of it just yet. MVQ reconnecting onto the Hunter. Cassie is in trouble. A sliver of health. The Chastise stun will prevent the heals, and Under Pressure, a convincing 3-0 here, knocking out Full Smart.
It's a completely different team in the lower bracket. I feel like they sandbagged me into predicting against them.
Yeah, what is that? It's their fault that I lost all my
it's their
channel
fault.
points.
They baited me. I don't bet channel points anymore after I lost like 100,000.
Well, how do you gain them then? No,
I don't play the game anymore, David. That's just I can't go up or down. I'm not playing the game anymore.
Can't lose if you don't play the game. That's right.
That's my way.
Can't win either, though, man. Can't win either.
Diamond Ice just got no value. I just feel like he didn't get it trapped the whole game. Just trapped the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, like I was saying, make sure to get that AMS bound for your healer, y'all, if you play that Death Knight, because it is valuable to prevent those goes.
and Lontar had such a good game. I feel like he just really got to get on top of Kankido and get so much crowd control. And Kankido didn't get to play the game that he wanted to, playing the Holy Priest. They wanted like a passive mana game, and Lontar was like, "I'm not letting you do that, bro. This is my turf on Holy Priest. Get back on that dragon." And Lontar just pushes in on him constantly and really kept him pressured, and he fears his trinket right here to be able to win the game. So yeah, Lontar had a great game on Holy Priest, under pressure overall.
Chastised at the very end here. Look at this.
It looks like a really good comp for them. That gives Lontar instant Holy Fires too to do damage. If he wasn't silenced,
right.
He would turn that over, and he was done. So he was completely finished. He was finished. I was hoping for more from this series because Full Smart looked so good earlier on. So I'm kind of sad to see it kind of just fizzle out like this for Full Smart. And now the pressure's on for them because Bank Mistweaver getting through DOBOB, under pressure getting through, like they are going to start scaling, and we're moving into cup number 3. Where who knows what's going to happen, given the results of today's events. They're going to be in a tough spot. Hopefully they can iron out like Kankido as to what he's going to do for next week. Is he going to be a priest? Is that going to be their option, or are they going to try and make the dragon better?
Wow. All right. How many upsets have we had today? Jeez.
All of them.
My predictions, dude. This is awful. Where do you guys think we are right now? At least, as long as Ven is down here with us in the trenches, I'll feel better. But we can take a look at the bracket and where it is at the end of today. We've got 4 teams left in the EU region. Echo and StreamerZone.gg up top in the upper bracket, and down in the lower, Buff Mistweaver versus Under Pressure. Looking at the bracket, David, I think I might be more excited for Buff Mistweaver versus Under Pressure. I feel like Under Pressure, you don't know what they're going to do anymore. They're bringing out all these compositions.
Yeah, we saw the double Demon Hunter earlier from them. Definitely a wild card team to look out for, but I just feel like Buff Mistweaver has a more well-rounded composition options available to them. They definitely are my favorite currently going into that series, but who knows? I also thought DOBOB was going to knock them out earlier, I also thought Full Smart was going to knock out the double Demon Hunter team, everything is kind of topsy-turvy for me, and which is really exciting. I go into every series not knowing what's going to happen, and there's definitely been seasons where I feel like I've gotten like 100% on my predictions. This is not one of those seasons. This is very exciting.
No, don't worry. I think chat also had some wrong predictions today too. So probably not the end of the world, but Under Pressure. But for Buff Mistweaver tomorrow, that's a tongue twister. How do you feel like that series is going to play out? I mean, what composition do you want them to bring, Sid?
They both play comps that you would never expect in the meta.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Buff Mistweaver's going to play a Mistweaver, I think, in a Devi Moker. That seems like a good combo. And it seems like you can play a Hunter in there, or you can play a Feral in there. You kind of pick your whatever there. You can play a Feral or a Hunter. Under Pressure, it looks really good with this Death Knight. This Death Knight Demon Hunter. I feel like that should be their kind of just like their bread and butter lock-in for the rest of the tournament in that lower side. So that's what I want to see.
Yeah. All right. Well, definitely stick around for Sunday. First half of the day for the EU finals on that Sunday's day. But we can take a look here at the standings. We've got first, second, and third. Of course, Echo at the top, 200 points. StreamerZone.gg versus with 180, and then DOBOB with 120. DOBOB no longer has a star next to their name, and that means that they are unfortunately knocked out. So every team with a star means that they are still in the tournament for this weekend. So pressure on the line. We were talking about this morning how it's going to be difficult to kind of break into a higher spot just based on how similar the bracket is from this week to last. And a team is going to make a deep run for it. And I kind of feel like we're already seeing a couple of teams maybe making that happen, Under Pressure being one of them. So definitely stay tuned for Sunday games on EU. But that is not all we've got this weekend. Of course, tomorrow we have North America games, and the competition is just as tough over there, Super Tees. Things are just as exciting here in the EU region. Talk to me about this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, look at the lower bracket, a bunch of new blood down there, similar. So and the new blood in Europe has been putting on a show. So I'm very curious to see what the new blood can do in that elimination bracket. Cats and Dogs once again on that upper side, and Direwolves having a resurgence this weekend and actually getting into the upper side of the bracket. I feel like last week they're looking kind of shaky. Seemed like the crowd was kind of doubting them, but this time they're on the top side. Unfortunately, they're on the top side against Welcome to the Chung.
We don't need to talk about that.
It's going to be one of the harder brackets, but I mean, any series here, I think is going to be, a must watch. You're not going to want to miss any of it. And I believe we're starting with Draco Clee versus F tier, and those are some returning kind of underdog crowd favorites from previous seasons, with Meat Monk on the mystery for Draco Cleave, and then Saul, the enhancement shaman main, but he's kind of abandoned it. So I don't know if he's now the betrayer, because like if you don't play enhance, you gotta change your team name. Like you're not accurate anymore. You're not lore accurate. He's retconning his team. Like you gotta change it up.
Retconning his team.
You gotta change. Yeah, literally, because he's playing Ret.
Love that. All right. Well, definitely stay tuned for tomorrow. But that is going to wrap everything up for today. Thank you, everyone, so much for sticking with us throughout all of these series. It's been an exciting day, and tomorrow is going to be no different, of course. So twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also streaming live on YouTube as well. Follow us on Twitter @WoW Esports if you'd like updates for not just AWC, but the Great Push and MDI and everything else that we are up to. So definitely go check that out. See you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.